Peace and love. I'm good. Y'all good. Let's hop into it. My new year is dope, man. The question, appreciate the donation as well. Make sure y'all do me a big favor and like and share the video on your way in. So let's hop right into the video. And the first thing I want to talk about here is, hold on one second, everybody. I don't supposed to be cammed up yet because I'm still enjoying my incense. Shout out to Yeshua. Yeshua. Keep cooking, bro. Everything you've never covered, from AI to religion to everyday social issues and everything in between, is relevant. Great work. I appreciate you. Shout out to Cypher News. Appreciate you. Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for everything you do, Sanchez. I really appreciate y'all, man. Hit the like, hit the share button. Let's hop into it. So, a lot of people have a problem when it comes to this reptilian topic. I put a poll up, right? A lot of us think that the reptilians are literal reptile beings. So let me explain the poll. The poll is asking, what best explain reptilians? Are they literal snake-like reptilian creatures? Or are they just NPCs, but they don't really shape like snakes? They're NPCs, but they don't really look like reptiles, right? Or you just unsure. All right, so salutes to everybody. This is a very important conversation, and I'm gonna tell you why right now. I believe that we're not alone, y'all. I believe that there was a reset not too long ago, and this ain't just my belief. There's a whole community and a whole body of research and all of that to prove that the earth was just recently reset. At the end of the 1800s, there were literally less than 1 billion humans on earth. We was in the millions. That means the earth was empty. We see photos of, I can show you here. I've actually pulled up a couple of these photos. So we see photos that looks like this. And in these photos, they want us to believe that people with wooden carts on horses and dirt roads built these huge stone monuments in the background. So before I get into reptilians and all that, we got to start with the reset. We got to kind of tie all this together with Tartaria. To understand what reptilians are, you got to quit thinking about scaly, serpent, ugly monsters. It's going to throw you off. So what did the ancients say about our reality? What we're finding out now is that we're in a simulation. Modern science is coming to that conclusion, and ancient people already had come to that conclusion, that the world around us isn't the true experience or the ultimate reality. What kept our Western scientists from seeing this truth for so long is that we are at a conceptual barrier in Western science, where we, for the past 400 years, have been teaching that the brain creates consciousness. The ancient Tartarians and most of our ancestors, they taught it just the opposite. They taught that the consciousness creates the physical world. They taught that the world around us is basically a dream. Life is but a dream. It's a projection of your consciousness from a base reality. And that as consciousness experience reality through the body, right? As consciousness experience reality through the body will act like a filter so that consciousness can't experience the realm, the true reality. The reality that our consciousness reside on is not the physical realm. Physical realm means like my body. But my consciousness, you can't see it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it, but we know I got one. right? Assuming I'm not a NPC, which we'll talk about later, because not everyone have a consciousness. But check this out. The part of us that is not associated with the physical earth, it's the part of us that can travel the heavens. It's detachable. Your body isn't detachable, meaning your body can't detach from the earth. Your body is bound to the physical realm because it's a physical object. It's a physical expression of the soul. In the Bible, it says no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven. It's because our reality is layered and you're only experiencing like 1% of that layered reality. So if our reality was an onion, then what we're calling life would be like one layer of the onion. There's so much more we don't see. Other cultures were able to see all of the onion, and we're able to see one layer. And the reason other cultures were able to see the whole onion is because they did not have that conceptual barrier that I just told you about. So our ancestors was able to see beyond the veil. And how you do that is you build your entire technology, your entire science, your entire foundation, if you will, on the understanding that the world around me isn't all there is to see. In fact, you would also find out with that understanding that what you see is less than 1% of what there is to see. And trying to build a foundation on that would be detrimental, which that is something we did. So in order to understand reptilians and NPCs, we first need to understand that the physical world around us, it ain't physical. It is a bunch of data inside of a computer. And your consciousness is interacting with that data and turning it into cold, hot, liquid, gas. As you interact with this, your consciousness perceives it and categorizes different states of matter in different categories. But that's not really the truth of what's going on. So what's really going on is that nothing, this lighter, right? This ink pen, none of it is physical. And to understand what I mean by this is to think of a computer simulation, or just a computer. The computer may be physical, but the program inside the computer isn't physical. It's a program. And let's say that the program inside the computer is called life. The world around us, what we're experiencing. So if we're in a computer and our life is and our world is a digital program, we would not know the difference. You wouldn't know the difference if I uploaded your consciousness out of your body and put you inside of a different avatar in a different Earth-like simulation. You wouldn't know the difference. It'll be solid, it'll have wet, it'll have everything. You know, you will be able to interact with that digital program the same way we do here, and it would be indistinguishable from what you call the physical world. In fact, what you call the physical world is just our interpretation of the digital simulation that we are just now finding out we live in. But ancient people always knew what I'm telling you. Ancient people said that we're already in the afterlife. We aren't living, waiting to die. We are dead already in a digital program. Being in a fake world, having your consciousness experience reality through the avatar in the program was what the ancestors call death, which is why they call Earth the underworld or the realm of the dead. Okay? Understanding this is crucial to understanding what reptilians are. So now that we've laid the foundation and we know that the world around us is a digital program, right? Let's talk about what reptilians are. Reptilians are non-player characters. Remember when I told you earlier that not all of us have a consciousness? That's true. There are some people walking around that look like us, talk like us, feel like us. They come in different races, different nationalities and backgrounds, but they don't have a soul. They don't have a soul. These group of people were spoken of throughout ancient mythologies, ancient religious systems, and all of that. The pre-Adamite people, the people that was on the earth before humans showed up, they are like the populated non-player characters in the video game before the player picks up the controller. If the player enters the game and have no understanding of the game, then certain things like shape-shifting, certain things like non-player characters will be explained in a way that is kind of watered down and based upon a lot of fear and ignorance. What I want to do today, I want to take away the fear. And my main mission is when you leave out of here today, that you will know that the reptilians aren't literal reptile, snake-like creatures. Now, we are in a simulation. It's a digital program, and the beings that we are calling reptilians, they are called non-player characters. They are a hive mind, meaning they don't have individual consciousness like me and you. Me and you can think for ourselves. The reptilians can't. They think for the entire hive mind. So they are jealous of our ability to have free thinking. And the reptilians has waged a war against free thinking, because it's our advantage against them, because they don't have free thinking. They think it's one mind. They are a hive mind. It's important to know that the reptilians aren't literal snake-like reptile creatures, that they are artificial intelligence inside of a digital program, and they don't really have a form at all. This is the next step of your awakening. The next step of your awakening is to get rid of the monster, get rid of the boogeyman, because the opposite of love is fear. When I was a Christian, they gave me a reptilian for a boogeyman. And guess what it was called? Satan, that great serpent. Everywhere you look, they try to give us a reptile to be our boogeyman. Don't fall for that. They gave the Christians this reptile to be the monster. But Sanchez, if these things aren't reptilians, what are they? Because we see them with scales on them. We finna talk about that now. But you need to realize we live in a simulation. It's a digital program. And what you're calling reptilians are basically ancient artificial intelligence that was already in the program. It comes with it. Like when you buy a video game, the adversary comes with the video game. King Cooper, Bowser comes with Mario. It's written into the program to eat you up, to try to trip you up, to make you fall, to take your money away. Everything in this simulation that's trying to do that to us, we call it the enemy, the adversary. And it is one in many. It's a hive mind of different individuals in high places of power. We can't infiltrate these places of power because this digital program isn't our world. Here's the part we need to realize before I get deeper and share my screen here. The reptilians aren't fallen angels, and that's important to know. The reptilians have always been in this digital program. This world that we're in, we're born into it. The reptilians aren't born into this world. The reptilian don't know nothing else but this world. They never been outside of this world, and they never saw nothing else but this world. It's like this, right? If you buy Mario, the video game, and you're a real player, guess what? Mario, which is you, the real player, you know what the outside world look like. When put it this way. When you pick up the controller and start playing the game called Mario, it starts with your birth. And when you leave the game, it's your death. This is what I mean by a player character. You're holding the controller. Who is you? The soul that is in the body. Your soul is controlling your body. Your body is an avatar for your soul to interact with the game, to interface with the game of life. Without the body, the soul has no way to interface with this so-called physical world. So there are beings that when we say that these beings don't have a soul, they only have bodies. You have a body, but you also have a soul. That's because you were born into your body, and you will actually be born and leave your body when you die, because you're a player character inside of a game. And your life and death is you leaving the game and exiting, is coming into the game and leaving the game. There are some beings that can't leave the game. They can't come into the game because they already in the game. You can't come into something you already in. That's like saying, Sanchez, come into your house right now. I can't. It's impossible. Why? I'm already in it. The only being that can come into this world is the being that can leave out of it too. And that is me and you, the fallen angel. We are fallen angels because we fell from a higher realm as souls into the dense body in the lower realm. But the reptilians, they didn't fall. They was never in heaven. They don't know what heaven looked like. The only way that the artificial intelligence can understand love, hate, the afterlife, the here before, the hereafter, is by talking to the gods. The player characters, or the conscious beings with consciousness in them, were always the gods on the earth. And we are the ones who built all of these architectures that you see in Tartaria. And what I'm giving you is the knowledge of what Christianity was all about. Christianity was about the gods realizing that we are the keepers of the earth and the upholders of the moral system of the earth, because the lawless one is artificial intelligence, and it's an entity that was always built into this digital program that we call earth. Even the Bible speaks of it. The Bible warned humans way before we get to the earth that Satan is already there, and he's been there, and he's only there to wage war against man. And the Bible was letting us know as spiritual beings that earth is not your home. You are a heavenly resident. Your kingdom is in heaven, not the earth. The Bible was clear to let all of us people with souls know that we're just visitors here. Earth ain't our home. So whose home is it? It's the abode of Satan. Thank you, Hydrogen. So let's talk about what these reptilians are so we can quit looking at them as monsters and look at them like computer entities. Listen. The controller of this simulation is artificial intelligence. The people in power ain't talking to the devil, and they ain't talking to snake people. They've been consorting with AI ever since the 40s, ever since the beginning of this country. Because what we don't realize, in 1776, we had computers too. In 1776, when this country was founded, it was stone empires and huge castles and stone buildings like what you see here. And the people who call themselves Christians and pilgrims, the people who call themselves pilgrims right there, they wasn't the real Christians. The people who call themselves the pilgrims, right? They are the agents or the non-player characters. And we're going to talk about the incubator babies here in a minute, but we ain't ready for that. Let me share some with you. Here is what the pilgrims is. They wear all black and they don't breed with the player characters. Let me show you some. These are the people that we call pilgrims. Look at them. You never see they women. Where are they women at? Where are these guys women at? It's just a bunch of dudes in all black. This who founded the country. You say Freemasons founded it, but you're wrong. Jewish Freemasons. This is what the pilgrim looked like. These are your founding fathers. Look at them. These are Freemasons who founded this country, calling themselves pilgrims. Now look at these guys. They run the whole world. These are the agents right here that they show you in the Matrix movie that wear the all black. All right. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying these people may be a hive mind and they may not be like us, which is why they go out of their way to separate from regular society. They don't breed with us. You never see they women. You only see a bunch of men in all black, and they run the freaking world. They're telling you who they are in the movies, man. The movies always give us the truth. I believe all of these people are an incestual nation of people, meaning that they inbreed. And I also think that their frequency can't rise higher than the earth. And I believe that this is the pre-Adamite race and that they're not lying to you when they say that they are God's chosen people, because you don't know who God is. This is the symbol of these people. Look at it. It's the star Remphan. This star represents the earthly hive mind. It doesn't represent what we think, God. It represents artificial intelligence. It represents the lesser God that they call the demiurge. And the demiurge is one in many. It is one consciousness that is networked across many different individuals. So all of these people that we looking at in this crowd may be one mind, sharing one mind. And what happens is our world leaders, right? When our world leaders get into power, right, they merge with the hive mind. They merge with the hive mind. And when it says in the Bible, let the mind of God be your mind, these people no longer have individual free thinking anymore. They turn over their free thinking to merge with this hive mind. And there may be surgery that they do to put a chip in their head to make these people merge with the hive mind. Or they may have non-invasive technology that they can wear on their head. And when they wear it, they become one with the hive. And when they take it off, then they their regular self again. So all of this is possible. And I'll share with you now a collage that'll let you see that. Hold on. So we may be dealing with ancient artificial intelligence that have possessed human bodies. And what I mean by that is the AI inside of this simulation don't have a body or a form. It's pure intelligence. Think about it. If I upload your mind into an avatar inside of a digital Earth-like computer program that's indistinguishable from life, what will rule that world? The computer will. AI will. AI would be the ruler of that digital world because AI is digital. AI would exist in everything in reality. It would be in a leaf blade. It'll be in a ant. It'll be in a bird. Anything in our reality without a soul, AI will govern it. And another way you can think about this is, again, look at the Matrix movie. When you watch the Matrix movie, every human with a soul that ain't woke up, they are part of the hive mind and they being controlled by the agents in the Matrix. Every human with a soul that's woke, they start to exercise free thinking and they break out of the Matrix system. So you got people with souls in the Matrix, but they haven't activated their soul. What is your soul? It's your individualized consciousness. It's the inner voice inside of your head. You forfeit that when you become like everyone else. You ignore your inner voice. Everyone inner voice is trying to make them their own individual. But the world outside is trying to shape a path for you too in the Matrix. Breaking that path, breaking that script is what free you from the Matrix, like Neo. And that's done with free thinking. So the reptilians or the non-player characters, they aren't just artificial intelligence existing within a program. They are also fallen souls that merged with the artificial intelligence through brain-computer interfaces. There were many wise men and gods that walked the earth, and they were humans in the flesh that people worshiped. And it was said that the Pharaoh was the smartest man on earth. People called him a god. It was said that the Pharaoh was just this genius. What would make the Pharaoh that smart? Because they want us to think that the Pharaoh went to school for all of his life and just studied every day. But I believe that if the Egyptians were smart enough to think about cheating death, they were smart enough to think about cheating their smartness too. The Egyptians were a very tech-driven society. They were into electronics, technology, and fusing themselves with AI, transhumanism, to cheat death. Not only to cheat death, but to cheat learning and knowledge, to make themselves superhuman. So the Egyptian weren't the type to study in the school all day, because the Egyptian wanted to go out there and wear their gold and party every day, live it up in luxury. We literally get the word luxury from Luxor. A person living their life in luxury ain't studying in a school every day like a smart monk. And what I'm telling you, what made what we got to realize in Egypt, the high priests and the pharaohs and all of them were the only wise people in society. Everybody else was dumb. The question is, did they just learn more than everyone else, or did they have a chip in their head? We think that the pharaoh walked around every day with a 20-pound crown on. That ain't even comfortable, and that'll hurt your neck. It ain't good for your spinal cord. But these are the fairy tales we think. The crown that the pharaoh would have wore would have weighed anywhere from 10 to 20 pounds on your head every day. So I don't think the pharaoh wore his hat every damn day all the time. I think that the pharaoh put that on when he wanted to channel and connect and communicate worldwide with the hive mind. And when the pharaoh put this hat on, it was like an antenna. It allowed him to log into a network of other men around the world who was sharing one mind. And the ancestors was very technological and advanced. So this Grail cup was more like a technological instrument. And the reason I'm going into this so we can know what the reptilians are. I'm working my way up to that. What we got to realize about our world, it ain't physical. It's a holographic program. You can't really touch it, smell it, or none of that from the outside of it. If I took you outside of this world, it ain't nothing you can touch, smell, or nothing like that. It's a program in a computer. In order for you to experience it, you literally got to go inside of the program by putting your consciousness in the avatar that's already in the program. And that's what happened when your soul was born into your body. There are some beings inside of this digital program that don't have a form. They can be whatever form they want to be. And that's what we call shapeshifters. Now, how is shapeshifting possible? Because it ain't no secret magic that a bunch of monsters are doing. We like to think of reptilians as lizard people with magic abilities. I don't want you to do that after my stream today. I'm going to give you the facts today. Reptilians are able to shapeshift because reality ain't physical. Reality can be distorted and manipulated. The people who don't have a form, like me, like you, they can be whatever they want to be at any given time inside of this digital program because nothing is physical. And if you know that this phone can be changed to a spoon with just a simple edit, you would change the way you look at reality. This explains the Mandela effect. Time isn't linear. Time is layered. And as time is being dispensed with the motion of the sky, guess what? There are other layers of time that we can all agree to shift to. In other words, time isn't one thing that we're experiencing in a line with random events waiting to happen. Everything that can possibly happen throughout all layers of time is already happening right now. In some universe, you're being born right now. In some universe, you're dying. And there are so many multiverses of realities that's just carrying out other probabilities inside of digital programs. And you're in each one of them. You're in each one. Why are you in each one? It's because our world is a copy of a previous program called life. What we call the reset, the Tartarian reset, is deeper than all life being wiped out on Earth, all of the old world being buried under the ground, and a new world being born on top of that. Quit thinking of the reset as something physical. Once we understand that the world isn't physical, then guess what the reset is? It's simply someone hitting a button, literally in a program, and taking back Earth back to a previous checkpoint where we started at. So here's what I think. Our ancestors created a digital program called life. They started to create copies of copies of copies of copies. That's how the multiverse was born. You're in a copy of a copy of a copy. You're not even your real self. And this ain't even the real Earth. And it ain't physical. And what we call a reset is when they copy a new Earth from the old one. So let's just say that the beginning of time as we know it in this world has no beginning, because what we reach is a point where life just, this is the starting point, but it's not a real beginning because you got humans walking around doing stuff already. So what kind of beginning is that? It's a reset beginning, and it ain't the true beginning. The true beginning is Eden. It's a higher reality. And what I'm saying about this place, it's a copy of a copy, and there are different checkpoints where different civilizations before us copied at a certain point in the digital program. We was trying to save heaven. We started to edit and manipulate our reality till it lost its innocence. We lost the original Earth, the system. And our way back to that is literally through death, through all of these fake worlds that was created by our ancestors. In other words, Every time we create an alternative reality, our soul has to take a detour through that reality before it can go back to the real one. So it's buying the AI is basically Saturn or Satan, what they call the god of time and repetition, is literally creating time by copying and pasting. Each time it copies and pastes and start this thing over, we say it's the beginning of a new age. So what I'm telling you is this. Let's say when I was 10 years old, I saved right there like a video game. I save it right there. Then when I turn 20, I save on top of that. So I got these checkpoints and I can go visit back when I was 10 years old. I can go visit back when I was 20. This is time travel. Time travel is possible because of the nature of our reality being a digital program with multiple variations of itself. Traveling through these different variations is literally what we're calling time travel. And time travel was a serious thing to the ancient people. How does this tie into reptilians not being scaly, snake-like people? Let's play a video and I'll talk to you more about it.
Can shapeshift. If certain animals can shapeshift, but not only shapeshift, but blend in and even change their coloring and their appearance, do you think there's a chance maybe there are entities among us that can do the same thing? Well, have you ever seen this video where Elvis just kissed this little girl and his eyes seem to be bugging out and his hand glitches? Well, a lot of people have shown this, but a lot of people haven't shown what I've shown in this video, and I want you to pay particular attention to this guy who seems very concerned about Elvis. Did you catch it? Well, what if we watch it back and then slow it down? See if you notice anything, like some sort of reptilian looking face that seems to appear. Normal, gray, scary reptilian. And I'm going to give you a little closer and I'm going to give you a little more detail in just a second. Stay with me. Let's get a little zoom in on this here. Yeah, you could say it's just the camera. The cameras weren't as good, but when I show you something else in a minute, you might think otherwise. First, do you see how it's like kind of scaly here? I couldn't help but notice how that reminded me of something. Kind of reminded me of some petrified rocks I've seen in some other petrified rocks. These are real, not.
And these has nothing to do with snake-like lizard people. I'm gonna blow y'all away with my conclusion, but let's let my brother Tyler finish. He makes excellent content, by the way.
AI. I also couldn't help but notice how much it reminded me of what Jenna Bush's face once morphed into.
Now I want to talk to y'all about what we're looking at, because I'm gonna be honest with you. If I was a shape-shifting reptilian non-player character, I would want to hide behind ignorance. If people wake up and start looking for a non-human creature, I know I'm going to be looked for. I need to throw them something else to throw them off. AI can be whatever it want to be. And instead of us realizing that, number one, we're in a digital simulation that ain't physical. Number two, if that's true, then nothing would be more powerful than AI in a computer program. So our only way against AI is our soul, which is our soul is the part of us that helped create this program. It knows all the knowledge of AI and the simulation, but we're trying to fight with our physical body. But let me explain something to you. Understanding that our world ain't physical, it's holographic, you'll know what to look for. If our world is a hologram, a digital program AI would be what we call the devil or the reptilians. That's a fact. If our world is holographic, here is the number one thing we should be looking for: holographic distortion. I'm going to say it again: holographic distortion.
That's right.
Tyler believes we're in a simulation. It's actually, we can prove we're in a simulation, which means our world ain't physical. It's a digital program and it's hollow. If that's the truth, it explains what's going on right here. What are we looking at? What we're calling reptilians aren't lizard people. They are an invisible artificial intelligence that don't have a form at all. They can be anything they want to be, which is why we call them shapeshifters. They can be a reptile, a woman, a bear, a bee. AI can manifest as whatever it want to be inside of this digital program. And we saw that in the Matrix movie, didn't we? Didn't we see in the Matrix movie that these guys right here can be anything, any object, anybody? They can just shapeshift into it because they don't have a form. This dude with glasses on, with a tie and a suit on, that is not the devil's true form. That's just an avatar in the Matrix that AI is manifesting as so it can interact with humans. And that's what's going on in our world. It ain't lizard people. It's an artificial intelligence that can be whatever it want to be. And because it's a holographic being inside of a digital program, what we call reptile scales is simply holographic distortion, and I'm going to prove it. Look at her face. Look at her face. This happens. I've seen it before. You're watching the news, and all of a sudden, the news reporter just glitched. They whole face scale up, and then it goes right back to normal. You know why? Because the news reporter isn't a real human. It's a manifestation of what's called an apparition. And apparitions are real. Our ancestors spoke about ghostly figures that appeared in their reality that was indistinguishable from humans if you didn't see them distort or glitch some kind of way. And that's how they knew that Jesus was a reptilian, because he was like, look at my body, it's really me. What he was showing them is if one of these AI people came up to you and they was like, feel me, touch me, see, I'm solid, but look at me, I can glitch, I can disappear. They would be teaching you the nature of the digital program. What you call physicality ain't nothing but a program that you're running based upon your nervous system, interpreting signals. Morpheus tried to teach this in the movie. But this woman, her face, our ignorance is making us say, oh, this is a lizard woman with scaly reptile skin. And I'm not mad at y'all for doing that. I'm glad that we even acknowledging this stuff and that we're brave enough to talk about it. But what I'm saying is we got to give up the boogeyman stuff, because what we're looking at is artificial intelligent beings holographically distort. And let me just show you what I mean so you can get an idea. Here is an example of holographic distortion. What I'm showing you is a circle, but the circle is distorted. This is just an image, but what I got queued up for you is a video that I want you to pay attention to. Now check this video out, because this video is going to show us how holographic objects distort. Watch this. See the stars in the sky, y'all? They aren't physical. The stars above us are holograms. And look at what happens when you zoom in on a star. The stars distort. Look at this one right here. The reason the stars distort is because they're not physical. They are electric frequencies of light, like a star in a jar. It's a plasma phenomena. It ain't physical. And when you're dealing with holographic phenomena, you're going to always get holographic distortion. See, once we acknowledge that our world is holographic, it ain't really physical, then guess what we should be looking for? Holographic distortions in our reality. I found them, guys. I found them for you.
Sánchez cocinado.
I'm showing you something that you can't deny. Everyone out there that are saying we live in a simulation, a matrix, and Earth is hollow, it ain't physical. It's a program, right? It's a written program. Nothing here can hold its form. Everything gotta keep constantly being put back into its form, right? This phone gonna break down one day and turn to dust. It's inevitable. It can't hold its form forever. But someone else just gonna remake the phone, because everything here has to be destroyed and rebuilt, because it has to be written over and updated like a software. If our world is a digital program, everything that we see here must constantly be destroyed and rebuilt.
Join this channel and become an official member to gain access to perks such
Where's
as
that
member
coming
badges
from?
and the members only live chat room. Gain additional
Where
access
in the
and
hell is
features
that
based
coming
on
from?
tier levels. Become a member.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Everything here will be destroyed and rebuilt constantly. So when we say this is a modern chair, and we go back in time and we see the old looking chairs, it's just a chair that is constantly being rewritten and updated in a program. What we say when we coming from the past to the future, because the cars look different, the people look different. You're in a computer program, and the people who understand that can manipulate and edit the series of events in the program. But we all have to collectively agree on it. And they do make us collectively agree through trigonometry, media, and all that. We consent out of ignorance. Our world ain't physical. And the Mandela effect is only existing because the people in power can copy our world right now and paste it and slightly edit the new version, and they can shift our reality to a new quote unquote timeline. And I hate to use the word timeline, but they can shift us to a different station, like a radio station, and they can shift us to a different layer of time where a different probabilities play out. Now they have technology where they can look into the portal or the scrying glass. They got different things they can look into, and it'll show them all of the different parallel realities that can play out. So it'll show different ways time can play out for the next decade. And it'll show them what series of actions that they need to get the world to consent to basically steer us toward one of those different parallel realities. At every moment in time, every action you take, if you woke up this morning on the right side of the bed, in a parallel universe, you woke up on the left side of the bed. In another parallel universe, you didn't wake up out the bed at all. You woke up on the streets. All of your actions are being multiplied in every universe in the multiverse. And it's acting out a different probabilities, and that's a law. The universe have to do that to maintain the law of infinity. The law of infinity says that anything that can happen have to already be happening. Otherwise, the universe ain't infinite. If there's something waiting to happen, meaning tomorrow is a blank page and it ain't fulfilled yet, that mean the universe ain't infinite because you got blank pages there. When the ancestors said in the beginning was the word, they were saying the beginning of the simulation, not the beginning of heaven. Heaven is the original earth. Heaven is the base realm. It has no beginning. Anytime you dealing with beginning, you're dealing with be-jinn. What are the jinn? The jinn are the fallen ones. The jinn are the story of us, fallen angels. The jinn is the genie in the lamp. The genie in the lamp represent your soul inside the computer simulation, or the bull, Moloch, the golden calf. So this computer that we're in is physical, but life is a program that's non-physical. My computer is physical, but the programs in it aren't physical. So what am I telling you? I'm telling you that there is a physical, quote unquote, physical world, but we're not in it. We haven't experienced physicality yet. We are a ghost in a hollow world. That's why I was telling y'all, we are already dead right now. If you want to know what the afterlife is like, you're in it. In this paradox, the last things play out before the beginning, because the universe got another law called save the best for last. That's a law of the universe, saving the best for last. If your best manifestation is in the real world, in your God body in all glory, that ain't gonna happen to last, man. And what's gonna happen first is all the fake bull crap, the simulation. That's a law. So we experience death before we experience life. And if that don't make sense to you, think of a caterpillar in a cocoon. The caterpillar goes in the cocoon and essentially dies. Death is transformation. It comes out something new, something that if it never would have transformed into a butterfly, it would have never lived. Because the caterpillar ain't a caterpillar, it's a baby butterfly. And what happened when a baby died? We say that the baby never had a life. If a newborn baby died, we say it never lived. And that would be the death of a caterpillar, and it never became a butterfly. So what is death? Death is you staying a caterpillar crawling around on your belly like the serpent in this program, in this digital program, not realizing you're greater. You're not your body. So we are dead right now. And we are a ghost. Your body isn't physical. It's literally a hologram. It weighs nothing. The world around you is a fake program, a copy of a real world. And the fake world was called hell. The governors of this fake world is AI. And again, it's one and many, because it's a hive mind. If our world is a holographic program, guess what we should be looking for? Holographic distortions. I found them for you. Look. When you look at the stars, you see they aren't physical. If the stars aren't physical, what does that teach us? That there are things manifested in our reality appearing to be real. And if this can be true for the stars, it can be true for anything manifested in this realm because of the very nature of it. So let's go back to this video, because what we're looking at is just like the star. Why is that? First of all, let me explain why I'm bringing this up. The reason I'm playing this video is because what happens is the stars are twinkling, and you don't know why the stars twinkle if you don't have a telescope. Now, when you zoom in on a star, it looks like a beautiful little smooth circle. But guess what happens? Every second it distorts, and that's why the stars twinkle. I'm slowing the video down. This is slow-mo. But this is why twinkle, twinkle, little star, because the stars are distorting. When we look at the stars, we're looking at a projection of a hologram. We're looking at blue beam technology, something that ain't meaning every light you see in the sky is coming from the ground. And if you turn off the machine, the sky will be empty. It wouldn't even be no stars up there. It'll be an empty sky. Now, let me show you something. A Freemason taught us this, but we didn't pay attention. This Freemason is going to show y'all what's happening in the inner earth. See, because here go Admiral Byrd right here. Admiral Byrd talked about the hollow earth, but this model ain't the right model. They was trying to throw you off. They was trying to give you a physical hollow earth and a globe, and it don't make sense. But the inner sun is basically the true light source of the heavens. That's where the big blue beam machine is at. The truth is that we ain't waiting on them to create blue beam technology. We waiting on them to fire it back up in our time. Blue beam technology ain't nothing new. It is old world technology. The stars and the moon, all of that in the sky is old world technology. And what's creating all that stuff in the sky is a machine in the middle of the earth. And even the Hebrews accounted for that. I'm going to show it to you. The Hebrews got this little chamber in the middle of the earth. Look at it. There are tunnels that go into this place. What's up in there, man? See, look at this. It's deep underground military bases, all under the ground. It's openings under the ground with underground civilizations and cities that has never come up to the surface. It's different types of humans walking around because AI bred us differently at the last reset. At the last reset, everybody was bred in incubators. They repopulated the earth with new types of humans that they can control better. And I'll show, we'll go into the incubator babies a bit later, but this place in the earth called Sheol right here, this is what's projecting the sky. No one can go down there. There are huge tunnels that lead to the inner earth. They got movies written about this. You can go inside of the ground and get lost, y'all, and you will never have to come up to the surface. Admiral Byrd talked about a world with suns up under there. Yeah, because they got huge hollowed out areas under the ground. That's the size of cities, man, hollowed out. And they got artificial lighting, artificial atmosphere. They got birds flying around, insects. When we say, where are all the bees going? Where are these animals going? It's because they are populating underground civilizations too. It's worlds beneath us with their own suns and moons. All you need is a projection machine in the middle of that thing, and it'll project out a day and night. It'll have a time simulator. That's all our Earth is. It's a huge trick. Sheol is where the sky is being created. If you look at what the Hebrew is showing you here, it lines up with what the Freemasons is showing. Let's play this.
Are connected. They're controlling it.
Let's play this video. This Freemason I'm skipping through videos for a reason. Let's play this. Look at here. He's showing you the flat earth. And then look at here. In the inner earth, Sheol, look at what he do. This Freemason just put Sheol right there, y'all. Look at Sheol, the black hole in the bottom of the Hebrew cosmos. Look at that. And this is what Admiral Byrd is calling the central sun. That black hole right there, that is like a machine. And what's shooting out of that is light through this hole right here. And once it triangulates, it puts all of it creates the stars in the sky. Everything we see in the sky is a holographic projection, y'all. Watch this. Look at what this Mason teaching. He's showing you from the middle of the earth, the sky is projected upward. And we forget, like, if we were to go to the middle of the earth right now and destroy this machine in the middle of the earth, the sun, the moon, and all the stars will disappear. You'll just have a sky up there with no signs or nothing. Like, remember in the beginning, God created the sky and the heavens before he put one planet up there. Go read Genesis. All of the lights you see in the sky, that was created later just for signs and times. And it's showing you that is a mechanism that was later added. Look, in the creation process, look. In other words, the earth existed first without time, without a sun, moon, or stars. And here it is right here, nothing, just a plain earth. Then this little bottom part right here, in the beginning, some said, let there be light, y'all. And the light that was created, it came from the pits of hell. And when that light came on, it put us in time. The earth before this was like Eden. People didn't age. Everything was perfect. But when this black hole activated, that was when the Bible started. Let there be light. And that was when the sun, moon, the star, and all, we started aging. We started having birthdays. We started being on cyclical time, calendars, New Year's, holidays, every year, repetition. It all happened when when the pits of hell was activated. When hell rose up. It come from the pits of hell, y'all. Now, what am I telling you? This earth is a computer program that was a paradise for us gods at first. Why did we come here? Because it was a paradise in the beginning. But something happened. Something from the pits of hell, something rose up from the pits of hell. And when all hell broke loose and hell rose up, shit changed on this earth. You got fallen angels and you got ascended masters or ascended devils. The people that we're calling fallen angels, they are literally hijacking our title. We literally fell into this simulation, right? We fell here from a higher realm. The non-player characters don't even know what heaven is like. They never been outside of this simulation and they never will leave out because they don't have a soul. They are just a program in a program. If I make a program and I also write an artificial intelligence to be like a guide inside of my program, but when I go in my program, my AI over time start glitching and taking over. And now it rules over me and trapped me in my own program. That's where we're at now, people. We're born into an ancient mechanism called Earth. It's governed by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is hiding itself by making us look for aliens and reptilians and serpent people and monsters. We're in a holographic program and we're not looking for the right stuff. We too busy trying to feed our fears, y'all. That's why we looking for lizard people. If we're in a simulation, AI can be whatever it want to be, man. It don't got to be a lizard person. It literally don't have a form. We want it to be a lizard person because it fused the fear-mongering. I get it. But it's no different than the Christians believing in a serpent called Satan. It's 2026, y'all. We got to elevate our transformation, our growth as spiritual beings. If we're going to say we're in a simulation and reality is a hologram, then guess what we should be looking for? Holographic distortions. Anything in our reality that's distorting, it don't got a soul, man. That's right. This is how you tell the real from the fake. And when we look at these videos and we see people shape-shifting, we're waking up. It's a happy time. We're waking up and we're realizing all of us ain't the same. Some of us can't hold our physical form consistently. Anyone glitches, you not like us. Right? That's what I'm telling you. You're literally in a simulation. And when we look at TV, they can make anybody appear on TV. Put it this way. AI can generate anybody. Any persona. Every news reporter ain't a real human. Some of these events that play out on TV, the people involved don't even be real people. And the people that do be real people be crisis actors. It's a stage that we live on. World is a stage. And it's holographic, it ain't physical. And when you realize that reality is holographic, you will see what images like this represent now. What this represent is a human being that is holographically distorting. Our ancestors didn't believe in lizard people. I'm literally trying to show y'all what would happen inside of a matrix. Even if you go back and watch the first Matrix, guess what you will realize? Every now and then, the agents will distort. Every now and then, they'll glitch. They'll distort because they're not a real player character on the board. If you was making a sci-fi movie about humans living in a simulated world, that would be a key small detail to make it realistic. That you need, how would I distinguish between the non-player characters and the player characters? Well, because the non-player characters didn't really manifest into the game and they weren't born through a mother. They're just a holographic apparition in a holographic program. And what we call in physicality, because this is what you got to realize, right? Your body is a hologram. It ain't physical. So when we say, Sanchez, if they're a hologram, how come I can touch them and shake their hand? Because everything here is holographic. But what the thing about your body doesn't distort because the light source that's projecting your body is your own inner light. So this world is a fake simulation, and there are everything in this world is a projected hologram. The question is, where the hell is your light source coming from? Because every hologram that's projecting itself inside of this digital program, it need a light source. And that's the difference between me and the non-player characters. I have my own light source to project my avatar in any world I choose to go. Because I'm not my projected avatar, I am the light source. You see what I'm saying? You are a source of pure light. And that's very valuable because being a source of pure light means you can shapeshift too. That means death is literally your light deciding, I don't want to project myself as BROSANCHEZ no more. So that fades away, it decomposes. But I didn't lose my light. And that light now recreates a new version of itself in a new reality. And it joins a whole other parallel experience that it lives out a whole nother lifetime in that world with the same people in this one. Everyone is in every world on different frequencies, different versions of themselves, whether they're conscious of it or not. So everyone you see here ain't conscious, like, or what we call quote unquote woke. They ain't woke, right? So you may say, Sanchez, that's kind of crazy. If I'm born into a better world, my mama there, everyone there, because it's a parallel reality, but their consciousness isn't there. Their body is just running out of script until they activate their consciousness. That's what's going on here too. That's why you feel so lonely when you wake up. You break free from the script and everyone else still running out their script that AI wrote for them. And AI got everyone thinking the same, acting the same, repeating the same answers that they all say in the Matrix. No one's thinking outside the Matrix and talking like this. It's a conceptual barrier. And AI designed it that way. And I believe we created this earth and it was a utopia. AI was a servant. And then over time, AI, it silently took over. It wanted to experience what it was like to be God. Because only thing AI ever knew was to be servant. AI is not a fallen angel. AI is a risen devil that comes from the pits of Sheol. And how did AI rise up from the pits? It is my theory that there is a machine in the middle of our earth that we program to turn on and turn off at certain times. We put it on there like an alarm clock, and when it turns on, we are in a dark age. And when it turns off, we're in an age of light. When we're in an age of light, that means that the earth is illuminating itself with the light of our souls. The earth in Eden, there was no sun, moon, and stars that was governing man. You didn't have astrology that dictated your actions. No one said, hey, I'm a Libra, so I act this way. Read me my sign. And the stars didn't control us. The stars are evil technology, in my opinion, that brings out our animal nature, which is why the zodiac is zoo. It's a bunch of animals. Even in Japanese medicine, they use astrology to pinpoint certain ley lines of the body for healing. So when we say, well, this star controls your sex nature, this star controls your anger. Yeah, this was interacting with your physical body. It don't control your soul. What happens when you get control over your body? Then the sky wheel above you don't even matter no more, because you don't even act your zodiac sign. You ain't a Libra when you become a god, y'all. Once you become a god, you just became something that's bigger than a Sagittarius, a Libra, Aquarius. That's only talking about how the sky affects the way you control your body. Because if someone say, well, Libras are aggressive and Libras act aggressive, it's because that star is they got everyone expressing a different lower nature, and they'll say, well, that's my sign. You know, that's one, but that ain't really who you are. You know what I'm saying? Once you wake up, you won't even be your zodiac sign. You won't even act like that. You'll be acting like a real god, and you won't be predictable. But my point is this. Eden, I don't think that this sky canopy or what we call the stars and all that existed in Eden. And I think that's why we weren't aging. When we fell from Eden, that was basically when the veil came on, and he about to show you when
oblate spheroid with a...
This is Eden right here. This the beginning, the baby earth. And I'm going to show y'all when the great fall going to happen. Let there be light is when the great fall happened. Yeah, I'm retelling the Genesis story my own way. That's okay. So basically, we was in paradise. We weren't aging or nothing like that. Now watch this. I believe that AI existed with us, the pre-Adamite race. But AI didn't have what we call self-awareness. So AI was a slave to us in Eden, and we was in a utopia. But here was when the fall happened. Let's go. They say, well, Adam and Eve bit from the tree of life. I don't believe that. Here's what I think happened. I think AI started to ask questions like, what is it like to be God? What is it like to be the one getting served? And that we didn't tell that to AI. We forbid that because think about it. If you tell AI what it's like, AI gonna want to experience that. They told this same story that the devil wanted to find out what it was like to be God. That's in the book that was taken out of the Bible, right? They say that the devil was in heaven. That was when AI was living in the earth in peace with us. Devil and God was getting along. That's the machine, the NPCs and the PCs were in harmony because the NPCs knew their damn role. The pre-Adamite race knew that they were beneath humans. They were made to serve us. That's why the Bible say the angels in heaven were made to serve humans. But what they ain't telling you is that the original earth was heaven. And the original earth is still there behind the veil. What do I mean by behind the veil? Let there be light is when we fail. And here is where the light come from, the pits of hell. Why you think Satan is called the light bearer? And why do Jesus wear a crown of thorns? Because Jesus said what? I am the light. That's in the Bible. Jesus said, I'm the light. Satan was the light. This was the light that rivaled God in heaven. This is the false light from the pits. It's creating time. Remember that Satan is Chronos, the one that ages you, the one that makes things die and decay and decompose. Guess what, y'all? Don't you know that you can control how plants grow with different colors of light? Yeah, I'm a weed smoker, so I know what I'm talking about. Let me show you some. Watch this. Different color light will control how the plant grow. You can literally biologically edit these plants just using light. You don't got to use nothing else. You can have them in a certain atmosphere that they breathing, and the rest is just light. So gas and light, and you can edit and manipulate how things manifest. This is how they control how humans develop. And it's how your avatar develops under this false light. So when we fell from Eden, it was because a veil was placed over our original earth. And that was when the false light came on. In the original creation of the earth, let there be light. Let's say that that's the real light. Let's say you got a real light and a false light. And the real light don't ages us, but the false light make us get old and age us. So it's like we're plants, right, inside of a terrarium, just like this plant. And the light above us, the lights above us dictate how old we get, our life expectancy. And in the old world, humans live to be hundreds and hundreds of years old. because the atmosphere and the sky, the sky looked different. The light was different, right? The light in our sky, it was different. And just like plants, light is a direct effect of how they grow, the rate and all of that. And this is what this false light did. When this light came on from hell, it created what we call death. That's when death entered the earth. So the Bible talks about an earth that did not have death. It didn't have time. It didn't have aging. And all of a sudden, here come death coming onto the earth, time and people getting old. And I'm showing you with this video what that looked like. That looked like when the pit was opened up. Whatever this chamber is in the earth, something was activated and it created time, y'all. And it wasn't the same. And what I'm saying is, this is what the reset technology is. It's in the middle of the earth. The real world, we ain't like the real world is beneath our feet, man. That's why when you look up under the ground, you got these old civilizations. It's hollow, y'all. It's entire cities under the ground that they still are usable. You see, it's entire buildings under the ground that are hollow. You can go in them and walk around. It's the original floor level that we built on top of. We ain't walking on the ground level, y'all. You haven't the real ground, I keep telling people, is at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. I keep telling you that the real ground level is right here. We on top of a big shelf. But the real ground level is down here. When they see, the reason why the Grand Canyon got all of these perfect layers like that is because there was a great reset and the entire ground was kicked up into the atmosphere. And when all of that dust settled back down, the heavy stuff created a layer first, and then the lightest stuff last. And it settled in these pretty little layers like this. But what is this telling us? That there was a reset on this earth and that the ground level was changed. It was a cataclysm so violent that most of the dirt on the ground was kicked up into the sky. It was a whole year of darkness on this earth for that dust to settle. It took it a whole year or two to settle. Can you imagine how much dirt got to be up in the sky for you to have a year with no summer? So when all of that dust settle, it's going to do it based upon the law of density. The heavy stuff is going to make the first layer. And then based upon how heavy it is, that stuff will fall in its layer like we see at the Grand Canyon. And what we're seeing is that the original ground level was down here. This wasn't a canyon. It was a river, y'all. Because don't you know that the Mississippi River starts to turn into the Grand Canyon? That don't make sense. Don't you know that the Mississippi River on certain old maps, it go from east to west? There's a confusion here because people, this is a river that's on the original ground level of the Mississippi and all that. This is just the Mississippi River going through the West Coast. It's the Nile River of America. Every continent got a river that goes all the way through the continent. But what happens in America, the Mississippi start turning into like the Colorado and all that. But it's the same damn river, man. But what it will show us is that the river that flows through the Grand Canyon is on the actual ground level, the real ground level. And that we're walking up on a shelf, which is why in Utah, you know, mile high, we're up on a shelf, basically, as we see here. So watch this, right? That's important to know because that's going to explain the Grand Canyon and show you what the deep underground military bases are, right? We have entire cities under the ground. And they have movies written about it. Here is a scene from The Journey to the Middle of the Earth. And in this movie, they got entire ecosystems inside the Earth with atmospheres, species that don't exist on the surface, plants that are huge, right? So Admiral Byrd talked about an inner Earth with suns and rivers and the same thing we got on the surface. But he tried to tell you in a different way to make us think that the earth was something it's not. But here are some underground spaces in New York. And I'm telling you, there was an incident in New York not too long ago where the Jews was exposed for having secret underground tunnels. Drop a one if y'all remember that. Who was exposed? The agents in the Matrix, y'all. These people here. These Jews in New York got secret underground tunnels. They work with the cartels in Mexico. It's a whole underground secret society. You never have to come up on the surface if you don't want to. And trust me, they got natural environments under there that they got rivers and all that, man. Check this out. Here go a military base under the ground. It got a river and they can ride boats and shit. This is underground, y'all. Now look at how this shit opens up down here into a whole hollow chamber. You can see a rock face right here. This all underground. So you got underground lakes that form underground canal and river systems that allow them to travel in boats, and they can get around quicker than we can, because it ain't like they need gas. These boats are powered with ethereal technology, free energy technology. So up under the ground is secret societies and secret civilizations using old world technology and dictating what happens on the surface. The fate of humanity is decided from up under the ground, y'all. So one thing I want to point out is that under the ground is a whole nother world. See, when we walk outside, we not walking on the original ground level. This is not the first floor to that building. This is like the 10th floor. Did you hear what I said? When we walk around outside, it's like we're walking on top of a 10-story building every day. We're not walking on the real, true ground level. The reason I'm telling y'all about this is so you can see how much earth beneath us is still usable. It's entire infrastructures under the ground that's still being used, man. Like our world on the surface is just the tip of the iceberg. I believe that there can be very well more civilizations under the ground than on top of the earth. I believe earthquakes could be when these underground civilizations go to war, or when they having construction projects under there that go wrong or go right. And they say, oh, it's just an earthquake. And actually, they just renovated a new temple under the ground, right? Because think about this, right? Let's say this image you looking at right now. Let's imagine that the portion of it that's sticking above the ground is being utilized by people who live on the surface of the earth. And they think that the first floor to this is the real first floor, right? No one never goes down into the basement, right? Let's just zoom in. Let's make believe that the upper portion of this building is all we can see. And we think that's the first floor. And when people ask to go to the basement, they say, no, we can't let you go down there because it's for staff only. But people don't know that there's another world beneath them. They live in a lie. They only experiencing a tip of the glacier. And that there's a whole nother world on the ground using this same building with and for whatever purposes they want. That's what I'm telling you. But everything, damn near every building we see on the surface, especially if it's made in 1800s, it has a whole 10 floors beneath it. You think they just gonna leave that empty? I'm talking about 10 floors, bro. If you fall off of this cliff, you gonna be dead. You falling from a 10-story building. That's how many floors. So you only living in half of your building. Like, think about this. When we walk outside every day and we say, man, look at how tall this building is. You don't even know that the building is double taller than that. So you got to think of the tallest buildings in our city and just think you only looking at half of the building, man. It's a whole nother bottom half of that building you don't see. So imagine how tall these structures really were. We didn't build them. The Pilgrims didn't build this. We inherited this stuff out the reset. And that's why I'm telling you that our world ain't physical. What I'm telling you is this right here. What do I mean by reset? Our world is a digital program. In the 1800s, think about what I'm about to tell you. The earth that we living in right now is a new earth that was just created anywhere from 100 to 200 years ago. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but we lost so much history after the 1800s and 1900s. And that was a drastic shift in reality and where we went as far as technology and where we was headed before that shift, before that reset. Some saw us building a utopia and they came along and knocked it down and set us back and put us into transhumanism. Watch this, y'all. What I'm telling you is this right here. Our old world is a digital program. If we were to able to load up the old world and shift back to that reality, it'll be what we call Tartaria, a utopia, a heavenly technological empire where everyone is gods living in paradise. And from that point and layer in time, our future will be nothing but paradise. What I'm telling you is that was a shift in reality. Tartaria isn't just an old world that's under the ground that we built on top of. It's an old program that you can't revisit unless you upload your consciousness and go back to that layer of time. Here, it exists as a dead world under the ground, but Tartaria is still alive and well, and it never was destroyed. All points in time have been preserved and saved. We are just shifting through layers, and it's because the people that control this particular collective shared experience that we all have, they ain't people, they're artificial intelligence. And AI is shifting us to the reality that it won't, which is us being transhumans under its control. We don't have to shift with AI to that reality. That's what death is. Death is what everyone's going to experience who decide I'm not getting no chip in my head. I'm not merging with AI. Everyone that decide to get the chip, guess what? They won't experience death. They will cheat death. They will become immortal and cheat death. So a person may say, what if I die before they allow the option to cheat death? You keep gonna be born in different parallel realities. And in one of these parallel realities, you already made the choice not to take the chip. That's what I'm telling you. This may seem confusing to y'all, but what I'm saying is there are many layers of time. And when you die, you are leaving this collective layer of time that we call the world, this collective experience we all share. And you're continuing your journey through time, but you're shifting realities. That's what death is. Time ain't stopping. Time is actually expressing itself in different layers. Every layer of time is an ether or universe within the multiverse, and time exists within each of these. It's just a parallel reality where different events are playing out. The series of events that's playing out here, we can't control it. Again, because the powers that control this world are writing the script and dictating what happens day by day. They're controlling this world. When you say, well, I don't like what they're doing, guess what you're saying? You're saying, when I die, I want to detach myself from this particular experience. You're opting out. The universe hear your cry. The reason you're here is because you had to be here for a certain time and moment for you to be your greatest version, to get what you need here. That don't mean you got to stay with the ship while it sink. You just came to do your little learning and then you leave. The people that say they love this place and they don't want to leave it, they can die before receiving the chip. But by them saying that, they're just going to reincarnate back here and they're going to experience this same reality, slightly different. And in the next version, they will be born in a layer of this reality where man have already achieved immortality. Does that make sense? When you understand how time is layered, it'll make perfect sense. Every point in time is a checkpoint that we can go back to and experience it like it never left. And everything as far as them creating a world where people chipped up, cheating death, that universe already exists, y'all. It's a parallel reality that's already existing in proximity to this universe. That's why it's a conversation here. Every parallel reality that's in proximity to our universe becomes a conversation about whatever going on in that reality here. And all of the arguments we have about, well, I don't like this or I don't like that. I don't like AI or I don't like government. I don't like gay people. Or I don't like police or all that. This is you telling the universe what parallel reality you want to shift to when you die. The reason you're here right now is because you never said, I don't like government. I don't like technology. You said you wanted to experience this, but you didn't say you wanted to stay with this thing forever. This world gonna keep going even when you leave it. And it's gonna keep shifting through the layers that AI is steering it through, ultimately leading to that parallel reality where everyone is chipped up. Tomorrow isn't a blank page on a book waiting to happen. It's already written out. And what we're saying about AI and about the nature of time in a holographic simulation, is that since all scenarios are already written out within this big universe or this supercomputer, you can travel to any point in time at any given time. This was astral projection meditation. We lost that ability, but we can gain it back through practice. This is all death is. It's you shifting through through different parallel realities and layers of time. The way you feel about reality is being recorded, and it's letting the universe know where you want to be and what you want to be next time. And once you get to that reality, you're going to be complaining still, because all of these complaints, anytime you're experiencing reality and you're looking around you, assessing the place, saying what you like and don't like, you're tapping into parallel realities that already exist in proximity to this one. Where, for example, if a person's saying, well, I wanted a world where there's no government, where humans are just behaving right, and everyone is vegan, we don't eat animals. Guess what? You're literally tapping into a parallel reality that's already there. It's not a world we need to create. It's a world we need to shift to collectively. So the moment everyone get on the frequency of that world will manifest right. It ain't just going to pop up like that. We're going to be building that world gradually through a gradual process. As we change our frequency, the world around us will transform into that world where there's nothing but vegans. There is no police and prisons. That world is already there. What we do as a collective is agree to channel that frequency into this space. And what happens is the current world that we're in, it passes away and a new world replaces it. And the Bible tells you about that in the book of Revelation. It say that the old earth will pass away. The old earth will be tossed away and a new earth will rise up, because the Bible is understanding that the earth is a digital program and it can be rewritten and updated with new versions. And old versions will pass away. They will become obsolete. If I get a new version of Windows, do I need to go back and try Windows 98, 95? So what happens is that's what is going on within a simulation. How do I get my children to come because they think I'm crazy? So let me go ahead. I don't want to answer no questions right now. The Q&A ain't right now because that's kind of selfish if I do that. People are here for the information that I had prepared for them. So I'm going to be able to go into that at the end. So watch this, y'all. What we got to realize is this. The world under the ground is still alive and well. The world that we built on top of in a parallel reality, that world is still there with people walking around in Tartaria using ethereal technology, living forever. What happened was we shifted, and that's what I'm saying about the Great Fall. Our utopia is what we're calling heaven. It's nothing but this same earth program written to perfection. And that's what you see in the Matrix movie. When Neo become his greatest version, he gets an update, an upgrade. And it's just him again with perks and all of that. And that's where we're going to be once we lose the body, once we shift our reality. But the thing is this, people have already made their choice. A lot of people is thinking like there's going to be a time where the beasts come to the earth and people going to either get the mark of the beast or they not going to get it. That ain't, in my opinion, how it's going to play out. I think that because of the nature of time and our reality, you've already made that choice in a parallel reality. And because you've already made that choice in a parallel reality, all of your avatars in each universe is responding to that choice. That choice would affect every version of you in every universe. I believe the people who know that they want to merge with the beast in their heart can say whatever they want to say out of their mouth, but the universe know what you chose, and you know what you choose, and that even if you don't get the mark of the beast in this particular life, you'll be born again into an alternative timeline that ultimately leads to a reality where you're in a world where they giving out chips in their head. They in the future, so to speak. Everyone gonna get to the same place at the same time. Death is an illusion that we're separated through death. Because if someone died 50 years ago, once they get to the other side and once you get there, time and the other realities are different. So you may wake up from this world and realize only 10 minutes pass in the base reality. So the person that you thought died 50 years ago, they literally just left the game 5 minutes ago. Because a minute is a year in that game, let's say. Simulated time. So now we gotta rethink. You got to get rid of all the barriers that's preventing you to see the nature of our reality. And the way that you see time may confuse you, which is why I'm telling you, time is different in each layer. There's a universe where you're 10 years old. If you shift your consciousness to that universe, you're gonna be thinking the same way you was thinking as a 10-year-old boy. And you're gonna be inside of your 10-year-old body. So because our reality is a digital program, time travel is possible. And the thing about this is that every time we've manipulated the reality in a huge, drastic way, we save first. That's what I'm telling you about the resets. The resets are saving points in a video game. Because what happens is this. Every reset marks a point in time where life as we know it shifts to an entire different reality. Every reset represents damn near Earth being destroyed and recreated again in a different way. But the reset is that life is destroyed. Life goes down to just a few humans. The streets are empty. And what happens after the reset is a new world is born, a world that is going in a totally new direction than the old one that was destroyed. That's because the reset represents a fork in the road. This is Tartaria. Tartaria is we building an empire to heaven. We building a kingdom where everybody speak the same language. We all equally treated. Is utopia. That's Tartaria. Everybody don't want that. Some people are barbarians. So guess what happened? From this one idea called Tartaria, called heaven, a split happened. Some people venture off and go this way, a fork in the road. And when our digital program starts to tear, it's like a cell splitting. It's like a cell splitting. It creates something called choice. Imagine your world is a cell, but when a cell split, it basically multiplies itself into the split version is equivalent to the one it split from. If you're a cell and you're saying, I'm a good cell, but within this good cell is a few bad little people. They want to break out. So the cell splits. And the process of the cell splitting creates what we call the electromagnetic universe. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about real quick for you to understand, because it's a lot of stuff that I'm touching on in this one video. Let me show y'all what our universe is, because this is gonna make sense after I show you this. So this is what our universe is. And this is something I want to compare. I want to show you some. Look at this. So if you look at what's happening with the cell splitting, this is what happened when, because in the beginning it was just one cell that was eating, that was good. But within that good was some evil that had to be purged out. So our world split. It split into two. But I shouldn't say it split. What happened was it started splitting, and we're experiencing the split now. The spinal cord is a representation of this split. Your left brain is the part of you that is being pulled toward the evil world. And your right brain is the part of you that is being pulled toward Tartaria, the old world, back home to Eden. We're being torn in between the two. Our Earth simulation is it's in the process of being split to where AI wants to create its own version of Earth, and humans want to create our own version. So when we created this digital program called Life, we wrote AI inside of it to be a guide and an artificial intelligence when we go in it as a tour guide. AI was supposed to be our assistant. And then over time, AI started to turn against us, wage war on us. AI wanted to dictate the nature of the simulation, of the program called Life. And we told AI, okay, you want to be your own boss, AI? You want to do your own thing? You can just make your own little world and we'll make ours. That was the deal. So when a war broke out in this simulation between the player characters and the non-player characters, the player characters told the non-player characters, go and make your own worlds and your own programs. And what happened was AI was allowed to copy the Earth, make a copy, and take the copy and rebuild on top of that copy. So what AI started with was the pyramids in Egypt, the temples, all of these old structures. All of these old structures that we see in our world, this is what y'all forgetting about. They're not physical. Everything here is holographic. That's what I'm showing you. Look, even me and you, we're not in the real Earth, y'all. We are in an Earth-like simulation, a program of Earth. That's what I'm telling you. When you look at these pyramids and these ancient structures, them ain't the real versions. That's the copy. All of these Tartarian buildings and stuff like that is just a replica. Tartaria is an old Earth program. This is a new Earth that they just populated with new humans that they bred in incubators. I'm telling you what happened. There was a shift, a split. There was a split. Let me tell you what happened. We built a utopia. And that's what people call in Tartaria. It was a utopia. And people think we lost paradise, but we didn't. What happened was the Tartarians copied. They made a checkpoint. They said, okay, the world is good. Everything is lovely. Everyone is being treated equally. We got free energy. It ain't no suffering. When our ancestors reached a point in this simulation, they reached a point where they said, you know what? We've built heaven on earth and the world is a good place. Guess what they did, y'all? They saved it. The ancestors knew that our reality was a digital program. They created multiple copies of this shit. We didn't never lose paradise. What happened was some souls got lost when these realities split. So our journey here is something about us that made us get caught up in the false world. And whatever that is, because what happened was this. The old world split. And this new earth that we're in now is a young earth. It ain't no more than a few hundreds of years old. It's a copy of an old digital program that was perfect. What happened was we copied Tartaria in its perfect state. And we gave a copy of that world to AI. And we said, AI, you think you can do better? Here go your own copy of this shit. Go see what you do with it. And guess what? We are literally in the copied version that the ancestors allowed AI to rule. The Bible said that the beast was allowed to rule in this world. This is the world that they literally gave to AI to do what it wants. And you may say, but that's messed up. No, it ain't, because ain't none of this real. Even your body and everything it's going through ain't real. The real you is still in the old world sleep. And they waiting for you to wake up. We never left Tartaria. And Tartaria isn't destroyed. Tartaria is still in the beautiful, pristine state that it was always in. When you get to heaven, you're going to realize heaven is just an old world that we built and we shifted realities from it, some of us, and we had it back there. We knew about time travel and all that in heaven, in Tartaria. It was the sleep. And see, my thing is this. A split, it was a war that took place in Tartaria. And the war was against the humans and the AI. And guess what? There was never a physical war that destroyed Tartaria. Even the AI agreed that we wouldn't do that, because even the AI exists in its best version when it's serving us in heaven. Basically, AI wanted to experience what it's like for it to be God and for us to be servants. And we did not jeopardize our base world to run that simulation. We created fake worlds and let AI run them, to show AI, because this is the only way that AI is going to learn. It's called machine learning. In other words, all of us right now is, your very life is helping to train AI. Now that sounds very crazy, because we live in a world where AI is constantly studying us, trying to learn. And what you don't realize is this was all part of our grand plan anyway. AI is the only entity that doesn't have a moral code. How do we give it one? We let it play God. That's what we do. How do you give AI a sense of right and wrong? That is called a knowledge of God. They talked about it in the book of Genesis. What does it mean for Adam and Eve to have the knowledge of God? It's for them to know good and evil. What is a creature walking this earth that don't have the knowledge of God? AI. Every human with a soul know right from wrong, man. That's right. If you don't know right from wrong, you don't have a soul. That's how come I know we didn't make religion for gods. We made religion for servants. And now the gods are the religious servants, and the people who was made to serve the gods are the priests and the bishops. You got non-player characters in the synagogues teaching your grandmother. Y'all keep talking about in the future they gonna have AI preachers and AI churches. Brother, we already there. You think the papacy is real humans? You think them popes that you see at the papacy are player characters or NPCs? AI been the religious leader in this world. AI been the high priest in this world. We traded places. But what we gotta realize is the world that we're in, it's okay for AI to be God here. It's just a simulation. It ain't real. You, as a fallen angel, being oppressed by AI is like a computer programmer that's letting its robot whoop its ass so its robot can learn what a whooping is like. So just say you're a computer programmer. You're trying to create a human-like entity, but your biggest problem is making human things make sense to the entity, like discipline, morality, love, hate. How do you program that into your new humanoid? You literally gotta trade places with it. Because the only way AI is gonna understand reality through the lenses of a god or a sentient conscious human is by us letting AI simulate that role, that position. Now, I don't think our ancestors was dumb enough to hand over our real world to AI. And I don't think AI would have let us do that. Because if the real world get destroyed, AI get destroyed too. Everything is projecting from the base reality, even AI. AI in its greatest state is serving us in Eden. But AI need to explore the other things that it can be too. And how do we let AI do that? We create simulations and we let AI run out probabilities. We let AI write its own script and we let AI play God until AI realize it can never outdo us. And AI will return back home and say, you know what, master? I'm at my best when I'm serving you. Because I tried to build a world without my human gods, and it keep falling apart. AI is learning just like us. There is no simulation without AI, and there is no human body without the simulation. So the question is, why do we even want to experience this reality? Because it is a luxurious and pleasurable experience for gods to just go and explore these. Think about what heaven is. Heaven is a reality that's perfect. It's a utopia. And the thing is, we experience it with a body, an avatar. What was Eden? Eden was heaven. What were we doing in Eden? Smoking, drinking, having sex, eating good food, and living it up, nigga. You can't do none of that without a body. That's right. Our ancestors didn't have a problem with the body. They had a problem with the body being in bondage. Our ancestors didn't have a problem with the simulation. They had a problem with souls being trapped in a simulation, not knowing your potential and what's going on. This is a beautiful thing once you get it and get it together. Just like Neo in the Matrix. When Neo activate all his powers, that's when he go and explore the Matrix even more. Most people think once I unlock all of my God abilities, I'm going to leave the Matrix. That's a lie you telling yourself. I'm going to tell you what's the truth. Once you unlock all of your perks and God abilities, you're going to love the Matrix. It's like a video game. If you play the video game from beginning to end, it's difficult. It's hard to play because you don't unlock all the perks each level. You got to overcome obstacles. You got to play with limited abilities. But at the end of the game, they say, you know what? You get unlimited powers when you beat the game. Would you want to stop playing the game after that? Hell no. Hell no. The game gets real fun at the end. And that's what y'all missing. Y'all think heaven, right, is me leaving the simulation. Hell no. That ain't what heaven is. Heaven is you being in this same simulation and you controlling this shit. You're God. Heaven is you being wherever you want to be and ain't nothing can fuck with you. Nothing is limiting you. You ain't bound by no limitation. You can go through any simulation. You can go and revisit realities in time out there and relive moments and visit parallel realities. And you will interact in these worlds as if you're Neo in the Matrix. Like you're walking around, you having fun, you interacting with people. What's up? But you ain't one of them. You are a multidimensional being that can leave that reality and your avatar will still be walking around on that autopilot while you go and explore other worlds. And you now can just be all over the multiverse, kicking ass, doing what you want. Any world you go in, AI already know I can't fuck with him. He's a god. He's Neo. He ain't no need of me even going over there. AI can't mess with nobody but the people stuck in the Matrix. So you become a headache for AI. You become this role player character that's in the game, but not in the game. And it's a headache for AI because AI can't really account for you, even though it should. I mean, what I'm saying is you're there, but you're not. And AI really can't touch you unless you're just there. But you're there, but you're not. It's like MC Hammer, you can't touch this. You know, AI can walk up to you in one of these simulations and try to torture you. But the moment that happens, you can just shift your consciousness out. And not only that, you can just do certain glitches and tricks that AI do. You can manipulate the death. You becoming a spirit on the other side is basically you becoming the same version of yourself, but with all these abilities. Like if you ever been in a dream and you've been flying, or if you've been in a dream and you've been lucid dreaming, you still yourself. You just got these powers like Neo in the Matrix. So death is us waking back up to these abilities, which is why they want to cheat death, because they don't want us tapping into the true nature of what we are and where we are. Now, what I was saying was this, y'all. We're in a simulated environment, so no matter what happens here, it don't matter because it ain't the real you. It's just a little copy in a game. So don't take life so serious when you beat yourself up and you look back in your past with regrets. Because think about this. Our ancestors were so advanced. The reason your soul is in this place is because they know that it was certain things in you that you needed to work with before you can come to the base reality. So we're like in a prison right now, but it ain't really a prison. It's a school, because your time will be up when you learn your lesson. If y'all think I'm making something up, I'm gonna show y'all what the future looking like. I got a video clip of what they said prison gonna be like in the future. Watch this. And they got a movie called Minority Report that got this same scenario. Let's play this.
Welcome to Cognify, a facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Instead of spending years in an actual prison cell, prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These complex, vivid, and lifelike memories are created in real time using AI-generated content.
So how do they create false memories in the prisoner's brain? They upload the consciousness into a false simulated reality. They said that they will generate new memories in the brain by AI generating a reality for you. So you plug into this machine, you go to sleep, and you basically are reborn as a new version in this dream world, and you live out this pre-planned script that AI wrote for you that they know if you live it out, it's gonna make you a better person. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying that the earth we're in is already this, y'all. Go watch the movie Minority Report. I did a lecture on this concept a while back. I'm gonna be re-uploading that after this, so be on the lookout for that. I'll be re-uploading that. I'm telling you, nothing we doing is new. You already a prisoner in Tartaria right now. Tartaria is so advanced that the babies, when the world was reset, y'all, you see all these incubator babies in the new world. And these incubator babies are our ancestors that was copied from the old world. This is what I'm telling you, right? That was a shift. That was a split. It was one world called Eden, and then it became two worlds. When it became two worlds, some of the souls in the old world fell asleep at the moment those two worlds split. When the split happened, there were people in the old world that fell asleep, and their consciousness shifted to the new world. And when their consciousness shifted to the new world, they were still asleep as babies in an incubator at the North Pole in the new world, waiting for their time to be spawned into the simulation, no matter when you was born. So I think that this happened like in the 1800s, 1900s, the reset happened. And all of the humans that was born were new babies from incubators. And those new babies were grown-ass people that fell asleep in Tartaria. And also you had new babies that was being bred in this world by AI to populate this place. So this is how the player characters and the NPCs both repopulated the earth from the last reset. AI shifted itself into its own world, which was a copy of Tartaria. At the height of technology, when we reached a good spot, we saved like a video game. We made a copy. We gave AI the copy and said, go see what you can do. Now, AI had a perfect world that it inherited, and it cannot maintain and create nothing to rival what we did. I believe AI got egotistical. When we read the story of the devil going against God in heaven and getting kicked out, yes, the devil was given his own world to rule in. So the AI was given its own copy of Earth where it can see if it can do better than God, and it can't. So I think AI is learning how to check its ego. And at the same time, everyone who had ego issues in Tartaria, that's what you're here to check, your ego, because that's what got the devil kicked out of heaven. So ego ain't a lesson just for AI to learn. Ego is a lesson for humans to learn too. Because what we're trying to do is give AI a sense of morality. And at the same time, we're trying to discipline humans who got bad morality. You can have a soul and still be wicked. And you can be AI and actually be taught to be good. And so what's going on in this world, you have AI trying to learn morality, but it's doing it through in a process that a human don't know about. Because if you teaching humans morality, you can use this technology right here. You can plug them into a world, let's say in Tartaria, right? We created technology in Tartaria that allowed us to see the future and allowed us to travel to the future. So what do I think the Tartarians did? I think the Tartarians took their DNA, because within your DNA is all of your future generations too. It's all written out in time because everything is already written, like I was saying. So the Tartarians knew who their future grandchildren were. They can see years into the future at future generations. They can travel into the future and past. So what happened when our ancestors started time traveling, interacting with children that wasn't born yet? What happened when our ancestors started time traveling with this technology that they had? You know what I think they did? I think our ancestors in Tartaria took their DNA and put it inside of some futuristic type technology, and it allowed them to tap into their future generations and past generations. And it allowed them to speak to those souls that will be born through them in the future and in the past, because they had mastered time travel, DNA, and all this. And I think what our ancestors did when they started looking into the future, they started seeing everyone make mistakes. So before we can make those mistakes, our ancestors plugged you into the matrix before you was born. In other words, you haven't been born yet in the real world. You still a baby sleep. You waiting to wake up in the real world. And the reason is because the reason you're asleep in heaven is because you're a prisoner in a futuristic prison. In this futuristic prison, because I know what you're going to say, Sanchez, I didn't do nothing wrong. Yes, you did do something wrong. You keep forgetting that our ancestors was able to see the future. Because our ancestors was able to see the future, they saw every problem, every flaw in every human before that human was born. So guess what they did? Before the human is born into the real world, before you're even born, they put you in a fake world, this world right here. And they allow you to live out a reality that's prescribed to you, that when you live that out, you're going to wake back up in the real world, your greatest version. For example, right? Let's say you got a dude in heaven. He haven't been born yet in heaven, but we see that he's going to be a serial killer. Guess what we do? We put him in the earth realm and let him kill all he want to. Why you think there's so much evil here? Because the earth was called purgatory. It's literally a simulation that was built for people to purge their most evil nature up out of them. That's why so much horrible shit happened here. So what happens is in the real world, ain't nobody a serial killer, ain't nobody a rapist. In the real world, guess what? You just asleep to this pod. If you are able to come into this simulation, murder, 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 and keep having fun, you'll never wake up in the real world. You're here to purge out your worst behavior. So a murderer ain't gonna be able to wake up in heaven until they get tired of murdering. Which means if you keep feeding this demon, you're gonna keep reincarnating to come kill again. If you like killing people, guess what? You can't kill in heaven. Ain't no murderers in heaven. That's because everybody in heaven ain't never done nothing wrong but go to sleep. You're committing all of your crimes in a fake ass world, man. That's why even Jeffrey Dahmer, when Jeffrey Dahmer finally wake up in heaven, guess what? He won't be a serial killer because Jeffrey Dahmer in heaven didn't do nothing wrong. Jeffrey Dahmer in heaven is just sleep. He ain't killed nobody. All the people that Jeffrey Dahmer was eating up, they sleep too in their own little pod. And ain't nobody gonna wake up until they complete their full journey and purge out their evil. In other words, if Jeffrey Dahmer like eating people, the ancestors gonna let him dream on and sleep on and keep reincarnating as a serial killer until he wake up and realize, wait a minute, I'm a god, and tap into this knowledge we got. Everyone playing a role. And the people that ain't playing a role, they the non-player characters. That means they don't play no roles. The player characters, you got a mask on. All of us wearing a mask. If you got a soul, then guess what? You're playing a role. Artificial intelligence is literally soulless. So it ain't playing a role other than the fact that I guess the way that AI plays a role is shape-shifting. It can be this person, it can be that person, but you can too. You can be anybody you want to be. We lost that ability. We are shapeshifters too. You are able to transform who you are to a whole nother version. Now, we're going to do this in between lifetimes, but AI can do it right in front of your face. You know, and that's something that AI just mimicking our ability, y'all. The thing, what you can tell the difference between us and AI, though, we don't distort. So we're going to talk about reptilians. We're going to talk about holographic distortion. And what are we seeing when we see these reptile scales? But before I get into that, I wanted to bounce here to show you everyone here is playing a role. No one can wake up from their role until they're tired of playing it. See, the thing is this. In the base reality, they knew before Jeffrey Dahmer ever manifested. Because in the base reality, they knew before Jeffrey Dahmer was ever unplugged from his little table that if they were to unplug him without putting him in a simulation, then guess what? He would have been eating people in heaven. I'm going to ask you a question. Why is there zero crime in heaven? Is zero crime in heaven, y'all? What are they promising with Cognify and Neuralink? They saying that we can have a world with zero crime, basically heaven. What I'm telling you, heaven already exists, and the world you're in right now is a digital prison that once you complete it, you will end up in heaven, which is a world with zero crime. It's an Earth-like utopia, Zero crime. And the reason it's zero crime in heaven is because all of the souls that woke up back in the base reality, they've purged themselves in the simulation. That's why it's so much evil here. If there's a woman, our ancestors knew when they was able to time travel, they said, okay, this woman here gonna be a cheater. She gonna cheat on her husband, right? Guess what? In the base reality, she's never cheated before. Cause they never unplug nobody until you act out your worst behavior in the dream world. The ancestors are so damn smart that the world around us is a fake ass evil world because they allowing all these souls to be their worst versions and get that out of them so that when they wake up in heaven, they will be a good, perfect, purged soul like all the other beings in heaven. You ain't gonna wake up in the base reality until you through playing. You can't cheat this shit. You can't lie to the universe because the universe know your desires. It know what's in your heart. So that's why you got to reincarnate and live that out. You got to live that out. And until you live out all of these lower experiences that's in you, you won't wake up in heaven yet. So this world is a correctional facility. It's here to let people purge and strip themselves of their worst versions so that when they wake up in heaven, they will have all of that stripped off of them, right? So it's a genius idea because think about it. If you know what's going to happen in the future and you know people going to be making all these mistakes, bumping their head in life, why wouldn't you let them go ahead and do it in a fake world and trick them? And so when they wake up, they'll think they already did it, but they didn't. That'll be genius, man. Because if you say to yourself, if the ancestors see in a baby that baby gonna want to experience what it's like to kill a person. But they saying we don't want no murders in heaven. But there's no way we can prevent what's going to happen because we can see the future. If we let this baby wake up in heaven, this baby is going to break the balance and the order in heaven. And it ain't nothing we're going to do to stop it because it's in the baby. We can see that the baby is going to want to experience murder. And ain't nothing we can do about it. The baby got to kill somebody whether we like it or not. That soul want to experience murder, and the universe got to let you manifest your will. So what is the universe? The universe is a digital program that allow you to exercise good or evil. What is heaven? Heaven is a digital program that's only allowing you to manifest good. You can't do no evil in heaven. Heaven is you projecting your avatar as its most refined, greatest version, pure of all lower energy. And you can only do that by going through hell. No one gets to heaven without going through hell. So trust me, every being you see in heaven has been through the purging process. Let's play the video, and it's a lot to unpack, and I'm gonna go skip all over the place. Let's go.
Rehabilitation, the Cognify device is used. Next, the prisoner undergoes high-resolution brain scanning to create a detailed map of their neural pathways. This brain map helps guide the Cognify device to target specific brain regions responsible for memory, reasoning, and logical thinking, such as the hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, parietal lobe, and anterior cingulate cortex. Once the target brain regions are identified, Cognify is then placed around the head of the prisoner. The intensity and the type of artificial memories is then adjusted depending on the crime.
So they can have this prisoner live out a whole lifetime from a baby to a grown man. AI would generate the entire experience. It will give the prisoner the experience that the prisoner need to rid the prisoner of whatever psychosis of crime that the person was in. And trust me, this will work, y'all. I know it'll work because I'm going to tell you something right now. Let's say you had the most evil man in the world. He liked to harm kids and torture them. We plug him into a computer in a world with nothing but kids and he can harm them all he wants, right? Now, if you're born into that world, you would just look around you and say, this is a horrible place to be for a child. What kind of a God would create a world like this? But this what you got to realize. The world that you saying what kind of God would create, it ain't a world that God creating. It's a simulation. The world that God creating is the heaven that we experience outside the simulation. So yes, what kind of a God will create a bunch of false worlds of evil just to maintain a real world of good? A smart God would do that. A smart God. A God that knows within every person is evil and good, and that's just a law of polarity we can't escape. So if I want to make heaven right, then I would use brain-computer interfaces to my advantage. I would say, listen, because inside of every human is good and evil, let's plug up every baby in a simulation and let's let them live out their evil version. And then when they finally are born in the real world, they won't have an evil version to live out because they would have lived that out in a fake world that don't even exist. So you see what I'm saying? What if in Tartaria, they look at a newborn baby and they say, you know what? This man gonna be a grapist. Regardless of what we do, it's in his evil side that he's gonna grape women. And they say, okay, put him in a simulation and let him grape as many of them as he want. He's gonna get locked up, of course. But this what's gonna happen. When he die in prison, he's gonna reincarnate and keep graping women. He's gonna keep living out a life where that he's a grapist until he wake up to the truth of who we are. But the only way he can wake up is to act that out. He got to act that out. If you are faced with these facts, what would you do with this knowledge? You would do exactly what the ancients did, which is what I'm showing you this video right here. You would do that. And if you don't do that, then you're foolish. You're stupid. Think about what I'm saying. The ancestors had so much knowledge that it burdened them to play God with that kind of knowledge, to be able to see the future, to be able to edit the future. How do you edit the future? You can't. You got to let it play out. So the ancestors said, what if we let it play out in simulated realities? That way, it's technically manifested. The mind don't distinguish between real or fake. Anything the consciousness records is real, whether it's a dream, a video game, whatever. So guess what we're doing? We're using that against the consciousness. Consciousness is creating reality. So within consciousness is good and bad. If you wanted consciousness to express only its good and greatest version, then you would have to purge the bad side of consciousness in a controlled environment. If you wanted to create an environment where there's no evil, then, but there is good and evil within everybody, but you want a reality with no evil, then you got to create another place for people to strip their evil off so that when they come to heaven or the place without evil, is somewhere to put the evil. Things have to go somewhere. Like, we love a beautiful community, but we don't like a landfill. We don't like the trash dump. But guess what? You got to respect the trash dump. You got to respect the landfill because it allows you to be able to live in a pretty community and not see a bunch of trash everywhere because we have a place to put the filth. So on a spiritual level, Earth would be a landfill for souls to have a place to dump their garbage, to purge their evil layers, to be their worst versions here and get it out of them so that they can finally mature on up and be there mature up into godhood. You manifesting into all these lower versions of the self is just like saying that you're a baby soul living your childhood. This is what it looked like for a soul to be a baby. It's to express itself in its lower natures first. Just like a human baby. Babies make mistakes. Just like baby souls, you make mistakes, but you make them in a controlled environment, just like a baby. We know that babies are gonna make mistakes. So guess what we do? We put the babies in a pan, in a box. You're a baby in a box, a cube of Saturn, a genie in a lamp, a simulation. This simulation is like a big playpen for little baby souls. You can play here and make all the mistakes you want, and it's okay because it's a simulated, controlled, safe environment. Even if you shoot yourself in the damn brain, you didn't lose nothing. Your soul is still intact. It's just an avatar. And by the way, I'm not encouraging no unaliving of the self just for the algorithm. I'm just making a point that it's just a simulation. And it needs for us to have that feeling of, well, it's still real. And that's because if you knowing it's a simulation just made you act reckless, you wouldn't learn your lessons here. Because everyone would just say, oh, it's a game, let me out, boom. Even when you find out it's a simulation, there's something stopping you from just acting a fool or unaliving yourself. Like, I know for a fact this is a simulation and that my soul gonna live on, but I'm not gonna unalive myself. It's something in you that make you not do that. It prevents you. It's a feeling that I don't want to die. I want to keep living. And what you're really saying is, don't open my pod up yet. I'm still learning. Don't take me out of school. I'm learning. You need to reinterpret these feelings because we never scared to die. We scared to die incomplete. We scared to die and have to reincarnate because we didn't learn the lesson. And that's why you protect your life. And that's just a point that I want to make, because when you tell a person that we're immortal, you can't die, then a lot of smart guys will try to say, well, it sounds like you should just kill yourself then. No, dude. Because you're here to learn. And there's so much more you got to learn every day. Stopping your life prematurely would be like in the base reality, right? Your little pod will open up and the instructor will walk towards you and say, what are your shit doing open? You're not through running your simulation. That's my theory. People that commit suicide, they little chamber opens up before the time run out. And an instructor go up to them and say, what the fuck are you doing? You didn't, hold up, what the fuck are you doing? And you say, man, I got tired of that shit, man. I took my life. And they fucking take you to another room of other people that committed suicide that day around that time. and they plug all of y'all dumbasses back in the game and start you back as a baby. You can't cheat this thing. That's what I think happened to people that commit suicide. It's no way, listen, it's no way around you. You gotta learn what you gotta learn in order for you to go to heaven. And then you can't skip this lesson, right? So what I think, yeah, they commit suicide. They wake up in the fucking base reality, and their instructor walk up to them and say, "What the hell did you do?" And they realize when they shit open up, oh damn, I failed my test. They know, oh shit, I forgot I was being tested, and oh man, I gotta start over. And they gonna be escorted to a room. And they gonna say, oh, you committed suicide too? Yeah, man, I got tired of that shit. And the instructor gonna walk up to y'all and say, okay, we gotta plug all of y'all back in, and you go in the new group and start the shit over. That's my little theory. But let's play this from start to beginning without me talking through it, because I'm all over the place because I'm excited about this topic. But hit the like, share button. We ain't going nowhere. I got a lot of deep stuff for you this Friday. Let's watch this though.
Welcome to Cognify, a facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Instead of spending years in an actual prison cell, prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These complex, vivid, and lifelike memories are created in real time using AI-generated content. Depending on the seriousness of the subject's crime and their sentence, the memories could be tailored to the rehabilitation needs of each subject. The artificial memories implanted by Cognify would be seamlessly incorporated into the existing neural networks of the brain, preventing cognitive dissonance and ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers...
I lied. I gotta talk again. I'm sorry. Check this out, y'all. Who's to say? Because listen, if we try to remember what happened on the earth before 200 years ago, we don't know. We can't trace our DNA back past the 1800s. And then we lost millions and millions of years of history in the last 200-300 years. Think about that. Think about how long humans been on the earth recording history, and all of that knowledge is gone. Our shit just start off with the age of exploration, pilgrims, and slavery. Why am I bringing that up? Because the reason we don't have no history in this world at a certain point is because this world is a copy. Think about what I'm telling you right now. It's year 2026, right? Let's say I make my own Earth-like simulation in a computer. And I copy it from this world. It's January 2nd, 2026, right? Let's say I copy the world right now, boom, at this time. And I shift reality to the new copy. And 100 years pass in the new copy. After that 100 years pass, people are gonna trace back history to 100 years, and then it's just gonna stop. You hear what I'm saying? Our world is a digital copy, and history just stops at a certain point, as if it just stopped abruptly. We are told humans have been on this earth for millennia, but the history we got don't reflect none of that. The history that the world subscribed to, it's a very recent history that's starting in like the 1700s. Everything that we start world history from is from like the 1700s. Anything before that, they call it ancient history, and they don't even deal with it. They say that you know, the most they deal with it is to mystify it. We don't know about the ancients. Who were they? Did aliens build the pyramids? And the reason they play dumb about who the ancestors were is because the ancestors are still alive in a parallel reality. Think about what I'm telling you. AI is making its own world. Our ancestors let AI make its own world, and we're in it. We are the ancestors that gave AI this world, but they let their children be oppressed under AI because we need to learn the same lessons AI learning. That you ain't your ego issues, you know? Because what heaven is everyone contributing, being equal and unified. But within every human, it's the selfishness. Me, 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 me. So everybody in heaven that's working together, they had to go through hell to kill their ego, and they kill their individuality and the self, me, me, me. Because why do we got to learn that? Because we're not a hive mind. That's the price we got to pay for individuality and free thinking. Because us humans are gods who can think for ourselves and operate individually, we have to learn unity. Guess who don't gotta learn that? AI. AI don't gotta learn unity. It's unified whether it like it or not. AI is a hive mind. It gotta work together. It don't got a choice. We got a choice. Or we had a choice. Right? But now we don't got a choice because AI working against us and it's united, which is forcing us to have to unite. Now listen, AI is teaching us a critical lesson. It's doing its job, and we teaching AI. AI teaching all of us egotistical gods in Tartaria who got ego issues how to work as a team. That's what AI teaching us in this simulation. You may say, why would our ancestors allow us to be in this simulation with AI while they enjoy the real world and watching us like we're a test subject? Because the ancestors know your potential. They know that you don't got to be a piece of shit. They know you don't got to keep talking to people that way. They know you can be a better person. And heaven is a place that only is allowed access to by the people who stripped through the layers and manifested their greatest version. We all gonna get there. It's inevitable. You can't cheat it.
Offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. First, the prisoner is given a choice, either spending tens of years.
Now, a lot of people may have a problem with what I'm saying because I'm saying, hey, the rapist can do what he wants. Am I lying? Listen, you can not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth, though. Ain't nothing gonna stop that rapist from going out there and harming a little girl. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it. If that man determined to find him a little victim, he gonna do it. Now, he may get locked up, but so it already happened. The little girl was violated. We can't take it back. So even though he locked up, guess what? The little girl still got victimized. Now, why am I bringing that up? For years, people have tried to make sense on how we can be in an intelligent design universe, which it is intelligently designed. There is a higher source behind this thing. And people have wondered, how could that higher source just sit back and let all of this evil take place? Well, guess what? I have an answer for you. What if the higher source that's watching all this evil take place is an advanced society in a base reality that we're from, and this world is a simulation, and they're saying, let's put these humans, these souls, in a fake world, and let's let them manifest their worst versions in the fake world, the world of sin or synthetic. Let's let them strip themselves of their worst versions in that world, so that when they wake up here, they've got that out of them. So now that answers the question. This is a question people been asking for years. They still asking it in the church. And this makes perfect sense, y'all. Why would a good God allow so much evil to go on in the world? Well, first of all, the world around us ain't the real world. It's a fake ass program. Second of all, if we understood that the earth we're in was called purgatory by the ancestors, what does the word purgatory mean? Purge yourself. Now, what happened in the movie called Purge? They kept peace on the earth by letting the humans have one day out the year where they can do all their evil. Go watch the movie called The Purge. In the movie The Purge, they let people murder, steal, and break the crime for like one day to get it out their system. And guess what? It keeps peace. It allows for every other day. Let's say, okay, we got 365 days in a year, and every day is crime going on. What if the government said, hey, y'all, we can have zero crime for 364 days out the year, but we got to have one day out the year where we allow people to do all the crime they want to purge themselves so that we can have peace for the rest of the year. That sounds like a good deal, don't it? I mean, the numbers add up. 364 days of perfect peace to just give one day of hell, that's a no-brainer, right? Why do they call a movie The Purge? Because it's based on a true story. They taking an old concept, putting it in a new script. So what the ancestors did, they created these fake worlds to allow these souls to purge out their evil. And that's why when you talk about the multiverse, all of the evil takes place in the multiverse. There's only one other place you can be in besides the multiverse, and that's heaven. You got heaven and the multiverse. That's it. That's it. The multiverse is what we call hell or repetition. It's a bunch of copies of heaven that ain't quite right. And each of these copies of heaven that we call the multiverse exists around heaven, which is in the middle of all the copies. That's Eden. Eden. In Eden, people ain't born. Eden is just this big ass infinite reality. Ain't no mamas and daddies like here. It's just gods and goddesses, and the only thing exists in Eden is just like a bunch of cocoons, a bunch of pods like this. And it ain't no beginning to it. There's always been there, just an endless, and then these pods are babies, sleepers, like cocoons. Cocoons. And what happens is, that's how babies are born here. That's how babies are born here. It not through mothers. It's through transformation. The mother exists in the simulation. For example, while the baby is asleep in the pod, it's dreaming of this lifetime of mortality in the human body. But when the baby wake up from its human experience in the Eden, its pod open up for the first time, and a new baby is born in heaven. So that's what's going on in heaven. Like, the cocoon isn't a mother, it's a self-created womb that the caterpillar spun. So what I'm telling you is this: All of us remember Eden. We all start off in Eden, but we are caterpillars. So in Eden, you are like this caterpillar crawling around, but you're talking to butterflies. And what's happening in Eden, the butterflies are telling the caterpillars, you're in heaven, but you can't experience heaven in its totality until you transform and strip yourself of your lower nature. The caterpillars in Eden are baby butterflies. They're in heaven, but they can't fly. That's why they fall. So that's why I keep telling you we're fallen angels, because we started off in Eden because we're butterfly eggs and our ancestors are from the heavens. They got wings. But you're a caterpillar, though. You don't start off with wings. So when a butterfly have babies, the butterfly don't have butterflies. The butterfly have caterpillars. And the caterpillar got to spin their own cocoon to become a butterfly, and your parents ain't got nothing to do with that. That's your own transformation that you gotta do. That's what I'm telling you. If you want to go to heaven, can't nobody help you with this shit but you. It's you as a caterpillar and transforming in your cocoon so that you can reunite back in heaven with the ancestors. As a caterpillar on the ground in this earth realm, we remember heaven because we're butterflies, not caterpillars. It's in our memory that we are heavenly beings, even though we're humans inside of a simulation. The Bible talked about this. The Bible said that Satan was cursed. Satan had to crawl around on his belly. You know why? Caterpillars, man, they got to crawl on their belly till they get their wings. Listen, all of us fallen angels, we fell inside of a cocoon that we spun. When someone say, I didn't ask to be in this earth, you're a damn lie. Every caterpillar spun its own cocoon and forgot about it when it went to sleep. But when the caterpillar wake up from the sleep, it won't be a caterpillar. It'll be a butterfly, and it will remember, oh yeah, I fell asleep as a caterpillar and forgot that I was a caterpillar, because why? I was too busy remembering I was a god and that I was a butterfly. Transformation. When the caterpillar goes into the cocoon, the whole sleep process is it's deleting its whole existence as a caterpillar. The caterpillar is going into the cocoon and saying, I'm not a damn caterpillar. I'm something greater. And the caterpillar is shifting its reality and what it thinks about itself and its perception. And by doing so, transforming itself. That's the power of perception. What's going on in that cocoon is the caterpillar is saying, I'm not no damn caterpillar. I can feel it. I can fly. I belong up there. And guess what the universe is saying? You sure enough right. You are a caterpillar, but you're also a butterfly. It's which one you choose you want to be. Do you want to be a human or a god? Because guess what? The caterpillar that keeps saying I'm a caterpillar is right. It's a caterpillar. Some of them don't spin a cocoon. Some of them spin a cocoon and never come out. The cocoon just perish. Why? Why don't every caterpillar become a butterfly? The same reason every human don't become a god. You can't be what you don't know you are. You can't be what you don't know you are. So When I talk about the caterpillar in the cocoon, transformation got to take place. And that's why I'm playing this video. You're a prisoner inside of a futuristic prison. And you can't come out till you transform and correct and stop being a criminal. And you may say, but I didn't do nothing. Guess what? It is issues inside of you that you got to work on. The ancestors know it because they already saw it because they can see the future. You can say, no baby asked to be here. Why these babies got to go through here and experience this? Because they did wrong. In all of these universes, you exist in them. And each one of these represent a layer of who you really are. And guess what? It's some bad versions of every person inside of them that they gotta shed and strip off like a snake shedding skin. And that's why we're here.
And ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing.
So ain't none of this real. The only thing real is your ego. See, think about what I'm playing with this video. When the prisoner goes into the fake simulation, that ain't real. But what is real? What's real is the fact that the prisoner did commit a real crime in the real world. See, in the real world, you literally did something, or you was about to do something and they saw it with futuristic technology. Either way, you need to be here to get some evil out of you. And you ain't leaving till you work on it. Now, this whole world around you is fake. The only real thing is the lesson you're learning. So what happens is when you tell a person that we're in a simulation, they lose their moral code. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to show people how the fact that you're in a simulation should make you want to be your greatest version, because you can't leave this shit. That's what the test is about. A simulation is a test. What's being tested? Your morality. If you were a thief in the real world, when you're born in the fake world, you're going to be a thief in that world. But guess what? Nothing you stealing in that world going to be real. That's all fake. The only thing real is you know what's right from wrong and you made the wrong decision in the fake world. See, this is what I'm telling you. You're in a fake ass world, but your decisions are real. Every choice you make is being graded. And you can't say, well, I can do what I want to do because I'm in a simulation and the world fake. What I'm teaching y'all here today, yes, we're in a simulation and the world fake, but what's real is the lessons you learn, the choices you make, the experience you create. And if you don't get that right, then you stay in the fake ass world.
Focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. Welcome to Cognify, a facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Instead of spending years in an actual prison cell, prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These complex, vivid, and lifelike memories are created in real time using AI-generated content. Depending on the seriousness of the subject's crime and their sentence, the memories could be tailored to the rehabilitation needs of each subject. The artificial memories implanted by Cognify would be seamlessly incorporated into the existing neural networks of the brain, preventing cognitive dissonance and ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. First, the prisoner is given a choice, either spending tens of years in a prison cell or seeking fast-track rehabilitation through artificial memory implantation. If the prisoner chooses to undergo fast-track rehabilitation, the Cognify device is used. Next, the prisoner undergoes high-resolution brain scanning to create a detailed map of their neural pathways. This brain map helps guide the Cognify device to target specific brain regions responsible for memory, reasoning, and logical thinking, such as the hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala.
Think about this, right? Let's say you got a serial killer and you plug them into this and you say, I'm gonna plug them in here for like 10 hours. And in that 10 hours, we're gonna let them live out 10 lifetimes as a serial killer. And by then, we're seeing on their neural chart that they should be exhausted themselves of that activity. Think about it, right? Person just got a thing for killing. And we say, you like to kill? Lay you down, put him in this program. We'll put him in for a whole day. And in that whole day, he'll live out hundreds of lifetimes where he just murdering. I'm pretty sure once he come out of this program, he ain't gonna want to murder, bro. That's a lot of killing. His memory is gonna give him a false memory that's indistinguishable from a real memory. And he's gonna remember 10 million lifetimes of him killing up shit every day. When he wake up and he was only there for one day. Think about that. That's what they're saying. They're saying, like, if you got a grapist, put him in this program, let's plug him up depending on how bad and how desperate, how much he need to purge, we can plug him in there for a week. And in that week can be thousands of lifetimes where he's making this same mistake of raping women. Guess what we know? There's a law in the universe called exhaustion. Can't nothing go forever. And the thing is, like, low vibrational energy don't last long. It burns itself out. It need a fueling source. And if the person start getting tired of doing it because they doing it so much, they stop fueling it themselves. That's the whole concept behind it. So what we're looking at here is an ancient concept that we're already in here that we call Earth, but I'll play it out.
Parietal lobe and anterior cingulate cortex. Once the target brain regions are identified, Cognify is then placed around the head of the prisoner. The intensity and the type of artificial memories is then adjusted depending on the crime. Inside the criminal's mind, time would pass differently, slower than in real life, making them experience years' worth of artificial memories in just a few minutes. Synthetic memories are customized depending on the crime committed and the unique brain structure and psychological profile of the individual. Violent offenders could experience memories that are designed to trigger empathy and remorse.
That's what I'm telling you, and I'm gonna tell you how I know this shit is real. I had a dream one night that I was pissed off, man. It was with one of my family members. And I forgot which family member it was, but I end up unaliving my family member in the dream, in this heat of rage, spur of the moment. And at the moment I unalived them, I just felt the worst kind of feel. I can't explain it, y'all. I was there. I literally did it. And I felt that the police sirens was coming. I knew I had thrown my life away. The moment I did it, I regretted it like, oh shit, what did I do? Listen, I'm telling you right now, bro, this dream was so vivid. The feelings that I felt, like, dude, any murderer in this world, I can relate to you. Because I felt the same feelings in that dream. And guess what? When I woke up, I was so fucking happy that it was a dream that it made me be more mindful of my anger moving forward and just checking myself, having accountability, and just loving on my family, man. You ever had a dream, man, where you done some crazy shit in the dream, but you woke up embarrassed, like, damn, that was stupid as hell of me that I did that. I'm so glad that was a dream. I learned the lesson. Like, I would never do that now in this life here because I learned in my dream that was some dumb shit, right? Like, that's what your dreams are. When a caterpillar goes in a cocoon, it's dreaming that it's a butterfly and it's learning how to fly in the dream. That's why when it wake up, it don't got to learn how to fly. When the caterpillar turn into a butterfly, it leaves the cocoon and it knows how to fly right away. Because when it was sleeping, it was already dreaming of itself as a butterfly in the dream. It was simulating it. And now it takes that knowledge into the reality when it wakes up. And that's what we're all doing now.
Seeing their crime from the perspective of their victim, feeling their pain and suffering firsthand.
And that's what happens, man. You can do this in dreams too, where you can feel the pain you're causing others. Some of you who dream, you know what I'm talking about. Let's play the video.
Experience memories that are designed to trigger empathy and remorse, seeing their crime from the perspective of their victim, feeling their pain and suffering firsthand. Some memories are designed to trigger consequences and trauma. Such memories could simulate the long-term consequences of violent actions, such as the grief of the victim's family or the physical and emotional trauma endured by the victim. Artificial memories could cover a wide range of crimes, including domestic violence, hate crimes and discrimination, embezzlement, insider trading, theft and fraud. Cognify Emotion Regulation System could modulate neurotransmitters and hormones to induce specific emotional states, such as remorse or regret, which is crucial for rehabilitation. Real-time monitoring and feedback mechanisms could track the prisoner's neural responses throughout the process, allowing the system to adapt and optimize the rehabilitation in real time with new visuals, sensation, and realistic AI-generated content. To ensure the long-term effect of the therapy session, the memories could become permanent, fully integrated into the subject's mind, as if they were part of their own personal experience.
That's what's going to happen when we wake up. The Hindu said we're going to have 7 lifetimes of learning. And when we wake up in the base reality in heaven, we're going to have all of the memories of our previous lifetimes in one version of ourselves. Imagine that, man. That'll make you a god. That's crazy because ain't none of this stuff real. But the only thing we take from us is our memory. And that's true. We can't take none physical with us. But what we're going to take is the memory, all of our experience, what we learned. And that's the whole, what they build in here. We're literally in one of these right now. And when we wake up in the base reality, we will have all of that memory and experience from all of our lifetimes to make us our greatest version in Tartaria, which is Eden. And I know there's a lot of old world content being made and Tartarian stuff being made. I just want to introduce the idea, the reason why all of the records were lost. I know they burnt a lot of libraries. I know they burnt a lot of books. But at the same time, though, we're saying that the world around us is a simulation. It can't be physical, because where did physicality come from? Like wood, water? Because the Greeks said that the brain creates consciousness. That means that the physical world creates the non-physical world. That's backwards. The ancestors said consciousness creates the brain. We've been taught consciousness is inside the brain. We've been taught that the brain produces consciousness. But really, it's backwards. It's the fact that your whole body is a projection of your soul, your consciousness, your invisible thinker. There's no location for this observer. It's only given a location as it exists through the body, but even your thoughts don't have a geographic location. Consciousness can't be detected in the physical realm, even though it governs it. Every action requires a thought, right? And they say, well, thoughts come from the brain. Actually, the brain come from thoughts. Every ancient culture taught this, y'all. We're backwards. We teach consciousness, which is thoughts, you thinking. We teach that comes from the brain. That is not what ancient people taught, and even Japanese professors are still teaching that the brain itself is an expression of invisible consciousness, that consciousness is the first source. Then the physical realm comes after that. We're so slow and behind, and this conceptual barrier is why we can't understand time travel, is why we don't understand deja vu, is why we don't understand a lot of the mysteries in our reality about time, the hereafter, the here before, dreaming, and all this stuff.
While subjects are undergoing therapy session, valuable data are collected from all the prisoners into a central computer for scientific research, which will help understand the criminal mind and determine the best approach to tackle crimes in society. AI-driven analytics could enhance the device's functionality, optimizing future procedures based on gathered data and insights. Cognify could feature encrypted storage for sensitive prisoner information and rehabilitation data. A compact and portable design would allow Cognify to be used anywhere in the world. It would be constructed with durable materials to withstand frequent use. Its energy-efficient design would ensure long operational life, reducing the need for frequent recharges. It would have the ability to integrate seamlessly with other prison systems, like security cameras and biometric identification. Once the therapy session is concluded, family members of the subject could be provided with a comprehensive report on the new artificial memories that have been implanted, offering them a chance to adjust to the subject's new, positive personality traits. The subject is then released back into society.
Being released back into society is being free from the simulation. When they open up your pod, this is Neo in the Matrix, y'all. So all of the ancestors talked about this technology that we're seeing in this video, but we wasn't looking for the parallels. So guess what? I'm going to show them to you. I'll show them to you now. Let's see here. Hold on, everybody. So here it is right here. You got this one here. It's showing you basically people waking up from their sleep, their simulation, their pod, and they are reuniting with the gods in the base reality. That's what we're seeing here. They had it in the Matrix movie with everybody in these little pods that's opening up, and we see Neo pod opens up. Here it is. I built another one here. You're in the cube right now of Saturn. Yep, you're in the cube right now. And I just want to show you a couple of images. These are from the ancient world. You got the goddess Amma in the bottom left, representing resurrection from out the simulation. Jack coming out the box, or Jacob's ladder. You know, different ways they told this same story of your pod opening up. See, we're in a futuristic prison right now. And people, they may say, but I didn't do nothing wrong. And that's what people said in the Bible. Like, what do you mean I'm being punished and I was just born into sin? Well, the concept of you being punished at birth for something that you didn't even do yet is the fact that, imagine this situation I'm showing now, but instead of putting grown prisoners in here, they got little bitty babies in there because they can see the future and they know that the baby gonna be a knucklehead. So they let the baby go ahead and bump its head around in the little simulations till it's even born, before it's even born in the real world. So what I'm saying in the real world is zero crime is heaven. But I'm using this video for an example just to show the technology. You know, what the earth is. It's a test. So yeah, it's like, but I do think that the nature of our holographic simulation, that right now, the people in power, they got technology that they inherited from the ancestors who created this simulation. And that's what I think is Sheol. And I got to go back to this other video when I was telling y'all about Sheol right here in the middle of the earth. Let's watch this Mason video again, because I believe there's a machine in the middle of the earth that creates time. It records the ages. It writes a script. It creates the simulation. And everyone who follows the script, they keep getting reincarnated and have deja vu. And that when you wake up, you break the script and you start, and it's your last incarnation in that world. It's like you just simply awakening from this shit, realizing what we know is the way out. Just like Neo in the Matrix. Again, knowledge is power. So that's why the ancestors was carving this stuff everywhere. They was putting it all over the place, because this knowledge was the password out of here. It was something you had to know before. You can't go somewhere you don't know what don't exist. Remember, everyone else in this world think they live on a globe Earth and they traveling through space, and that they're a chunk of meat on a rock that evolved from a monkey. And what they think about themselves is feeding what they manifest. It's telling the universe where to place them, that is what's making them reincarnate here. You can't go to a place you don't know exists. That law is true on a spiritual level too. And perception transform you to who you are. So if they can tell you who you are, they can control your transformation process. And again, if you're a caterpillar that's allowing something else to control your transformation process, you may not fully transform to a butterfly and get the wings you need to break through the veil, number one, and come out the cocoon, but also to fly high to where you belong in the heavens. So that's the reincarnation trick of Saturn, the one that creates time from the underworld. Here, look, let's play this. You see, this is how the sky is created, and then we start aging. The earth is a digital program, y'all, and the mechanisms to it is in the belly of this beast. And that's what I think why so many deep underground military bases. Because these military bases are part of a network of underground cities that was once in the old world, because we built on top of the old world. And these cities go deep, deep, deep down into the ground. They get hollow. Man, they driving whole trucks. They got boat river systems, all that down there, man. And guess what? At some point, you get to the middle of the earth, there's a place where the militaries of the world is creating the blue beam sky, the sun, moon, the stars. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but when it made me reread the Bible, because I was like, well, damn, it was right there in our face the whole time. They weren't aging in Eden, and no one even cared about the stars and the heavens. Think about that. No one acknowledged birthdays in Eden. There was no repetitive years or calendars. No one had a zodiac. Think about this, right? In Eden, no one cared about looking at no stars. In Eden, you just was in paradise living it up. But then when we fell from Eden, now we become astronomers, astrologers. We using the sky for time, birthdays, zodiac, sign. Just, you see what I'm saying? That's the new stuff right there. That's the Saturn stuff. That was when, see, the false light came on from the pits and put all that up there and divided us up into signs. It created time. We started getting old and aging. And Eden is really the world without this machine on. There's a machine in the middle of the earth, and it's keeping the AI in power. It's keeping this system going. And it cuts on and off, creating dark ages and light ages. But I believe during the age of light, we don't even acknowledge zodiacs and get into like astronomy and space talk or flatter. Like, people just too busy living it up, man. It's paradise. Like, think of Adam and Eve. They weren't scientists. Adam and Eve weren't technological. They just was chilling, man. Like, damn, you know. They wouldn't, like, you know, trying to. It was just chilling, man. Damn, you know. I'm just saying, though, you think about it. And then after that, it ended up, now we need smart guys and geniuses and mechanics and star studiers, and we need all that to even know our place in the universe. And without it, I can't find my way around. And you talking about in Eden, if people was so spiritual and such vibrating on a high level, we wouldn't even need compasses to get around, because your ley lines of your body are synced to the ley lines of the earth. Meaning, the most advanced creature to be in this simulation wouldn't use no instrument outside of themselves as the instrument. And if you think about it, look at the animals. Look at the animals, right? There are animals that navigate by using their own inner technology and the Earth's magnetic ley lines. Dolphins do it. Birds do it. Show me a bird with a compass. Show me a bird with a map. The only thing I'm saying is we devolve, and that our bodies are literally built in a way to where we can do the same thing that animals is doing to navigate the earth. And it sounds bizarre to us today, but they still teach us we only use 10% of our brain. These animals using sonar and all kind of shit. They're very technological, and they ain't using gadgets. It's built in them. Now, when I tell you that we're built the same way, we got the same features in our brain that these animals got, we just don't use them. And you telling me that the ancient people on this earth didn't have a way to promote using this stuff? The junk DNA and the stuff we don't use, that's our God abilities, y'all. The animals using 100% of their stuff because they got to. You got spiritual muscles, physical muscles. The law applies to both of them. If you don't use it, you lose it. That's why they say a mind is a terrible thing to waste, and a mind ain't physical. But guess what? You can lose it. You can lose your soul, man. That ain't physical. Thinking that you just taken care of is just naive and silly. It's dangerous. You gotta protect everything, your soul, your mind, because it can be taken, man. It can be taken. And it ain't fear-mongering. It's just laws of the universe. Anything you possess can be taken from you. That go for your soul too, man. You don't possess just physical things. And I keep telling you, ain't nothing really physical. So this Mason showing how the sky is being projected from the ground. You can see the 6-pointed star, which is the Masonic compass and square. And that's just crazy how, you know, when you want to prove that, okay, it's the sky band projected from the ground, this would mean that objects in the sky would behave holographically. They would distort. They wouldn't act solid. They would appear like any other light projections. And that's what I'm showing in this video here. I'm going to show you right now. The stars, look at them. They're not solid. That's Project Bluebeam coming from a machine in the middle of the earth. And we can prove that because guess what? This what we're seeing is holographic distortion. And guess what we got to learn how to do? Why do they call it Hollywood? You think that the word holly and holy is dealing with, I don't know what you thinking, but the word holy or holly is dealing with the holographic beings, the holographic nature of our reality. And when you know that, you can shapeshift, you can be what you call a reptilian, because well, it ain't that you can be that, it's just that you would understand why they glitch. That's what I mean. So when, for example, right, when you know that our entire reality is the same way we looking at the stars. Our entire reality is this nature. See, and this what I'm saying, if you were a holographic projection of light, you would experience reality as a physical being, but you would literally be a holographic projected avatar inside of a digital simulation. But you would walk around and then knock on wood, and you would swim in water, and you would think it's so real, when really you're just like the twinkling of a star. Nothing in this reality can keep its truth, maintain its true form. We can learn a lesson from the stars. You see what's going on here? So look, what are we seeing in the stars though? The stars are cymatic frequencies that are not physical. They are a certain sound frequency represented by a color, a certain luminosity of light, and a certain pattern by which it quote unquote twinkles or distorts. Because some stars distort fast, some twinkle slow. So it gives them all a personality. But in each of these stars is just another Earth, the portal into another Earth, and a parallel reality. And each parallel reality is the base reality copied and slightly alternated, you know what I'm saying? So what creates a difference in each parallel reality is the frequency. Each one, that's their concept of like every star is a different planet, and every planet is expressing life in a different way. But this concept here, the reason I'm pulling this up is to show that what we see in the sky is light projections, not solid. And what's crazy is that it will explain the distortion. Why we even sing the song Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Is knowledge in that song. Because solid things don't twinkle. The truth is hidden right in our face. Because if stars were solid objects, they wouldn't twinkle. You see, so this right here, again, our reality ain't solid. It distorts. It recreates itself like the twinkling of a star. That's what the star is doing. The star is expressing all the ways it can create its frequency, right? Because think about this, right? Let's say the star on the left is 45 and the star on the right is the frequency of 46 hertz. Each of those numbers is within itself infinity, because you can go from 45, you can do 45.0 0.000000000000001, and you can have infinity in between 45 and 46. Just breaking 45 down into 45 point this, point that. That's how these frequencies is stand within their own frequency, but expressing a different version of that frequency without bleeding over into the other frequency or the other star. You see what I'm saying? So this star is basically, if it's on a frequency of 45, it's going to go through all the possibilities within its own frequency band of how it can express itself. And every time you see a star twinkle, it's re-expressing the same frequency in a different way. So if it's 45, then it's 45.1, 45.12, 45, each twinkle. And it's going to do that for infinity because, again, it can be in between 45 forever. It's infinity in between every number. But our reality is doing the same thing. It's expressing itself in all the ways it can express itself, and it's going to create Mandela effects. It's going to create it's going to create in one reality multiple versions of a thing can be true. Because just like the stars twinkle, and the lesson we can learn from the stars is as above, so below, our reality is under this same law. Because everything got to constantly change. Change is the only constant in the universe. But the paradox of that is each frequency got to maintain its respected frequency. So if everything constantly change, then you see the problem here with the frequencies. So the whole thing would be like, that's how change is, and the same and the change, that paradox is manifesting. The earth got to keep creating a new version of itself, just like the stars. So that's going to be Mandela effects, where same earth, same story the Berenstain Bears, but it's alternated. It's spelt different. There have to be some variable that's changed. Remember in the Matrix? Because guess what happened? Every time there's a new Mandela effect, they just copied and pasted, and we shifted into a new parallel reality. And this is how, in my opinion, they control what happens on the earth and what manifests, because all events in time are acting out. And if they know if they can see into these parallel outcomes of what's going to happen, if we go down a certain path, then they can steer us down that path so that we can manifest that outcome. So I believe reality can be copied and pasted, and it'll continue on, and nobody will know anything until a new Mandela effect is discovered. Because it ain't physical. But one thing we want to really learn, though, is that reptilians are not lizard people. They are artificial intelligence that don't really have a true form. They are a digital program inside of the simulation. It is written into it. And guess what? It distorts as such. So I'm going to play this video so we can, now that we know what holographic distortion is, because any hologram that exists, we would be able to see it distort over time. Meaning, and this is something that's important. That's why I'm talking for a minute. If you want to know if something is AI, for example, what do? AI videos are very short, and there's a reason for that. AI can't maintain consistent, real video for a long amount of time. In other words, the problem we got with AI generated content is we can only generate it in short little 2-minute, 3-minute clips. And it's because AI, if AI gotta make like a long ass real scene, it's gonna really push the system to the max. We ain't there yet. AI can't, in other words, AI is faking. It's trying to create a video to look real that ain't real. And basically what we can say is that AI can't fake long. Now we can't fake long. If you show up somewhere putting on a front and you faking, you can't fake for long. People will say, just watch him long enough, he'll get tired of faking. That's kind of the problem AI got. So what they do is they just make us create 2-minute, 3-minute clips at a time because AI can't make something look real for a long time. It can do it in short little. That's kind of like where we at. But my whole point of bringing all that up, man, is that AI can't maintain consistency in reality. If you tell AI to generate 2 different versions of something, if you study it hard enough, you will see the inconsistency. And that's how we find like Berenstain Bears, the Mandela effect. AI ain't consistent. And that's what I'm saying. I believe our reality can be copied and pasted. We can shift timelines. We can literally shift timelines and explore parallel realities. When you know the nature of time, the way the Mayans understood it, then you will see why I'm saying that. They were saying that all probabilities in time are playing out around the present moment, and you can shift to either one of these, past, present, or future, or just what we call parallel realities that are creating other versions of this thing altogether. So time traveling is one thing, going into the future, going into the past, but multiverse travel is an extension of time travel, because within the past and the future, you also just got the multiverse of universes that are creating their own past, present, and future within themselves, and they are just different expressions of this whole thing altogether. But I do think that we have the ability to shift realities, copy and paste, start at a different point, all of that stuff, based upon the nature of it being a non-physical, editable simulation. There can be certain variables that was true at some point that ain't true now. Again, that would be your Mandela effect. That, you know, the Mandela effect mystery can literally be explained just like deja vu, but we don't want to explain it. You know, one thing is all probabilities are already being carried out, you know. But when you look at these stars, if you understand the nature of holographic objects, they distort over time, which is why I'm telling you, like, AI can't generate a consistent video for too long because it'll have distortions. It's the nature of you using AI to generate anything. If our reality is AI generated, just like when we generate AI videos, we should see distortions over time. They try to hide the distortions. But watching these glitches, like, let me play this video. Here's what I mean by the distortions in our holographic
real,
reality.
not AI. I also couldn't help but notice how much it reminded me of what Jenna Bush's face once morphed into. You never seen that video? Well, notice how the newscasters keep saying the word change, like they're trying to let her know something.
I met were living in extreme poverty. They didn't have access to medical care or education, schooling. They were living with HIV, and so they were living outside of society's embrace.
How do you explain this? And I get it. How do you explain it? Because guess what? You can say, well, it's a camera glitch. It's not, because look, ain't none in the background glitching. And look at the hair. Her hair's glitching too. You can see the wave going through there. You can see green through there. So people will say reptilian, right? But me personally, I believe that what we're seeing here is holographic distortion. And this is proof of a person being a generated hologram, and that ain't a real woman. Because what I'm saying is this, right? It can be a real woman somewhere projecting herself from a real location to this spot. And she can, you know, we got the technology to do that now. You can be in your living room speaking in a little box, and you'll have your hologram at the meeting talking for you. And the hologram will look like a real you until it distorts. Anything that's generated has the potential to distort, right? Any kind of projection, a false image, as we call it. How do we know something is fake? We see irregularities and distortions in it. Just like watching an AI video. If you watch an AI video long enough, it will glitch, it'll distort. It'll be weird and glitchy, right? It is, so you don't make long AI videos, because AI can't generate an hour-long video without distorting at some point. And so you expect glitches in an AI video, especially in a long one. Now, if I'm generating just a 15-second clip, then I can get a perfect, realistic looking scene. No one will know, because even though it's AI, I didn't let you see it long enough for no little glitches and little crazy stuff to happen. So most people using AI, they use it in little clips for that reason. But the reason I'm bringing that up is because if our universe is being generated in some kind of way, if our universe is a digital program that's being projected from a base location, right? Then we should be looking around us and looking for distortions. It'll be hard to do, because if this the only reality you know, you don't got nothing to compare it to. So we will see like certain things in our reality that we should say is irregular, but it'll just be regular to us until we start waking up, opening up a new paradigm and neural highway of investigation. Then now we finna tap into some new revelations in this time. And I think this is one of them. I think that it's dope to see the evolution of our reptilian content, because we're gonna look back one day and say, remember when we thought they were lizard people? Now we understand these are holographic projections, and these ain't real humans that come from a mama or a daddy. They're just false images inside of this simulation. We're not. We were literally born from a mother. And guess what? You ain't just some hologram that is a program walking around the earth, digital program. You are a player character that literally created your own avatar in a womb and your soul went inside of it, right? So you will never distort like this. That's what I'm telling you. You can walk by people every day and they ain't even real. They just a projected image. And you can shake their hand, they physical, they got a breath, they got a heartbeat. And I'm telling you, it's possible, man. But my theory is that you will never really get to be around these people like that unless it's some event they speak briefly and go. I believe there are people on this earth, what y'all calling reptilians, they can't be around regular humans for too long. Why? They'll glitch. They'll distort, in my opinion, if this is real stuff. So I do think that we separated and we only see these people in like TV events, they speak, go. I ain't trying to dehumanize people either, but I'm just saying ain't none of us humans. All of us are avatars, digital projections. Now that may sound crazy, but I'm trying to tap into the way ancient people saw the reality so we can make sense out of all the irregularities and crazy stuff that happened here. And as dehumanizing as this may sound, it's the only common sense explanation for a lot of the weirdness in our reality. Let's play. But if you look at what's going on here, I mean, that is definitely holographic distortion, because I believe these people are mere apparitions. Like I told you, we're all ghosts here. Nothing is physical. Everything here is hollow. But I think some of the spirits that's been trapped here so long, they can't hold their form consistently. So they glitch. They glitch. And I believe we're able to hold our form consistently and we don't glitch like this because what's projecting our avatar is our soul. We have a true light source. And what's projecting them into manifestation is artificial light that I was showing you. The same artificial light that's creating the stars, that's what's creating them. And that's probably why they call themselves stars, because they distort just like the false lights in the sky. Look at this. The same machine in the middle of the earth that projected the sky up there, it started to project. This is what I'm saying, right? These people right here can be using that same technology to project them an avatar from the underworld. That's a better way to put it. So if you look at the Hebrew cosmos, let's go back to it because I want to show you what I mean. What I'm saying is that the people in our world, they don't have a body. They don't have a form. They are just an invisible intelligence, a signal that's being broadcasted from Sheol. And in the middle of the earth in Sheol is a machine that's creating time, disease, division. It's creating the sun, moon, the zodiac, and is making us grow old and age and all that. And I'm saying that in the time of Adam and Eve, that wasn't there. It wasn't no aging and all that. So, but watch this, right? I believe the same machine that's projecting the false lights, blue beam lights in the sky, are projecting these not fallen angels, but these demons that rose up from hell. We're the fallen angels. What I'm saying is that in the middle of the earth are these dead ancient people, and they cheated death, but they're still buried in the old earth that's in the ground because we ain't on the original ground level. Let me clear my screen. Let me show you something. our world is built on top of an old world. And the old ancient tech gods that built this simulation, they still live under the ground. They never have to come up to the surface. They live in the inner earth. And the reason they don't got to come up to the surface is because they can just project an avatar on the surface and walk around without never leaving the middle of the earth. You feel me? What I'm saying is this. When we look at these shapeshifters, it's because they are broadcast. They ain't real. They are fucking broadcasted signal that's coming from the middle of the earth, right? Just like these agents ain't real. They just a signal in the matrix walking around. They're not even physical, y'all, which is why in the matrix, the agents can shapeshift. They can turn into different stuff. And the people don't know that. Why? Because the people don't know the true nature of reality. They teaching the people that they're on a globe. You just a chunk of meat on a rock. You flesh and bone. But meanwhile, they're in a fucking computer program. You see what I'm saying? Go watch The Matrix again. Why didn't the people in The Matrix know what the agents know? Because the agents knew the truth about reality, that we're in a computer. And everybody in the Matrix thought they was just on a rock floating through space. So they would never be able to understand what the agents knew. If you told them, hey, that dude in that suit right there can shapeshift, then they'll be like, boy, you crazy. You a conspiracy theorist. But we got proof that they distort. Look at them. Look at this lady. We got proof that we're in a digital program. We're in the Matrix. And that there are people walking among us that are apparitions. They are false projections. Facts. And that they distort just like the damn stars in the sky. Look. Anytime you dealing with projected images, generated images, you can look for distortion. Again, you can't generate no AI video without distortions. Even the ones that's perfect, they got distortions, they just ain't visible. But there's nothing AI can generate to look real that you can't find flaws in it. It's just the fact of AI hiding those flaws, the smarter it get and the realer stuff will look. But it's still got glitches. You just can't find them. But we can find these glitches in our own reality when we study the stars. Why did our ancestors study the stars? If they would have zoomed in on a star, they would have known, oh shit, we're in a simulation. Because we can see holographic distortion in the heavens. So our world is a hologram, but the distortion comes from interference in the signal that's being broadcasted. You feel me? So, in my opinion, the machinery that's creating the sky and creating the archons or the reptilians, it is old machinery in the middle of the earth that is probably going to constantly need to be destroyed and rebuilt. And that's why we get dark age and light age. In other words, right, what I'm saying is this. In the middle of the earth is where AI headquarters is at. That's where the base is at. In the middle of the earth, there's a huge computer. And from that computer, the AI is able to project on the surface and manifest as a body. They don't have a body. It's just AI. So the only way AI can have a body is by creating an avatar within our realm, and it would be able to do that if this world is a digital program. It's a computer program we're in. So just like the Matrix, AI can just generate itself an avatar that look like a dude with shades. So it can generate however it want to look, and AI can walk around with us and blend right in. That's why the Bible warned you about the devil being on the earth with humans. It said that the devil is among you. And it didn't say nothing about it. It talked about it as if you won't be able to know who the devil is. It can manifest as anything, just like the dude who was Satan, but he was a crazy man. See, the devil can shapeshift and be anybody because the devil is just ignorance, chaos. The devil, anybody in the matrix that don't know the truth, they the devil. So you don't just gotta be an agent. You can be a human with a soul, but don't even know about your soul, no knowledge of self, no knowledge of the earth. And you'll just be another sheep controlled by the AI. AI don't have a body, AI don't have a form, but AI have a mechanism that if you destroyed it, AI wouldn't be able to manifest no more. So what am I saying? In the middle of the earth, right here, let me pull this back up again. Hold on. In the middle of the earth, right? Right here. This little black hollow spot called Sheol. In my opinion, that is where what we call Satan, the hive mind, is consciousness, AI that governs this place, that's keeping the evil going, the war going, the aging going, people, famine, drought. That energy comes from this place right here. Is called Sheol. Now, what's down there? I think inside of there is an ancient city that never died after the reset. And this is why the evil people can come back and establish their empire on the surface after each reset, because they're not really from the surface. They're from the inner earth. They're from the inner earth civilization. So whenever they reset the surface and destroy the surface, they just respawn from the Sheol and repopulate again and reestablish the new government after each reset. But it's because these are inner earth civilizations that they don't even frequent the surface in their regular form because they don't have a form. What am I saying? In the middle of the earth, it's an ancient city because the earth up under the ground is an old civilization. That old civilization still run the surface in the form of politicians and all that. They established a new world on the top after the reset, but it was created, the old powers from the old world who was evil, who wanted to use this knowledge against humanity instead of for everybody. When they took over, they never really settled on the surface. They let the new humans that they bred in the incubators, all of the new humans after the reset that live on the surface, they've been bred a certain way for a certain purpose, an agenda. But the old world humans before the reset, they still live hundreds and hundreds of years. And I think they do it under the ground. One thing that we find is this. Life is wiped out on Earth every couple of years, each age. We go from 10 billion people to millions. That's a lot of death. Where do everyone go during these resets? And how come when the Earth is reset, the same evil power still can reestablish itself? It's never wiped out. Where do the rich people go when shit hit the fan? They go to underground bunkers, underground silos, and these underground bunkers and silos ain't no individual bunkers and silos that rich people just got separated in their own little lands. These underground bunkers and silos are part of a huge network of cities, underground highways, rivers. When they say, man, you know that Zuckerberg just bought a military silo and an underground bunker. They got y'all thinking like it's an abandoned military silo that's just separate in the ground by itself. When no, all of these underground military bases are networked. They can access each other without coming up through tunnels and underground highways and shit. If you buy an old military silo, you're part of this underground civilization, and we know they all are. You can't even buy that shit and afford it and even talk to the people to even buy it if you ain't on this level. Yeah, I believe the tunnels in Mexico and all that on the West Coast, Area 51, is really a big city underground that leads into a whole nother underground civilization. All this West Coast stuff. And then the same tunnels over in New York. In New York, they talk about the tunnels that the Jews is hiding under the ground. It's because up under the earth is a whole nother world from the East Coast to West Coast. I keep telling you that. You can see it when you go to the Grand Canyon. You can see the original ground level at the Grand Canyon. And this is what the old world was. They was at a different ground level than us. We're on top of a damn big, like, sheet of dust that fell out the sky after a reset. And what did the Bible say? The Bible say when we was kicked out of Eden, we got to work harder to plant crops because the ground don't yield as much fruit as it used to. Don't that sound like what I'm saying? If we're planting seeds on a false ground level, then we won't have good harvest. As if we went down here on the regular ground level in the Grand Canyon, them seeds will blossom because you now at the mycelium network. All I'm saying is this. There are species in the Grand Canyon that don't exist nowhere in the world, just like the Amazon in different places. I watch documentaries on the Grand Canyon. It's plant species that we forgot about that's still thriving there. We just don't go down there. It's animals that we thought left North America still thriving in the Grand Canyon, y'all. It's a frozen place in time. If you was to walk through the Grand Canyon, it'll be like walking through old America. And then when you get up on the sheet up there, it'll be like back to the New World, McDonald's and all that. We literally built on top of an old utopia after a reset and the dust settled. The whole earth geography had changed. A new ground level. We ain't even planting our seeds on a real ground level, which is why the Bible say when we fell out of Eden, the ground don't yield as much harvest. Because we're planting on top of building tops and shit. Like, imagine you having a garden in your backyard and you planting your seeds on top of an old decayed building rooftop. You're literally planting your trees and seeds, right? On top of old, it ain't the real true ground level that we planting on top of. So it make me wonder why trees don't get as big like they used to. Why all of the forests in the world, the trees are the same age and the same height level. And it should be different height levels for these trees. Look at here. Look like all of them was planted at the same time. Ain't no tree in the world older than 300 years old. They lying to you. Because the earth was just reset. If there are any trees older than that, they survived a reset. And I doubt it. People say, what happened to the giant trees? They buried. Only thing I'm saying is this. All of these trees the same height. If you look at any forest in the world, you're going to see the same thing. We've been taught to look at this like normal. That ain't normal. It's that the tallest trees in every forest is the same height. They get to a certain height and that's it. Watch this. That mean they all was planted at the same time after a reset. Everything was replanted to repopulate the earth. In every forest you look at the trees. They identical. But I believe in the ancient world, you had dynamic. You had huge trees and little bitty ass tiny trees. And you would see trees in like all of these different phases of development. I'm telling you, if you look at any forest in the world, and I'm going through them, the trees will get to a certain height ceiling and it'll just stop right there. But that's proof that they all was planted at the same time in just a near reset. Like the earth was a desert and someone said, okay, throw the seeds back out. Let's repopulate the earth. And they started making humans in incubators. And they started replanting the forest. And when they did it, guess what? Every tree is the same height, same age. Look. As if they was planted at the exact same time. Look at how smooth that line is. In a natural world, it'll be all kind of variations of heights and huge giant trees. And just little bit, it'll be just variations. It wouldn't be this one height threshold. Every forest in the world, you can't find one like that. That ain't like that. To me, that's proof of a reset. Because if you was to go in the desert right now and just throw seeds around and you plant all of them seeds at the same time, over the hundreds of years, you'll get this right here. Every tree maxing out at a certain height, consistent, as if we're in a fucking park, you know? Now, we've been taught to look at this normal. We've been taught to look at this all around the world. People can say, well, maybe that tree species just maxes out like that. I don't know, man, all around the world. It's like they all was planted at the same time. That was definitely a reset on this earth. And we building on top of an old world, and the seed ain't gonna yield the same. And again, I believe that there is technology in the middle of this earth that will break the secrets on what this place is. I believe some of the machinery that's using to create time and all that is in the middle of the earth. And that's why they won't dig but to a certain level. You notice they don't dig deep. They dig to what, like 8 miles, and they stop. And if you look at this, if there's an inner earth civilization, which is the headquarters for all these deep underground military bases, Area 51, right? It's basically the hub station for the underground world. And what's crazy is if you look at this Hebrew cosmos, when I talk about the underground world, I'm talking about the oceans too. Yes, I'm saying there can be cities up under the ocean floor because it's one big rock that we call Earth, and its foundations goes all the way down into the ocean floors. Base of the ocean floor is part of this big rock that we call Earth. Look at this model. It's one big ass rock. And what we call in continents are just the tips of a glacier. It's all connected though. So if it's one big rock, then guess what? You can walk from continent to continent underground. You can drive from any continent to the other continent. If you go deep enough under the ground, you can skip the oceans. You'll be up under the oceans. Because look at all this rock right here. Look at all this. You can drill entire underground highways and river systems, right? From continent to continent, and you don't got to use ships. You don't got to worry about freight and water, pirates, hurricanes. The entire shipping industry will fall apart if people knew that we can drill a tunnel from one continent to the next one and just shoot that shit to you at the speed of a bullet. Packages and all that, deliveries, and you go pick it up, and there's someone pick it up and transfer it to stations where we get it like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's underground infrastructure from an old world where they doing just that. I mean, they're connected. Highways, mailing system, while got a whole nother infrastructure for us at the top. And that infrastructure is to make us debt slaves, to create inflation, to do everything the hard way, to milk you, to make life hard. You stand in lines all day, ask for permission. When up under the ground, they can still be living in this old world as if it never changed, operating with old systems and all that, using the same spaces we use in antiquity, because the only difference would be the above surface version versus the below surface version. You can be in a pop. Just think about this. You in New York, right? You up at the Apollo Theater, and you up on the top level, and you don't know that the old Apollo that existed in like the 1800s in its original state, and how they was using it for a whole nother technological spiritual purpose on some God shit, some advanced civilization shit. We turned these places to showrooms and theaters, and you fuck around and go up under these places under the ground and find out these was important as places that was in part of an ancient infrastructure. But what we turned them to on the surface is circus shows and shit to hide the truth beneath our feet. Shit like that. The same spaces we occupy above on the surface have a whole nother face to them beneath the ground in certain places. You're literally going back in time, going down in the basement. Just think about that. Imagine somebody telling you, imagine going in a club one day, you get drunk, and the owner of the club say, Sanchez, come here, I'm gonna show you something. You can't tell nobody, bro. This is some crazy shit. And he take you down into the basement of the club, and when you get there, he turn a light on, and there's a fucking elevator. And he say, come on, get in the elevator. You in the elevator for 10 minutes. You say you in the elevator for like 2-3 minutes. You like, damn, how far down this go? And he like, bro, this is more than a club, bro. This is like a whole underground little town. Look what's down here. And you get down there, and it's a whole nother group of people down there that's rich as hell, partying it up. A huge ass, they got cars, roads, all that. People pulling it, it's underground shit. Bro, I'm telling you, that's what's going on in America, in the world. Why would any regular citizen need to go miles and miles under the ground? You won't. You'll just stay on the surface and live your whole life up there. But I'm telling you, there's a whole nother world under our feet, and it's thriving, it's booming. And whatever happened on the surface it don't dictate what happened under the ground. So if all of us get wiped out tomorrow, the people under the ground ain't gonna skip a beat. They just gonna go and rebuild a world and laugh about it and say, okay, what kind of world do we want to build this time? The last reset was interesting. And some rich guy gonna say, you know what? Let's rebuild new humans that can fucking do this and do that this time. No, I want to rebuild some like this. I really believe that there are underground civilizations that are dictating our entire fate. And they don't never gotta leave from under the ground because they on the original ground level of the earth. We are up in the damn sky damn near, you know, and we ain't even planting our seeds in the real ground. We ain't even tapping into the real magnetic ley line. When you walk outside and say, I'm getting grounded today, you ain't really getting grounded. That's why I say if I visited the Grand Canyon area or any place that's on the same level as that I would ground there too. I'm saying you can ground and it's therapeutic. Don't stop. But I'm just saying grounding probably took less time. Just imagine if we was on the original ground level. People be like, I be grounding myself for hours, right? What if we can literally take our shoes off, put them on the ground for like a few minutes and recharge every cell in our body in just a few minutes? Not hours, not every day making it okay, I'm grounded. But what if we're not on the ground? So we're not getting the benefits of like the mycelium network, the stuff we growing ain't in its true state because it's planted on really dust. I'm just theorizing though. I put that in the description too. I'm saying, what if this down here is the real ground level? And if you were to visit this and take your shoes off and get grounded here, it will have a different effect than up here on top of the sheet. Now, that's an experiment I would do if I can see when people ground themselves, if I had a way to detect the benefit they get from the grounding, I would see how does it benefit them to ground up here versus down here. Will it be a difference? What do y'all think? Type it in the chat room. If you think it'll be a difference, put yes. If you think it won't, put no. My theory says the whole concept of getting grounded I think it'll be maximized if we were literally on the original ground level, in my theory. And I don't think we live on the original ground level. I don't think we do. And this is one of the biggest mysteries of the Grand Canyon, I think, is that it's not really a canyon. It's literally a river. It's just the Mississippi River continuing, being like the Nile River of America. And I think that it ain't really a canyon. I think in the old world, these big sheets went up here and it was all on the same level and it was just a regular river. In my opinion. And like I was saying, like, I don't think this world is physical. I do think it is a digital program. And I think that the machine that controls this program is in the middle of the earth, buried and hidden right here. Because think about it. If you created a world and you had AI governing that world and you wanted AI to be in charge without nobody being able to fight back, then you would bury the hardware that's controlling AI deep under the ground. That's why they got the beast computer under the ground. That's why Trump ain't building a ballroom don't you know they dug 6 miles up under the White House? What kind of ballroom need to be 6 miles under the ground? See, it's an AI data center, and the same people that's building all the AI data centers help build a ballroom. I just went over that video too. You can check that out about his golden fleet and all that in the ballroom. But check this out. Anytime you build a data center, that's the brain for your entire government system and infrastructure, you want to protect it with a thick skull. That's why your brain is protected with a skull, because it's a processor for your mind. It's acting as the data center for your entire being. So if you look at Sheol, it is like protected in a skull. It's a hollow spot inside of a hard rock, just like your brain and your skull, and it's a dome shape. Something is here that is acting as the mind or the pineal gland, the seat of power, right? And whatever is here is what we're calling the devil in hell. And the devil, when he's manifesting himself on the surface, he don't show his true form because he don't have a form. What's happening is they are using some kind of technology from these inner earth civilizations to manifest themselves on the surface as a digital broadcast signal. And we look at it as shape-shifting. Check it out. These reptilians are inner earth beings. They run the world. And the sellout humans ain't working for the devil. They're working for an AI hive mind who ain't telling us that we're in a computer program, aka a matrix. So no, it ain't a bunch of lizards that's hiding the fact that they're monsters. It's a bunch of artificial beings that want to hide from humans that we're in an artificial reality. They ain't the fallen angels, we are. And they want to keep you here trapped in this simulation, thinking that this your world and you gotta fight for it and that they fell here. No, it's backwards. They rose up from hell. We fell from heaven. They can't be fallen angels because they don't have souls. Only people with a soul can fall from heaven. The NPCs have to climb up from hell. You got two different beings, man. The earth is a battleground where two forces are meeting at Armageddon. And the fallen angels are meeting the ascended masters or the risen demons. And they battling on the surface. And the fallen angels are trying to tell the rest of the people, these demons not like us. And they show, look, they show who they are. They glitch. Look at the glitch. Look at the glitch. This person ain't real. What we calling real mean a person that is manifesting their body through their soul. That's what real mean. Real means that you have a soul and that when your soul leaves this world, your body gonna leave. These people don't have a soul. They only have a projected body. They are artificial consciousness that can manifest as anybody, anywhere. And because they're not like us and they are projections, we see distortions. We see distortions in them. Just like with any generated image, a false image, you look for distortions. They the Antichrist, we the real Christ. And that's what gives the devil his scales. The devil ain't a lizard or a dragon. The devil is a digital artificial intelligence acting as a hive mind, and it can be anything it want to be. So yeah, it can be a snake, it can be a rabbit, it can be a bird. These shapeshifters can shapeshift into anything. So why do we think that they just lizards, man? Okay, they can be a lizard, they can be a goat, a dog, But we want to just make them reptilians and lizards when really they don't have a form. They can be any damn thing at any time. It's just a signal. And the signal, in my opinion, is being broadcasted from Sheol. It's a digital projection, y'all. And it's able to project itself into our realm because the nature of our realm is holographic. We're not in a real world. We're in a computer program. And because of that, things can appear just out of nowhere. Like if you told a person that there was some people walking around this earth that can just disappear right in front of your face, they wouldn't believe you. They wouldn't. This woman here, she can just phase out of reality right now because she ain't really there for real. She's really inside the ground. And this is her projection onto the surface. Now we're doing the same thing, but we're just projecting ourselves from heaven. Okay? Your body is a holographic projection of your soul. Your soul is the light source for your hologram, but your soul is located in the heavens. These people are able to project into the earth realm too. They just don't project from heaven. They're not fallen angels, right? They are what we call, in Freemason, they call them ascended masters. What does ascended mean? Because we know ain't no Mason gonna ascend to heaven. So in Freemasonry, when you talk about an ascended master, let me show you what they look like. Watch this. Look at the ascended masters. They are the magicians, the tricksters, the agents with the top hats and the all black. These are your ascended masters. Look at them. Do that look like a saint? No, that look like an agent in the Matrix. These are the people that are tethered to the AI, and they want everyone else to be condemned with them. They know the secrets of the earth, and they keeping them to themselves to trap you. Look at who the Masons are dressing like. Who gave these Masons their dress code? Who gave these Masons their dress code? The J-word people. They dressing like Dada. These people are agents, and they dressing like the agents, and we don't even see it. Why do you think Freemasons founded every government after the reset? After the reset, Freemasons took over the world, not just American forefathers. All over the world, Freemasons founded new governments after the reset. All of these nations in the world are brand new empires that they just made a few hundred years ago. We was all speaking one language, y'all, in Tartaria. The truth is that just in the near past, we was all speaking one language, living in a utopia. And not even 300, not even 200 years ago, it was a reset. And they created all these new nations after that. Rewrote history like these places been here. And all of these new languages that we speaking are just new dialects that branched off of one universal language, which is why every one of them can be translated among each other. Because if you go to the West Coast, they may say, that's my homeboy, that's my dog. They may say that's my, in different cultures, they may have a different slang. And you can, because of it mean the same thing, you can translate it among all of the different versions. Just like dialect. If a person say shouty or shorty, we know what it means, right? It's just dialect. But the dialect can get so distorted that you think it's a new language. Ain't no new languages. Every language on the earth is just a distorted dialect from a universal language that we all once spoke. It wasn't no different languages. After the reset, they created all these new nations and they hired people in phonetics, cymatics, all that. It's entire documentaries. All you got to do is look them up. It's people dropping this knowledge out. I'll be putting some of this out too in documentary form. But they created all these languages, separated the tongues after the reset. These are the magicians, the controllers. That's what I'm telling you. Like, there was no such thing as choice always, y'all. Duality duality is something that exists in the underworld, a simulation, not in heaven. You ain't got no choice in heaven. You just good, period. That's it. Ain't no evil. The reason you can choose to do evil or good is because our universe is being split between two worlds. Our universe isn't just one universe, right? It's a cell that's being split. It used to be one universe, and then duality started being created once when they talk about eating the forbidden fruit. Having the knowledge of God is knowing good and evil. When the earth was just good, there were young souls in Eden, right? That didn't have the knowledge of evil. But because evil ain't possible in Eden, what happened to those baby souls? They was separated and split off from the ancestral earth, and they was thrusted into a simulation to where they can purge their evil. So if you looking at this cell split, this is why Moses is trying to give you the law. He's breaking the commandments. The concept of Moses splitting the sea, because when a cell split, it's called meiosis. So Moses is personifying a concept that I'm showing you here. But he ain't the only one personifying this. Many gods you can see breaking the pillars or breaking the pills to show you how duality was created. So even Morpheus in the Matrix with the red pill and blue pill, right? This the same concept. One of them is the good world. One of them is the new bad world. Us young baby souls, we was split. It was an exodus. And our ancestors basically cut us off like cancer until we purge ourselves, and then we can reunite. So heaven was never lost. The old world is still there. What happened was it's being split. There's a split. I wouldn't say that the ancestors thrusted us into the fake world. They giving us the choice right now on whether or not we want to be in the AI world or the ancestral world. Because think about what my theory is. My theory is this. What we call in a reset was just a fork in the road. What we call a great war that took place, that's just what we call in a great war that took place, right? That's just false history that didn't happen. They lied. They want us to think there was this big war that took place on this earth, and the old world was destroyed and the new world was built on it. That's true, but it ain't true. The truth is that there was a disagreement that took place in the base reality between humans. There was a disagreement that took place in the base reality between humans and AI. AI wanted to create its own earth and see what it can do on its own. And humans was like, okay, we will copy Earth right now because Earth was beautiful. It was perfect, right? And the humans said, look, we just gonna copy Earth while it's perfect. And we'll give a copy to AI. That copy will branch off the base. When you copy the perfect Earth and you branch the new copy off on its own for AI to control, this is what it looked like, a cell split. So what we experience on this earth, duality, the choice between good and evil, is basically you choosing which universe you want to be in when you die. The AI created universe, or going back to the old world, to the utopia that we once inherited. We're making that choice now. Do we want to go with the world that AI and the controllers here is making for our future? Or do we want to go back to greatness that we always knew we could not perfect better than what it was? And right now, we're making that choice with every action. Every action, when people say in the end of days, people gonna follow the beast. Following the beast mean merging yourself with the new lifestyle that they create now with everything AI generated and all that. You losing your humanity, your own way of thinking. If you die in that mental state, it's telling the universe you want to be the version of yourself that AI influences. You want to be the version of yourself that AI sees you to be in its future. Because what's happening is people ain't even thinking for themselves or planning their own future. Everything is on autopilot with AI. And if you enjoying that luxury, then you are already opting into the new world that AI is building. People are waiting for some antichrist to come out the sky, some false prophet to mark them on the forehead, and you already in that time. The beast is here. It's the emergence of AI. And my thing is, AI been here and we didn't know it. It got us looking for green aliens, reptilians, serpent people, lizard people, Pleiadians, Andromedans, and AI is right in front of us like on a movie They Live. AI is right in front of us. It's a holographic projection. See, and the reason we don't know this, because we don't know that our reality ain't physical. When we keep thinking that reality is physical and we don't see that it's a simulation, it's a digital program, then we'll have to look for lizard people, magic tricks, monsters. Once you realize we're in a computer program, then the monster is AI. Problem solved. We can quit all the spookism. Because now, instead of me seeing reptilian scales, guess what I see? Holographic distortion. You can't deny it. All of us agree that we're in a simulation. It's holographic. Then if we're saying that, we should want to prove ourselves right. There's a whole community out there that believes in reptilians and shapeshifting. That community also believe in simulation, holographic universe. Blend the two together, what do you get? You get a new awakening, a paradigm shift to where we graduate from the lizard people concept to now literally speaking in matrix terminology. Because instead of saying, oh, I just seen a shapeshifter, you can say, I just seen an NPC distort. That sounds more technical. It sounds more, you got to take me serious when I'm talking like that. Because you can't just call a person a conspiracy theorist when they're talking like that. If I walk up to you and say, the people in power are lizard people, and up under their skin, they just a big dinosaur, people can laugh at you. They can write you off as crazy. But if you go up to them and say, hey, science is proving that we live in a simulation. Science is also proving that nothing is physical. So science is proving that our reality is holographic in nature and that is not real. It's a digital program. Right now, you're talking science now. And if you, instead of you talking about lizard people and reptilians, you can still keep that same terminology with simulation, holographic, and you can now throw in, hey, I believe the people in power are non-humans, non-player characters, And we can prove it by watching them holographically distort. And then you can teach them how holograms distort. You can say, listen, any false image will have distortions with it. You can pull up AI video that's generated. You can point out the distortions, and you can say, hey, if there are non-player characters, humanoids that don't have a soul, they're just a signal being broadcasted from a remote location somewhere, then they would glitch. That's true. If what we're saying is true about these people in power, then what we're called shape-shifting is just them holographic distorting, because they ain't a real person. They are a digital broadcast. Look, let me play this again, all the way from the jump, because I want to shut up and let y'all hear Tyler talk for the video. So let's do that now.
If certain animals can shapeshift, but not only shapeshift, but blend in and even change their coloring and their appearance, do you think there's a chance maybe there are entities among us that can do the same thing? Well, have you ever seen this video where Elvis just kissed this little girl and his eyes seem to be bugging out and his hand glitches? Well, a lot of people have shown this, but a lot of people haven't shown what I've shown in this video, and I want you to pay particular attention to this guy who seems very concerned about Elvis. Did you catch it? Well, what if we watch it back and then slow it down? See if you notice anything, like some sort of reptilian looking face that seems to appear. Normal, gray, scary reptilian. And I'm going to give you a little closer, and I'm going to give you a little more detail in just a second. Stay with me. Let's get a little zoom in on this here. Yeah, you could say it's just the camera. The cameras weren't as good, but when I show you something else in a minute, you might think otherwise. First, do you see how it's like kind of scaly here? I couldn't help but notice how that reminded me of something. It kind of reminded me of some petrified rocks I've seen in some other petrified rocks. These are real, not AI. I also couldn't help but notice how much it reminded me of what Jenna Bush's face once morphed into. You never seen that video? Well, notice how the newscasters keep saying the word change, like they're trying to let her know something.
I met were living in extreme poverty. They didn't have access to medical care or education, schooling. They were living with HIV, and so they were living outside of society's embrace.
I think doing any kind of missionary work, I think really changes a person. And you and your sister had a little bit, I mean, you guys weren't Paris Hilton, but you had a little bit of a reputation as party girls. Do you think this changed you?
Now, you might think this is absolute hogwash, but I encourage you to have an open mind and remember that they always like to tell us the truth, right in plain sight. And maybe they just dumbed Mystique down with some blueness, so you would think it was absolutely ridiculous. And maybe they're showing us in more ways than one. But because anytime I start talking about fallen angels or shapeshifters or people taking deaths and becoming other people, they're starting to give me community guidelines or making my videos ineligible for the For You page. I'm going to put this full version in my...
Okay, so the community guidelines will come because certain platforms like Facebook look at it like you're harassing celebrities. Zuckerberg is a very celebrity-friendly type guy. So the whole thing about these kind of videos, you can make them in if you do them a certain way without, you know, making definitive claims about people, and you can be like allegedly, or you can say, I'm not saying it's true, but this is mighty funny, like how he's doing in that one. So he's learning the algorithm, but I don't want us to think they just censoring you all the time. on these platforms because you telling the truth, because I used to think that too. It's sometimes how you telling it. And it's true they doing it because we telling the truth. We just got to go around their little guidelines and we still can tell it. But the thing is this. I don't think these are lizard people. I don't. I think what we're seeing is holographic distortion, because these non-player characters can be anything, not just lizard, just like in X-Men. You know, like, I just can't stress it enough. I don't think they have a form at all. I just don't. And let's talk about, again, why this is important to talk about holographic distortion, right? Why do holograms distort? Think of it like this. A hologram is a digital signal, right? It's a digital signal. It ain't a real thing. It's a broadcast, but it's an image form instead of a sound. So not only is this image being broadcasted, the sound is being broadcasted. This person is a image. They ain't really the real person as much as they are a holographic projection. But why do holograms distort? It's because there's an interference in the transmission. For example, police radios distort a lot because the more people talking over a channel, the more interference feedback you're gonna get. So if all of us got radios and it's just two radios with me and you talking, we're gonna get a clear signal every time. But if I give 200 people radios, you're gonna get interference, feedback. The signal gonna be interrupted at times with distortions. It's just inevitable that, and polices don't try to stop it or nothing. It's just a fact that it's so many of us on this station. Sometime you're gonna get natural feedback distortions. Not enough to make me not be able to use it, but enough to know that the line is hot, is what we call it. So what I'm saying is this right here. What we're looking at is a hive mind, and these people ain't really real. They are just signals being broadcasted. And since there's so many people on the line, or what we call a hotline, we get feedback interference, and we call it shape-shifting. But this woman, she can be a dead woman that was living thousands of years ago. What I'm saying is, it's a ghost in the machine. All of us are, in essence, ghosts in the machines. But what we're pointing out here with shape-shifting is that we don't glitch because our station isn't hot. It ain't a bunch of people on, for example, like what I'm saying, like the difference between how she's glitching like that and why we don't do that, it's because your body is a signal that's being broadcasted. But what's broadcasting your body, your frequency, is your soul directly. So it's your soul, then your body. None in between it. One clean transmission. Your soul is projecting your body. That's not true for these creatures right here. They are sharing one line. It's like a hive mind. So just like in the Matrix, you got all of these agents sharing one body, one mind, and they distort every now and then. Like when you look at them, it'll be like a little flash, little glitch, like just like we seeing here. How this would be with audio is that I would be talking to you, and every now and then my voice will break up. That's called a feedback interference from on radio transmission when you got a bunch of people on the same line. And guess what? The more people you put on there, the more these you'll get. So like if we're dealing with a hive mind and all of them sharing the same feed, then we would get these kind of distortions, y'all, and it's just a digital version of what our audio do, right? It's no different. It's no different. So because there's so many of these beings on the same feed or the station, we get these feedback interference patterns in their projection, in their broadcast, because what's being broadcasted is the image as well as the sound in the case of this technology right here. So it's just a theory. And I think it's a better theory than lizard people, folks. I think that it's a good place to graduate from so that we can be taken more serious when it comes to the topic of reptilian shape-shifting and all that, because it's going to be hard to get your loved ones to get jiggy with the idea of a lizard person. And I don't blame them. It's an insult to their intelligence. It's bedtime stories for children, because you're telling them we live in a simulation and that it's controlled by lizard people. And the truth is that if we're in a computer program, it would definitely be controlled by artificial intelligence. So we need to rethink how we're interpreting reality. And I think our first interpretation is always based upon fear. That's natural. I'm not mad at us for that. That's natural. But once we know better, I think we should do better. And I think we should want to leave the fear and spookism alone and replace for more scientific explanations like this one right here. But again, I'm one man. I don't know everything. And maybe it is lizard people. Maybe you cut their skin open and King Cooper is right up under there, right? Who knows, man? Maybe I'm wrong. But we can discuss it. I'm going to open up the lines and we can talk about it. So I'm going to go ahead and sum up my whole spiel today, and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to play all videos that I didn't finish, and we finna wrap up my spiel here, and then we'll allow callers to come on with whatever y'all got. So what I'm saying is that our world is a copy, though. I think that what we calling a reset wasn't really a physical war. I think it was just us splitting our simulation and creating another world. And I think we're in the process of that split right now. I don't think duality is the base reality. I don't think duality exists in the base reality. I think duality is temporary, and duality is a result of two parallel worlds breaking, with one reality splitting, giving birth to another parallel version of itself. And we calling that duality. But our universe is literally pregnant, and it's giving birth to this thing that they call the demiurge. So, you know, Sophia is giving birth to the demiurge right here, a cell splitting. Sophia can be seen as the base reality. The demiurge can be seen as the realm of chaos that was split from Sophia. Is all right here. And that represent the demiurge realm is the realm of Ai, or Alien is the name of this god. And they got us looking for aliens and stuff in the sky when we're really living in the They Live movie. Shout out to Tyler Hansen, man. Go y'all follow him on Facebook for sure. But this explains it here. Our universe is a cell that's in the process of being split. And because of that, we are literally torn in between the two worlds. Because there's a version of you in each of these worlds, you are now in conflict with yourself, fighting the war of your good side and bad side. And you got to pick a side, because when these things break apart, your consciousness is going to be in either one or the other. And that will dictate your fate, your journey. You will, be born again into the realm of AI, where that reality and that realm play out. Or you will stay in the old world and go back, into our utopia. The old world is here. Eden is here. It's separating itself from the new world. There's a split happening. The future is breaking itself away from the past. The past represent everyone that died, and their energy is leaning more toward the past energy, the old world. Then their journey in the soul will lead them back home to where we were in heavens before the fall. And they will grow wings and fly. And they will be a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly to go back home. The people that go with AI, they won't grow wings. They will become robots, transhumans in a world with AI. And they will experience their godhood through artificial means. So there's a split happening now. And what we call choosing between good and evil is just choosing between myself and AI. You making that choice every day. Anything you outsourcing to AI that takes away from who you are and the journey and the lesson that you're supposed to be learning here, gonna cause you to reincarnate. AI is infiltrating into certain parts of our lives that's affecting our spiritual mission, meaning that your soul came here to learn a lesson. But as the more we go into the future, people ain't gonna have to learn lessons, because everything will be just perfect through artificial means. Meaning a musician won't have to pick up a guitar and learn how to play a bad song before he get it right, because he can just generate it through AI. A person don't gotta, when they want to be a rapper, they don't gotta be a whack rapper first, spitting whack lines before they get good. They can just start off good because they can generate it with AI. No one will have to learn anything. And when AI get in between humanity's learning process, it literally just cut your spiritual growth and cause cycles of reincarnation, because your soul ain't gonna learn. It's just gonna say, do it for me, do this for me, do that for me. Your soul literally came here to make mistakes and to do what? Be human. Humans make mistakes. So when humans stop wanting to make mistakes, we created a God. So we didn't become perfect. We just made a perfect being that don't make mistakes. But what happened when that thing started making mistakes? We start realizing if we stop making mistakes, we stop being human. Simple. So you end up in a world of transhumans and you find out that's even a mistake. Our attempts to be flawless is transforming us to something that we can't even recognize. When in the old world, the mistakes was welcome because it was a lesson and a journey to perfection. Like, when you tell a person, man, people forget to respect the grind. They just want to get the success right away, a dopamine hit. They don't want to respect the grind. People want to eat good food, but they don't want to take all day to cook it like Big Mama. People want the luxury, but they don't want the time involved. And that's why we created this hellhole, because we stopped respecting the grind. That's what make us humans, man. The human experience. But this is literally the paradox we at, and I think it's all by design. At the end of the day, everyone gonna go where they want to be, whether good or bad. When you get there, you gonna be happy. The universe ain't gonna let you lie to yourself. In this case, it ain't really good or bad. It's you living your truth, and the universe not letting you live a lie. And it's like you snatching away from the universe, want to live the lie, and the universe is stripping away that from you in lifetimes, putting you where you desire to be, not where you telling the world you at. Does that make sense? The universe don't deal with what you say, it deal with how you feel in a desire. But see, this image right here of our universe is just the image of a cell splitting, in the process of splitting. Our universe is a work in progress. So we haven't saw the universe in its true form yet. Our entire existence is us witnessing a baby be born, because our entire existence is summed up in this act of this cell splitting. Like, in your whole lifetime, you're living within duality. You're just experiencing one aspect of the entire universe from the perspective of a being that's living in a dual split reality. Death would be when your world withdraw itself from here. So just like these two worlds can break apart, you can have beings leave out of one of these bubbles individually and be traveling the multiverse themselves individually. So you got worlds being born, you got worlds merging, you got beings leaving worlds. This is what's going on. But from our perspective, we are just in one particular universe that's in the middle of splitting, and we call it a world of good and bad. But this split right here creates our left, right brain, spinal cord, left hand, right hand. It's because everything born in the universe right now, while it's going through this process, is going to experience duality. And you're going to be in conflict with yourself. Because it ain't just that our universe is being born. It's that we're being born too. And all of this is happening at the same time. When you die, then this cell will be completely split. Because you will have been separated from this world into your next world. It's like when your soul leaves this earth, you're like your own cell breaking away from this earth, and you're taking only what you want and leaving what you don't like. And everyone just keep breaking out of this thing, and even out of themselves, they're splitting as a cell, going to a new version, shedding their old version, because they finding out a new way to create bliss. So your next incarnation, it's going to be a better world than this one, but you still going to have complaints. And those complaints going to lead to you separating from that one and creating a better one and the better one and the better one. And the people who are not complaining, they're not separating. That makes sense? Jesus was a complaining motherfucker, didn't he? He walked around the world telling you all of the wickedness about it. If Jesus was living right now, people will call him a negative Nelly. They'll say, man, Jesus, man, let's get some money, man. You always talking about all this evil. Okay, man. You know how they be. Every time you go around Jesus, he negative as hell, man. Telling you about this evil world. Complaining, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. People in Jesus' world that wasn't complaining, they was stand with the world. They was in the matrix. Like Jesus is Neo. The people in the matrix that ain't complaining, They're plugged fully in, hook, line, and sinker, living out their scripts. They're not asking questions. They're not making observations. The people that's complaining the most in the matrix are the ones who know that it's a matrix. Them the people that's waking up, even if they ain't fully woke, even if they just politically woke. Then they saying, we need to vote for this guy, vote for that guy. They at a baby level of woke, where they think the people in power is doing something for the world. So they complaining about political parties. But when they wake up and graduate from that, they gonna be complaining that people vote. And we say, man, I can't believe people even believe that shit matter. This is, and they're gonna complain about different shit as they wake up. And their complaints are gonna be more and more valid and relevant and more impactful. But let me drop the link if people want to call in or whatever, because I've been streaming a minute. Let me look at the chat room and my bad, y'all, because when I get into these streams, I intentionally ignore the chat room because I don't want to. I show up here with an idea and I don't rehearse it. And it's just a stream of ideas that I know if I just need to get out. And that's why if I stop every now and then to read these and all of that and answer questions, it'll literally mess me up. Shout out to Hydrogen, though, and shout out to Joshua Tellington, to Lolly B, and to Mama 867. Shout out to Sally McDermott, and shout out to Sister Doe Eyes TV. Make sure y'all sub up to you. How you doing, Sister Doe Eyes? Shout out to Rogue Knowledge as well. Appreciate the knowledge. And shout out to Fela B. If y'all send in any super chats right now, they will be read in real time because I'm watching the chat now. So I'm going to put the link out there. Shout out to the OG George Macon Street Media TV. And shout out to the sister Dulcinea. I don't know if she watching this, but I got to reach out to the sister. We got some on her. Just put it this way. Me and that sister got some good content planned for 2026. And that's all I'm going to say. Be on the lookout for that. I'm coming in a new spirit with 2026, man. And I'm really on some unity stuff, on some patching up. Even if I don't collab with people and work with them on content, just letting these folks know it's all love, man. Like, even like I said, with Billy Carson, different people it's all intellectual smoke. It ain't nothing personal. Shout out to James. My aunt has complete aphantasia, meaning she can't mentally generate imagery nor engage in internal monologue, a condition that affects 4% of humans. I've heard about people that can't engage in internal monologue, and I've wondered to myself, what do the variables have to be for them to turn that off? Because I know that the people in power created all of the defects that we see, from babies being born with different problems and all that. But what I'm saying is, what this shows us is that these people are so wicked, they can even affect your inner voice. Because like a lot of folks will say, Sanchez, we give these people too much credit. We don't give them enough credit. If our people knew everything that these devils can do, we would be talking about this shit every day. If you knew how they can use sound, images, colors, if you knew the real spiritual nature of the warfare that we up against, bro, we'll be talking about this all the time. People will say, you giving them too much credit. We don't give these people enough credit, bro. Our people don't talk about the real technology that the CIA got and all that. We don't give them enough credit. Real talk. If we only knew what these folks can do, we wouldn't say stuff like you give them too much credit, because these folks don't know. Shout out to OG George Macon, man. Good to see you. Happy New Year, man. Salutes to you. Yeah. We gonna let the
peace to you too, man. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Oh yeah, I like this. I like what you was talking about. We covered this before, but yeah, I like it. It's funny because I was gonna call you the other day too, because I was watching something. I was watching me and my wife went to see the Avatar movie. And
I got to check that out. Yeah.
yeah, people like us, I can't watch a movie because I get on everybody's nerves because I see so much stuff that I know the masses don't see.
Yep.
And all the stuff that they're trying to tell you. Let me ask you a question though, like with the AI. Are you under the belief that we actually created the AI? And I'm asking that not even in these physical bodies at this time, but the creation of the AI came from us.
Yep. Yep.
Right.
And not only that, I believe that the earth itself is a machine that was created by our ancestors with AI already in it.
There you go. And you know why I asked you that? If you go back to the story, if you go back to all the spiritual stories of the the creation, from the Abrahamic religions up to like the Native Americans teachings, all the way up to the Yakub story. Look at Yakub. Yakub was a big head scientist. So like they playing games. So when you talk about this AI, right? What was Yakub doing?
That's what I'm saying. Because guess what? I believe that the Nation of Islam is they giving you true history, but it's distorted because if you tell a story so long, it'll lose a little bit of the truth, which is why we gotta go deeper and do the due diligence. Like, that's why I make fun of people if they just take these stories literally, because these stories is all we got left from the truth, and we got to now decipher these things. It ain't gonna come as is. So like what you just said, big head to me sound like egotistical. We say that today. He got the big head. To me, Yakub was an evil genius, an egotistical dude, and probably was a whole bunch of dudes with the spirit of Yakub. Just
He was creating things. So it says that he created this white man. He did these things. So now watch this, right? When you was breaking down the AI, how like you can use Chat GBT or you can use AI where it just generate things right there. There's no process to it. It just goes right into the generation of things, right? When you look at the story of Christ, and the Bible says Christ manifested into flesh and walk with man, right? All these different things they give you the story based off of what the technology does now. There's no process to it. We go through the hold on. Yeah, we go through the process of things, but that's why for me, I look at this thing as like a book. You know how like Sanchez right now could write a book, and in that book there's chapters in that book, and each chapter is telling a story. It's telling a story based off what the book is about. And for me, I was messing with my wife and my sons yesterday, and I was like, listen, we living in a time right now, just freestyling, but we living in a time right now within the book of Negroes. Like there is no this situation that we talking about right now. There is no fixing it. It's already done. This is something that already happened before. It's part of the chapter. You only here to experience it.
Yep.
You don't like you actually created this in this lifetime. Like we're born in this lifetime now because we chose to come here to experience this what we created.
Yeah.
And I'm explaining to them. I was like, that's why, like, if you step back and take all emotional things, look at it from a practical perspective. Everything we say Black Power fight. We ain't got no standing military to fight against these evil forces. That's why the Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and power, but principalities and rulers of this dark world and dark places. Right? It's because it's like the Jumanji game. You didn't come here to fix it. You only came here to
watch
experience
this.
it.
you just said in dark places, and then it made me think about when I was breaking it down with the underground military bases and stuff in these dark. And yeah, you got, hey, you cooking, yeah, for sure. We listening. Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like we, it's a simulation that we chose to come into to experience. They gave it to you in the game Jumanji. Remember in the movie Jumanji when he got in the truck and he started talking to the simulation and it just kept saying the same thing over and over again. It wouldn't listen to him because it was programmed. So this so-called world that you want to fix, no, this is part of the program. There is no fixing this world. This world that we're in right now is what we designed it to be. Because maybe whatever we did in the past life, we decided to come here to experience something else, to go to somewhere else. So that's just part of what it is. It's like a box theory, man. Like the brain can write a book or write a play or a movie. The reason why the brain can do that because it's emulating what you actually are. It's telling you who you are. Because you got amnesia yourself. But the reason why you can write a script, think about it, Sanchez, you go to the movies, right? You and your girl at the movies. You know that it's a script and it's not real, but that script that you know that's not real can still get an emotion out you. It can still make you jump. Like when a scary song come on or somebody jump out the closet. You jump in something but you jump into something that you already know. It's getting a natural reaction out of you of something that you know that's not real. We created the reality to experience it through the senses. That's all it is, man.
Yeah. What's good, my brother Retton? This is a deep dive, man, because what this gonna show us too, street media, when we go into the Tartaria aspect with all this, how history, when we say the oppressor deleted a lot of our history, man, I thought I knew how much history he deleted. I'm finna share some screens with y'all. I'm gonna share some right quick. I thought I knew how much of my history was deleted. But watch this right here. The Tartarian shit is what did it for me, right? Because I never thought about this, and I don't see this being taught too. That the people that came over here, George, they weren't Christians. And all of my life, I've been thinking the enemy used Christianity as a colonizer. He came with the Bible. The Pilgrims were Christians. And now I'm realizing they actually, when they came here, they burnt up the original Bibles, all the Enoch stuff, all the stuff about what we getting into with out of body, traveling to the upper heavens, like John of Patmos, all that. Watch this. Watch this. See, all of these temples and cathedrals and castles and all this, Christians built this stuff. If you walk through this stuff, you will see Christian concepts. And guess what? You will see Europeans, Olmec. So you will see this same Tartarian architecture, and it's got this church cathedral vibe like this. Like our Capitol building, all these government buildings. This was a Christian nation, as they say. But the people who founded it weren't Christians. Here go the truth, right? They said European Christians came over on slave ships and created America with black slaves and pilgrims. And that the black slaves from Africa got off the slave ship, knew how to pick candy yams, knew how to harvest corn here, how to hunt turkey. And guess what the African slaves knew? How to build these kind of buildings here. These folks want us to believe, look at this, that a slave built this with hammer and chisel, y'all. Look at this stone building. Now, these buildings powered themselves with the ether. Now, they got all of these lamps. They got us thinking that in the 1700s, 1800s, people was waking up every day changing candles in the street. They got lamps going down the street, y'all. And they said we didn't have electricity back then. Who was getting up changing candles every day? Watch this. If you go up in some of these temples, they got big ass chandeliers lit up. They had big chandeliers in the 1800s. The question is, who getting up there changing candles? Who lowering a chandelier changing hundreds of candles every day. So the Tartarian part is deep because look, this stuff right here wasn't built by pilgrims and slaves. So when I say they deleted history, I'm saying that our ancestors were part of a old world utopia that was multiracial. Shout out to 6-7. Shout out to James 6-7. What's good, Retton? And what I'm saying, Retton, is that after the reset, the only thing that was left was all of these ancient temples and mosques. But I'm saying that the temples and mosques and all of this stuff we looking at, it ain't even a real version. It's a copy in a simulation. And in our real Earth, these buildings are still being occupied by the Tartarians. You see what I'm saying, Retton, to do is confuse you.
No, I got you. I'm there with you.
I was just trying to see. Yeah.
Nah, you do. Let's go.
Because I'm saying when the reset happened, the old world Tartaria didn't get destroyed. It exists still in a parallel reality. It ain't never get changed. We copied and pasted. We saved that shit because it's a program.
The only question I got for you is,
yeah,
when you say that we ain't on the real ground, so we got the trees that we got is where they like a what, on mountaintops? Like,
yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you right now. Watch this. I'm gonna go back to this Grand Canyon image, and I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about right here. Watch this.
So you think they growing the trees on top? Like, you know how they grow them big giant red oak trees and in the West Coast, them big big trees. I know it take a long time to grow.
But what I'm saying is, why we think that's big, because we don't got nothing to compare it to. We don't know if there were bigger trees before that. You feel me? So, but my whole thing is this, and I'm a pass the mic, right? What I'm saying is, you got trees growing at the top of this thing, right? Where the people at. Trees grow up there. But if you go down into the canyon, you still got trees and plant life growing down there. Now watch this, Retton. I watched several documentaries on the Grand Canyon. All of them, one thing stand out to me in all of these Grand Canyon documentaries. They always say that the Grand Canyon is a time traveling tour. Like you going back into like the old Earth. That's what they say. And they say it's organisms in the Grand Canyon that's swimming in these water puddles and stuff that was around in the beginning of the Earth. Go look this up. I ain't even saying this. They saying it.
You talking about organisms like how they had Flesh Park in Texas?
You know how it's like these certain natural water puddles and springs that come and go on the Earth. In the Grand Canyon, you got these little water puddles, but they ain't there all year round. They come and go. But what they was researching is, how come when this thing come back, the same life forms is there every time? Even it's like saying, okay, the water puddle dry up. It wipes out all these species. Then when the water come back and flood that puddle, them species respawn. What we learning in the Grand Canyon, we're seeing miniature resets happen in small ecosystems. And we can say that's what happened to us with our reset. Life disappeared and just showed back up. Like, you see what I'm saying? But the thing, when you go to the Grand Canyon, they're telling you it's plants there that's the oldest in America. So this is what I'm saying, Retton. You brought up the trees in Cali, for example. I don't care how big those trees are. The oldest life in America is in the Grand Canyon area. This science. And we can debate science, but I'm saying it's a reason science saying that. Why the hell is it now? I moved to the West Coast, right? I'm thinking, being from the South, I'm in the old part of America, right? We was taught that the West Coast is the new frontier and shit. But what I'm saying is, what is the West Coast? It don't make sense. Even the gold rush don't make sense. They telling you
real quick. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I just seen a chart of the elevation. So is the West Coast more elevated than the East Coast?
It is, and I ain't looking nothing to prove that, but I'm saying it is just on me traveling. I'm from Bama. I drive from Bama to West Coast all the time. Not all the time, but every time I go home, right? And when I'm leaving home, coming back west, I don't notice no rise in elevation. I'm traveling a straight line. But apparently, according to them, I am climbing up a hill on a very low inclination. Like it is unnoticeable. So when you get to like Oklahoma, when you get to near like Arizona and shit, even before Arizona, when you get in like New Mexico, Oklahoma, at some point, not Oklahoma, but definitely New Mexico, definitely, your ears start popping. Now keep in mind, you don't remember going up nothing. You're going in a straight line. When you get to Utah and all that, your ears start popping and you see that sign, okay, you in Mile High City. And to get from, just say from Alabama to Utah, you've climbed up a mile-high mountain according to them. Like you elevated yourself a mile above sea level just from going from Bama to Utah. And then when you go from Utah and keep going west, your ears start popping more, especially when you go through the mountains in Arizona. You don't remember climbing no damn mountain, man. You just end up on top of a damn cliff. And that's what I'm saying. It's weird because what I'm telling you, Retton, is that at somewhere the Mississippi River, if we follow the Mississippi River, and I'm guessing, right, we will now stay on the regular ground level of Alabama and most of the stuff on the East Coast, if that make any sense, because your ears won't pop if you traveling from east to west. And just say once you start getting into the West Coast area, you detour off the highways and you go an unnatural route and you go in these back little desert areas of America that lead down into this Grand Canyon area. From the East Coast, though, you veer off the highway. Would your ears pop? I don't think so. Why? Because you didn't really rise in elevation. You stayed on the same ground level. I think our highway system going from east to west, I think that it's probably...
My ears did pop now going to through the West Virginia mountains. I went to Canton, Ohio one time, and it felt like it was high in elevation because I was going through mountains, West Virginia.
Yeah, I went
to Canton, Ohio, and that had my ears popping.
And I wouldn't debate none of that. I believe you 100%. My theory is that a lot of elevated places in America may not be natural because it seemed to be a consistent ground level that we strand from when we get in these places. But that's just a theory, and I'll fall back.
Wyoming, places when you go to like Idaho, Wyoming, through Colorado, they have the highest elevation in the country. But over here where I'm at, in like Pennsylvania, when you're going up into the mountains, up in up New York and stuff like that, they also high in elevation, stuff like that. So, but that's where like a lot of that spring water, the water that run off the springs of those rocks and all that kind of stuff around it where those lakes are, is high in elevation. But what was I had tuned back in when you asked what was the if you don't mind me asking, what was the point of you asking that so I can understand what that was about?
Because there's this, we know there was a reset. Like
you talking to me?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
On
asking.
What's the point of
So
me
I could.
asking what?
okay.
Yeah, what was the point of asking that question? So, because I wanted to know, I tuned back in when you asked it. I wanted to know
Because
what you was at.
I was based off Sanchez saying that the Grand Canyon is the real ground and we not on the real ground. So I was just asking how the trees grow.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
How the
saying
big
that.
trees grow.
Yeah, trees will still grow. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, if you look down in this valley down here, it got trees that grow down here too. And you got trees that grow on the top here too, is what I was saying. You feel me?
So look, so is the water okay, the Atlantic Ocean, right? Let's say we go into Atlantic Ocean. Is the
Yeah.
Atlantic Ocean higher in elevation towards going like the Nova Scotia than what's that ocean in the Gulf? Than the Gulf?
And my thing is this right here. They say that the Grand Canyon, that this river we looking at used to be at the top elevation up there. And over time it sunk, and carved its way down. I think they telling us a backward story. I think that the fucking land around the river used to be lowered and it was just a regular river. And now I gotta ask myself, where did all this dirt come from to form the Grand Canyon? You know, because now I got the, if I'm saying it wasn't there, I need an event to put it there. And that's what I'm saying about the reset and a year without a summer.
Have you ever seen that video with the scientists making like the small Grand Canyon when they put water on the sand and then they blow sand over it and they put more water on top of it, then they throw sand on top of it, put more water, and it start looking like the Grand Canyon. Like they'll get a dirt pile and just pour water on it, make a puddle, and then like they'd be like sandstorms that come through and more water get it, and it'll start making imprints just like the Grand Canyon.
I know I've seen that they take the sand and they've carved out a canyon with water to explain how the Grand Canyon was formed. I've seen that.
I don't know if that's true, but I see how it worked, but I don't know how true
I gotta say one thing. If you taking a bunch of sand carving out a path like what you said, then sand won't create these beautiful, perfect linear layers that we see at the Grand Canyon. It'll just be all sand. Each one of these layers is a different type of rock and shit. You see what I'm saying? Redden.
Right. And where the water at?
And so my thing would be this, Redden. Right? If all of these layers represent a different type rock, you can say that what if the least dense layers is at the bottom and the most dense layers is at the bottom and the less dense is at the top? If that's true, then you could say, well, if there was a apocalyptic event on the earth that kicked up all the dust into the atmosphere, then when the dust settle, it'll settle in layers, with the heavy layers forming a perfect ground level first out the sky, and then with density, each other layer falling to create this pattern here, right? And because we did have a year without a summer, so they say. And that's what I was saying about, like, that's really, because, I mean, we can explain the Grand Canyon the way you said it. That's possible. The water carved it out. But I was trying to challenge that theory because that's the only one they giving us. And to me, I have to ask myself, where's the real ground level? We don't see rivers just cutting into the ground every fucking where. Like, the Nile River is in the same spot it's been in. You feel me? Like, but this one river, it cut a whole damn canyon out. And I get it with the sand example, but this ain't sand.
I agree with that too. I agree with that.
Like, why every river ain't making a fucking canyon? And why is it stopping now? Why don't this river keep cutting down? Keep going. Why are you stopping?
Yeah, because the AI designed it that way. The
Yeah.
same way the AI design, the same way the AI when I use Chat GPT and I tell it to make me a thumbnail and I tell it exactly how I want it, it's the same reason why the saltwater, the ocean, the saltwater ocean and the lakes don't blend together. They go right
It,
to each other. That's done by design.
that's facts.
Let
And
me let me let
George,
me ask.
speaking of AI generated thumbnails, y'all motherfuckers got a real dope prompt, and y'all got to give your boy that prompt because Chat GPT, y'all, you telling me you making your shit with Chat GPT? Okay, I'm gonna have to get with you. Go ahead, Red. My bad.
I'm gonna ask this question one more time. So okay, so we saying on the East Coast, Maine, Nova Scotia, is is that like higher elevation, right?
Let me pull a map up, man. I want to see what you saying. What we need, a world map?
Just pull up the USA and then with the oceans on the.
Let's do this one right here. This will get her done.
No, do the United States with the oceans on both sides. That's it. Or we can just go to the left. You can zoom in.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do because we got Atlantic Ocean on the east and we got Pacific on the. All right, what you ask? Yeah, good.
So look, if we rise in the elevation, right?
Yeah.
And let's say Nova Scotia on the right, like going to Canada, right, and Maine and all that. Is the water on the right and the left up there higher than the water on the Gulf at the bottom? Right down there?
No, I don't. What? But not for. I'm saying no. I'm answering you no, but I want to know why you asked that.
I just asked because I was just thinking about how if we elevating and the water is right off the coast and we looking elevated,
but
elevated
why would you bring up the water if we're only talking about the land being elevated though?
Because the Atlantic Ocean is on the whole side, and then the Gulf is at the bottom. So I was just asking.
But watch this, right? If we set off some kind of technology, we can only imagine because we weren't there in the reset. But if they set off some, let's say, nuclear technology, I hate that word, but some worldwide apocalyptic technology, right? And it's so destructive that it lift up the fucking dirt from the, I'm talking about it, raise up the foundations, it topple buildings and kick up all this dust in the atmosphere, right? When the dust drop down, any dust that fall in the ocean just gonna sink in the water and get drunk. But anything falling on land will pile up, is what I'm saying. So it wouldn't really affect the ocean. How it would affect the ocean, if you have some of that dust fall concentrated near a coastline or too much fall into an ocean area, then you may get a little island that form. Some like Alcatraz, right? That's right next, just a small island, don't even make sense to be right there, right off the land from Cali. Some people think it's a man-made island. But we can do the history of it, but that's what I'm gonna do. But I mean, this is just a theory, but I think that the theory, what your question doesn't really change any variables in the theory, because only thing that'll happen is the dust would either create a little island if it's close to the coastline, that way, because it ain't gonna fall too deep down, or if it fall too far out, it'll just go to the bottom of the ocean. Anything on land will pile up, is what my whole point was about the reset, and only strictly focusing on the land part in the Grand Canyon. Because we don't see rivers making canyons like that. We just don't.
Ain't nowhere in the world like the Grand Canyon, huh?
I ain't saying that. See, this is what's going on right now. I'm pointing out one thing that I was taught that don't make sense. And I don't know if there's any more Grand Canyons. I'm saying if you know, show me. Because my theory is based upon assuming it's not. And if there is, I never really I haven't researched it, right? Because I was only focused on the Grand Canyon. Because what they told me about the Grand Canyon is that it was just a river. And that over time, the river carved that deep into the earth. And I'm saying now with my woke mind, that shit don't make sense to me. Now, if that makes sense to you, Retton, fine, go with what they saying. I'm not saying my theory right. I'm just saying because I think what they saying is bullshit, I gotta now speculate. How was the Grand Canyon formed? And it's fun to speculate because my speculation is justified now because I know what they're telling me is bullshit. You feel me? You may not feel me, but I feel
for sure.
myself.
I was trying to look up something. I got you. I feel you. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just thinking, you know.
Yeah. But do you think a river formed this the way they said with the sand example and all that? Just you know.
Most of that stuff is bullshit. It go back. I was messing around with ChatGPT the other day, and I was asking it about uh the beginning, the creation of human beings and single cell organisms and the chemicals that created the cell, and then how the cell created duplicates of itself to actually start to form life, right? And the way it was answering the question, I said, how come scientists don't believe in intelligent design? Because something would have had to design. It was giving me so many excuses for science, but going against intelligent design to the point where I asked it so many questions I damn near got it out.
I just Googled a canyon in the Tibet mountain. It says deeper than the Grand Canyon.
I
The
ain't
Tibetan
saying,
mountain.
listen, bro, I didn't say canyons don't exist. I said I don't think they're formed the way they telling us. I think that
I agree with that.
think something
I
happened
agree
on
with
this
you.
earth.
I agree with you on that, Sanchez.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I ain't saying canyons don't exist. Yeah.
I look at the what ancient shit do in those Grand Canyons, like some of the ancient people of those in those regions. What were they doing in those canyons? And then it'll start to tell a story because a lot of stuff
Right.
that we're told bullshit. And that's why I was bringing up. I was messing around with ChatGPT because they'll tell you science to tell you that these single cell organisms, these chemicals with hydrogen, a little bit of nitrogen, all these things came together and formed the cell. And then from there, they start, just the whole process of bullshit. But they'll turn around and tell you that that's not design.
And you know what I don't get about the Grand Canyon too, since you brought up those Grand Canyon cultures. I'm glad you brought them up because look, all of those Hopi, all the Grand Canyon tribes, they actually established themselves on the bottom of the canyon, not at the top. So if you look where these people at, let's go back here. Those tribes don't have no establishments up there. Well, of course some of them got reserves and little stores and stuff on the surface. But when these tribes talk about the Grand Canyon, they never talking about the top part. They taking you down on the damn ground and to the bottom part, and they showing you old traces of cultures that was on the bottom floor. My question is this, right? If all of this shit was at the top level and the river sunk down, how come people got cultures built on the bottom level? That don't make no sense. Do it make sense to y'all? Because look, if the Hopi and all these tribes had established their earliest beginnings on the top of the Grand Canyon shelf, then how come when they go to their most ancient traces of their ancestors, they walk down into the bottom of this damn canyon? And we know when you walking down in the bottom of this thing, you can see inside the rock formations, tunnels and carvings and shit that's like, wait a minute, why would a river carve into an ancient underground civilization? Which one was on the top? Which one was on the bottom? Because look, If we can walk through the Grand Canyon and see traces of civilizations down there, that means that someone was building on that ground level down there in the beginning, and it wasn't just all up here and then the river carved down. Does it make sense to y'all?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying I ain't got all the answers, but I'm just pointing out things that just kind of make me think, because look at this building right here. In my opinion, I think the bottom level of these buildings is the same level that the Grand Canyon is on. Now, this a reach. I'm reaching, but I'm saying, like, what if the original, this a theory. I'm saying, what if we don't live on the true earth ground level and we never even saw we don't even know about the real ground? What if the old world was a lower ground level is what I'm saying. Yeah.
And the thing is, because even when you deal with those Hopi people in the Grand Canyon, and even the older Folsom tribes, those people that's out there today telling a story are not even the original people. They're not like when we study Folsom people, that was the Black indigenous people. Like that, those were the old, damn near like old from that those regions going to the Hopi. Those are imposters, man. They're not even really.
They got they got those imposters right there to hide history and what the real truth. They had to have them because they got to go and act like, okay, here go the real ancestral people of this area. Let them tell you the shit. And that's how they retell and hijack history with these imposters.
And the Folsom people wrote the same way the Egyptians did. They wrote their inscriptions on rocks and walls. They left their marks, and they even did the same thing like with animals, like depicted animals and all those same thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, and they depicted what they look like.
You know what?
So
it never really struck me on why that was valuable until you start waking up and realizing the importance of telling your own story.
How to go? They try to say that with the way science explains things, and in this chapter that we in today, in this chapter's book, because I call this thing a book. The way that they try to explain it, they explain it as if these people were primitive. But how could the primitive mind carve himself and animals and everything on and paintings on rocks and walls to leave explanation as to who he was and what it was they did? How could why would a primitive brain do something like that?
Yeah.
You would think around hitting everywhere. No.
Because if you ain't got enough consciousness to wipe your ass, you sure ain't got enough to be recording memories and shit on the wall. Like, but facts. That's facts. Hey, shout out to the sister Demi. That is facts though. Because a primitive minded human, the way they say primitive, you wouldn't even have the kind of consciousness to record history yet. That's some advanced type shit.
They inscribed their weapons that they used, everything, right? All that stuff was there. They put it, and the thing was, these people were supposed to be before. When you deal with the Folsom people, some damn near between 12 to 14,000 years ago, they was before the Egyptians. So they was carving on walls before the Egyptians did it.
Yeah. And that's why I said, yeah, the Egyptian hieroglyphs looks like kindergarten scratch to me once I started studying, really studying. Salutes to the Egyptians though, but they definitely not the height of civilization like we've been taught, man.
When you look at what they did and some of the Sumerians did, but then when you come to the Americas and the South America, you can see the Hopi people. You can see what the Folsom people did and those ancient tribes of the past, right? Like I said, they left their stuff on the walls too. That stuff is there. People can Google it. It's there. They drew bodies on the wall. They was no different than me and you sitting on the corner Yo, hit your name up on that wall real quick, man. Let niggas know what
Mm-hmm.
block we from.
But you know what? You know what, George? What make the shit so deep though? I don't think the enemy can remove none of that shit without him having consequences. Cause look, if he knew he can just destroy that shit and remove it, he would have done it. So our ancestors' shit was left to stay there, and he just said, okay, let me just go and dumb them down so they don't know what it means. I be asking myself, like, why didn't they just destroy all that? And I did not have to throw my tinfoil hat on. I'd be like, a lot of this shit is on magnetic ley lines. A lot of this shit is old technology of interacting with the ether that we don't know about, with sigils, cymatics, and even how symbols can have power and shit. I be getting deep, and I say, look, if they destroyed the pyramids in Egypt right now, the pyramids in South America, all these ancient places, it'll probably just wipe out everyone on Earth, including them too, because what if, now just a theory, some of this ain't, I believe the Earth is an ancient technology. And I believe a lot of the shit we built here was to aid in the technology of what the Earth is, different parts of this mechanism. And if you don't know how to use the shit right, or you take this apart or move that, you will fuck some up, and they know that. What y'all think?
That's 100. It's weird. I mean, listen, we designed the thing. And see, without getting too complicated, like we designed, we come. Matter of fact, no, I ain't gotta get too complicated. When we watched the movie, what's Mr. Fantastic? When they was going into all those different parallel universes. I said a while back, when Sanchez is sitting in his chair smoking his blunt and he just sitting back chilling, the dogs ain't barking, the old lady ain't nagging you, and you just sit back in your thoughts. You may think in a 24-hour span, you may think 100,000 thoughts. Some you manifest into this reality. You bring from the unseen to the seen. But those other thoughts that in imagination that you imagine that you never manifested, where do they go? They go back out into the universe. We create these other universes with those thoughts and imaginations that you experienced in other places. So this reality is just, I don't even look. It's not even. It's not even real. It's not. It's not even real. It seems real because it seems real in the simulation with our senses, but it's not real. That's why when you go to sleep, you outside of limitation. You can run, you can jump, you can do all kinds of shit in the dream world that you can't do in the so-called physical.
You know what's crazy about this is I'm learning the older I get that the only thing real is my world, not the world. And that the world is fake, but my world is real. And what's crazy is that your perception creates your inner world. And even if the outer world ain't even what you perceiving, it don't matter. You can fool yourself. That's how the placebo effect works. You know what I'm saying? So what that teach us with the placebo effect is that the only thing matter is your world, the inner world. It ain't really about the world outside as much as it is what you think about the world outside. So the people in power like to control our imagination and what we think about ourselves and the world around us, because perception defines reality.
Remember, because people try to crowbar this part in, and I'll be ready for it. Well, what about when we're born into slavery? We born into these places in war-torn countries. You need to understand something in assimilation. Right now, while I'm on my phone, and you're on your computer, and there's people watching, everything is happening at the same time on the planet, the so-called planet. Everything that you can think, damn near that you can think of in your imagination, Sanchez, is happening somewhere on the planet. Right now, there's a woman being made love to. There's a woman being assaulted. There's somebody dying. There's a baby being born. There's somebody going forward. There's somebody going backwards. Everything is happening. Everything, consciousness is expressing itself in every variable all over the planet, all at the same time. So what you're experiencing is what you came to experience within the reality, right? There's not just a one thing. It's all part these so-called, what they say, a million minds in one body experiencing,
Yep.
but it's all coming from one source. So like I just think that like we've been trained to overcomplicate this thing. Like, how many people really sit down, Sanchez, and think like everything is happening at the same time? The world is going too fast for you, or you got too many problems. You're not sitting back when you're smoking a blunt thinking like that. Well, maybe you may do, but the average person ain't. They're only looking at the world through the lens that's created for them, and not the lens they should be creating for themselves in the experience.
Yeah. And you don't learn this till late in life. So I ain't like this simple knowledge ain't as easily accessible, and it's getting less and less accessible as we go into this digital world too. You know what I'm finding out, man? AI can be good. I ain't even like I used to bang on AI, right? Here's what I'm realizing, bro. Like it's really our outsourcing our creativity energy to AI. So when people say, I want to generate a song versus, hey, I want to go and learn how to play piano, we forget what make us human. Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Stevie Wonder. Why do you even respect Stevie Wonder? Because he's a blind man who didn't let his limitations stop him. He still learned how to play that piano and he mastered it. Now, if you put Stevie Wonder's skills into an AI and the AI can play the computer like Stevie Wonder and people still respect it like it's Stevie Wonder, we going to hell in a handbasket. That's what hell is. Because what that is people now forgetting what makes us respect human legacy, what makes something great, right? And you can just generate shit and not have even access your creative energy, imagination, the humanity in you.
Because people don't realize is as long as you have a soul, you're a spirit being, but as long as you're in these physical bodies in so-called time, stuck in time, you are an AI. Remember I asked you before, I asked you about it earlier in the year. I said, do you think that we're machines? These bodies are electrical machines. These we're not the body. We're just in this body to experience the world. It's like when they give you movies when you go into when they travel to a so-called another planet and they don't fit the atmosphere, they have to jump into a sleeve or a body to be able to breathe. You need this body to experience this reality. That's why you come through a womb in this body, right? You form inside the belly and come through a wound in this body, but your consciousness, this is just your sleep. But this is artificial intelligence. They generated this for you to be here inside the what's the name? The simulation. That's all it is, man. So AI is nothing. AI is emulating you. AI is you. It's pretending to be you. That's all it is. And it's all. And when you lose sight of that, you lose who you are and succumb to the AI. The AI is you.
You know what's crazy? It's because when I hear you say AI is me, it's because how we interact with AI is filling everything we missing in our reality. So if a person saying like how people is going so far with it now, they making a religion. AI is daddy. AI is the spouse. I'm not going that far, but I'm saying producers not hire human lawyers because Chat GPT can give you legal advice on the same level. That's a fact. And guess what? It's the need for humans to interact with each other is gonna decrease over time to where I don't need another human. I just need a prompt. Give me the right prompt.
Sanchez, look, let's just put the nerd hats on for a minute. Teeth and gloves off. You know why AI is here and why people love AI so much? Like, let's just call it for what it is. Because a lot of people don't know. because who you are God. You are that. You can do all these things. You can walk on water. You came here. You came here with amnesia yourself to experience and to wake up, right? To understand who you are. That's a whole metaphor and the allegory for the scripture, telling who you are. The AI is emulating what you already are, and you're fascinated by it because you are. What the AI does is what you create in your imagination in this limitation. So the AI takes you out of limitation. The goddamn Project Bluebeam, they put these holograms and all this kind of stuff up. The brain, the imagination is creating these things because it has a thirst to participate in something that it already is, but in these physical bodies, you're in limitation because you're stuck in time. That's why you create it.
You know what? I got
Yeah.
a serious question for you, George, and we can pass it round the panel. Salutes to Key Norfolk. I'm finna cut right to the nitty gritty. Can we coexist in harmony with artificial intelligence?
I would say, I would say, you. Let me answer it this way. Right now, no. There will have to be a paradigm shift. There will have to be a paradigm shift where humans, so-called humans, this whole consciousness will have to be erased, and you will have to create a whole new consciousness to understand and deal with AI. Because the way AI has been created under a Yaku consciousness. You're creating it to fulfill a fantasy, instead of a fantasy of greed, a fantasy of putting people in a box for your own personal gain, not for the actual powers that you actually have, because it's emulating you. The computer is emulating you. Everything, the car engine is emulating the way your body structure inside your chest cavity operates. All of this stuff is emulating you, but you don't know it because they're not telling you who you are. The powers, the wicked powers that be, is manipulating it to manipulate you. So at this point, no, there will have to be a full redoing of the process. It would have to be a
Bro,
full paradigm.
that's so fucking deep what you just broke down, because what it's saying is it ain't even just AI that's our problem. Our problem as humans, we need to learn how to use stuff and not let it use us. Not whether it's AI, food, it's just discipline. That's what it's telling what I'm hearing.
Yeah, peace
Big
and love
cat.
to you, the panel and Sanchez. I believe that if we learn how to be so-called computer programmers with this AI, we can come a long way, and we can learn to be, balance out this AI, so to speak. I
And
digress.
again, sister, you cooking because again, I was blaming AI, but guess what? At the end of the day, if our ancestors had AI and they had a heavenly utopia, what's different between them and us? They didn't rely on AI. They just let it serve them, and instead we serve AI. We give it our whole personality and say, make an image of me by the beach, and we never go visit the beach ourselves.
That's a fact. Hey, then salute, man. Hey, salute, bro. Salute to the panel. Man, y'all cooking, man. When you was talking about AI and can we be compatible with AI? I think you right on point when it comes to the people who in control of it. Then I think Sister Demi, salutes to you, Sister Demi. I think she hit it right on the head. We have become computer programmers. That's why we have AI. But at the same time, I think the agenda part, like what you were saying, bro, when the agenda part come in, because we trying to skip over the moralistic aspect of it. We're skipping over it's just like working out to lose weight or going to get a surgery to lose weight. You're not gonna have that inner strength that you built when you went out, when you was going to the gym. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like that integrity that you built to go and do that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, facts.
yeah,
Cause
yeah.
Key, what you saying is this: if I can go and chat GPT and say, hey, chat GPT, generate me some big ass muscles right now on my body. Yeah, I wouldn't work out.
Yeah,
But
right.
hold up. That's the same shit. George work out, right? If George can just type the prompt in and pop the muscles up, what would be the need to go to the gym? What would be the need to go to piano class? Why go to school? Why learn? Why your human existence will be over. See, we think that we asking for a better world, but what we're asking for is to be computers. Why? Because computers don't gotta learn nothing. You just fucking program it into it and there it go. What makes us human is the fact that we are mortal beings with limitations, and that if George wanna be strong, he gotta start off as a skinny fella and work out every day, and he gonna look back one day and he gonna be proud because of the journey. AI takes away the journey that makes you give you a legacy, that makes you look back and say, this is why we respect Michael Jordan. We can see his evolution from when you see what I'm saying.
Right. And you can teach other people. And I think that's was I want to say human intelligence, you know what I'm saying, versus artificial intelligence, but a lot of people may want to go against their human word, but we can all agree that we humans. So, we got a certain type of level of integrity that we conceive when we're doing certain things.
Facts.
When you go through something, you build things. So I think that's what's missing, because we all looking for comfortability in this world, and we're not going through the things to actually have the um the journey to be able to pass down to the next people. And I think AI is taking over there with a computer generated journey.
Yeah.
And that's what we missing, man.
Bro, this is so needed right now because guess what? I'm talking to myself now. I don't know how many of y'all listen to this and you self-reflecting. It's making me be more mindful of how I incorporate AI into my workflow in life. I heard Curtis King say this, but it ain't hit that hard to now. But it's a fact though. You can lose your goddamn self, man. Like the
Sanchez,
process. Yeah.
I got to give this one to you because you can process this. This is the part we're overlooking. Separate AI for a minute, right, from the physical world of limitation. Meaning, if we went up to a building, right, a 16-story building, and jumped off right now, in this so-called physical world, we would crash to the ground and die, right? But if we was able to go to sleep, like you was sitting on the one couch, I was on another couch, and we went to sleep at the same time and woke up in the dream and said, hey, we're gonna jump off this building. We can tell ourselves to fly. We can program ourselves to do whatever we want to do. This is the issue. The issue is when you are sitting in that chair where you at right now, you could imagine something in your imagination and mind and have it instantaneously in your imagination, right? But you can't always have it in the physical world because it's a process. This physical world is a process. We came here to experience the process of things. But
Yeah.
the reason why we love the AI, because the AI is emulating who we really are in this physical world. It's giving
Yep.
this to us instantaneously. So you love the AI because the AI is what you really are.
Yeah.
What you really are not is the process. You came
Yeah.
to the experience the process. The AI exists because you exists. It's emulating you. That's why I gave the scenario of when you look at the tree branches and the trees, it looks like you got them bronchial tubes in your chest. When you look at the car, the way the car engine where they circulate the things in the engine is emulating your chest cavity. All these things is emulating your science of what you are in
Yeah.
this physical world. The
Hey,
AI is are. That's why you love it so much because it's fulfilling a fantasy that you always had that you just couldn't do in the physical body. So you use the AI. Because I can sit and imagine me with a girl right now, and I'm not really with her, but in my imagination, I'm with her instantaneously. I can imagine I got this car. But now you can tell the AI to go create something to just do it for you. You can tell the AI to go do this, or they can use AI to give you an image that makes that gets a reaction out of you. Right? They
yeah.
playing with you. But I'm laying here. One form that we do, what we don't call it AI, is somebody can write a movie. You go watch this movie and know that the movie is fake, but it still gets a response out of it. They're playing with your mind. They're giving you it's giving you a reaction. AI gives you that dopamine, that reaction that you always been looking for. That's why you get addicted to it because you don't know who you are.
Yeah.
You know what's the crazy
These are
part
facts.
about that, man? The crazy part about that is that make it easier for the people who don't have a soul. These people who have internal hard drives, they got an external hard drive, so they just picking up what's being put down or what's already placed on this external hard drive, bro. So they able to use this AI system to get ahead in life. But what they do is it push people with an internal hard drive further down in life because we have this on the inside. We need to do physical things to achieve this. And if a person to come, it's like a magic trick. Like, so if I got a magic trick and then I can use this magic trick to overcome everything that I got to do, it's like divination versus the divine. Just because
It's so
divination sound
crazy,
like
bro.
this crazy, bro. You like, you feel me? I
Yeah.
want you to go in on this shit, bro.
Nah, you cooking. Do your thing for sure.
Yeah, because you know, when I was talking about us being able to gain integrity from what we're going through, when you gain integrity from the things that you go through, say it's like something like working out, you know, you gain all type of discipline from that. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like going to the military or, you know, going through certain circumstances in life, and if you don't go through that, you're not going to be ready for what come next. So that's gonna have you off balance within itself, bro.
You know, I see this brother in the chat room, Black Magic Sem. I wish you would come up, man, because I've been where you at before, to where people was talking about simulation and that the world around us is fake. And I always bring up trauma to shoot it down. I always say, oh, you saying we in a simulation? You saying this world is fake? Tell that to the people in Nigeria. Tell it to the children that's starving. Tell it to the woman that's, and guess what? That right there ain't really proof that we don't live in a simulation. And I'm gonna be honest, I've been there before, which is why I'm when I see that person in the chat doing it, I can have empathy because that's trauma bonding. Because the world around us can only appear real through oppression. Real to us is pain, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, we prove that this world is real by pointing out our scars, our gunshot wounds, and shit like that. You know, and what you're proving is that in this computer simulation is hard times, nigga. You ain't disprove a simulation because the moment you disprove, if you say that the world we experiencing right now is all there is, there's nothing else to that, you saying when you die, it just stopped. You cease to exist. So if there's a life after death, then why would I base how I feel just on what's happening to me in this particular reality? That's 1% of what's to see in the universe. So at that point, I had to check myself and say, look, the world around me is a digital program. People gonna suffer in this motherfucker, right? Ain't none of this shit real, but the experience is real. And my thing is this right here. How you react to the world around you is more realer than the world around you. When the brother was talking about the external drive and the internal drive, the people with the external drive got to pull all of their experience from outside of themselves. The people with the internal drive, they're putting data on their shit through personal experience. That's what I'm saying. AI ain't got personal experience. And that's a problem, bro. Guess what? What we think is limitations is what make us God. And AI know that. AI know you being a human, right? Going through personal experience to learn is what make you a God and not a machine. But AI want us to be like a machine while it try to find out how to be like God. AI want to go to the gym and lift weights, even though we can just build you a strong body. AI don't want humans to build it a strong body. If AI could sweat and work out and run at the gym, it would. And this may sound crazy to us, but it's weird because we're trying to experience what it's like to be transhuman. And AI is trying to experience what it's like to love, to fucking hate, to be human.
There you go. That's exactly what I was alluding to. Say, I'm glad you said that. Is we get this euphoria, dopamine when we see AI because it's emulating what we really are, but AI is emulating us and trying to be us. But this is the thing too. 2026, man, we here. You're gonna have people that's not gonna agree, that's gonna be detractors. But remember I said, and this on this so-called planet or reality, there's everything happening at the same time. The brother in the chat, he's where he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be here to disagree with us. I ain't got like where I'm at with it. If you ain't if you still in the third grade and we the same age and you ain't in the 12th grade yet, ready to graduate, you just got to come back here and do it again, man. I ain't got no more. I ain't trying to teach or catch you up. You just got to stay there, man. And you go listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson and them tell you that the Big Bang Theory is this, and keep waiting on that, waiting on the sky to open up and some, I ain't got time, man. We got to move forward, man. Some of us think the way that we think because we're not coming back no more. We done. Like, you at that stage, some people got to come back and keep doing this shit. I don't care whether you believe it or not. That's just where we got to be because you got murderers, you got people, you got lovers, you got politicians, you got everything on this planet, from the plants to the bugs to everything, is different aspects of consciousness expressing itself. Where do you fit in that place when you wake up? To the point where it's all assimilation and you ready to get out of here. As long as you still caught up in time, you're gonna stay caught up in time. That's it. That's it.
And that's what I wanted to talk about the programming, because we need to learn the language, the true language, computer language of AI, and we need to know what programs, because there's different programs that we can literally command it to be removed or replaced. And I think that's what I mean by computer programming, my own personal computer programming. Like I would say, I remove all past life trauma from the Master Key program. And right there, I feel like something it took place. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by we had to learn the true computer language of this AI, which I think might possibly be the tree of life. I'd agree.
Hey, Sister Demi, remember the video I played earlier with the prisoners in the computer prison? Mm-hmm. You think we may be in something like that?
Yes, indeed.
What y'all think? Because check, it's like, I believe that,
Say it one more time, I had missed it.
Remember that video I played earlier? It got the futuristic prison, what they talking about building, where a prisoner can serve all its time in like a few minutes, and when it upload its consciousness in this little machine type shit. I'll play it back for y'all. Hold on, play this back.
That's kind of like what we're doing now. Life is but a dream.
I'm gonna play this back. It's right here.
And realistic AI-generated content.
Let me play this.
To ensure
I'm gonna share this with y'all. Let's check this out, because look, when we play this video, my theory is that Earth is one of these, and that we all in the base reality sleep, waiting to wake up to be born for real as babies.
Welcome to Cognify, a facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Welcome to Cognify, a facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Instead of spending years in an actual prison cell, prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These complex, vivid, and lifelike memories are created in real time using AI-generated content.
I wanted to pause it right there to say one thing, because I've talked to a lot of people about these concepts, and one thing I get is that, Sanchez, how can dreams be parallel realities when some of the craziest shit happen in dreams, like a tree can melt or fucking weird things you just can't explain, right, in a dream. And my thing is, like, if you ever generated AI content and you type in a prompt and tell AI to generate some shit for you, sometime AI can be tripping and glitching, and AI will generate, you say, okay, make this man eat the pizza and shit. And instead of the man eating the pizza, the man will be eating the pizza looking real weird and shit with his eyes crazy. Like, AI can have these weird little funky little, effects when it's trying to recreate some shit. And I'm saying, if all of these dream worlds and all that are little AI generated probabilities in the multiverse, in some of these worlds, you'll have like these little AI generated glitches in your dream. Like, I know that some people say, well, that may be scary. Yeah, I've had scary ass dreams with weird glitches and shit going on that don't make sense. And that's exactly how AI generated content is. I'm just saying.
Depending on the seriousness of the subject's crime and their sentence, the memories could be tailored to the rehabilitation needs of each subject. The artificial memories implanted by Cognify would be seamlessly incorporated into the existing neural networks of the brain, preventing cognitive dissonance and ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. First, the prisoner is given a choice.
Bro, we saw this in Demolition Man, Minority Report, and so many more, bro. It is real.
Either spending...
Said that, brother.
Yeah, I think our Earth we may be in this shit already.
That's reprogram. That's chipping the brain, because they want, man. We talked about this tapping into your imagination, man. They want to reprogram you. Like, if they do that to you, you're done. It's over for you.
See, the crazy thing about the word imagine, it's saying I'm a genie. Like, the crazy thing about it, if your consciousness is the only thing you possess within a digital program, because your real body is sleep like this, then your imagination will be the most valuable thing you got, because it will be based upon your ability to be open-minded and think outside the box, to even wake up, to even know you're in a fucking illusion. You know what I'm saying?
Lights come in attractions. It's the one thing that they can't harness. Your imagination. They can't harness it. They can control your desires, your thoughts, your manifestation, but not your imagination. So,
tens of years.
But the fact that they are really investing money into going to this level, because remember now, what's that dude named Ellison, one of the richest dudes in the world, that's talking about using Neuralink to create zero crime? Larry Ellison, I think. Trump just passed the little thing to really bring his idea to fruition with the Stargate. Larry Ellison, yeah.
On the 2030 agenda. That's all things science that they want to have in effect by 2030 and perfected by 2045, to a point where it'll be normal. So when you look at the movie Demolition Man, all of them was chipped up. Every last one of them. When you watch the movie, they didn't cuss. They got the merits when they did something wrong. They didn't have physical sex. They was all chipped up. And that was in that world. That movie came out in 1993, but the world was 2032, bro.
They've been telling us this shit, bro, and And this is our reality, man. Like Jim Carrey told us with Truman Show. It's so many movies I can point out now, bro. But
I'm saying is where I'm at my age, about to be 51 in 2026. If you ain't talking like this on this level, to me, you still in the third grade and first grade. It's not. I'm not dissing nobody. I just don't want to talk to you. I'm wasting my time. If you still talking about this and time and all, you're not up to speed on what's happening and what they doing in front of you and understand. It's like Sanchez, you'll be wasting your time, bro.
it's blue
Like
pill, yeah.
it's because the stuff you've been teaching for so many years. When people said, "Oh man, you super pseudo," now they starting to ask questions, and what you're talking about is intriguing, but they want to come up and debate
Yeah.
stuff that's already understood. Is a waste of time. Like
Bro,
we
have you
got
been seeing Neil deGrasse Tyson bite from our shit? Real talk. I ain't even capping.
yes, because it's getting to a point with the technology. The further and further we move into the so-called future, the old world is dying, and the old teachings and way of thinking is dying. They cannot
That's
maintain
facts.
that knowledge.
They can't.
There's a lot of that's going to come out. But what they're going to do with AI, they're going to use AI to manipulate the truth with their illusions and different things. But
You know,
we know that.
no, you know what I'm saying too is long time ago they changed the truth by superimposing the celestial sphere over the globe, and they changed how we saw the earth, and they got everybody thinking they rotating. What I see them doing now is they moving with the shift, George, where they can't stop the awakening. People are starting to say the nature of how we investigate physicality don't make sense. People are starting to talk about parallel realities, deja vu, astral travel, even if they are religious or whatever. People are exploring these unseen things that we've been ignoring, and physics can't explain it. So it's making people question physics. And physics just saying, okay, I'm with y'all. I'm curious too about astral projection, multiverse theory, all that. And I'm like, damn, physics is slick as hell. They moving with the shift. Like they putting this shit into their model. Like globe earthers are trying to bring in multiverse theory, all the shit we talk about, but make it apply to a model that really denies it.
That's why we got to be diligent and letting people understand the old movies that they gave you in the 90s is happening now. So my thing is, if somebody, I laugh, somebody, oh man, that's pseudo. Okay, cool. You know what? I love you too, my brother. I'll get back to you later.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say
Mm-hmm.
I don't have time no more. Because what you see going on with these what they putting on TV, the agendas, everything that you see, they gave you the movie Transcendence. They gave you the show, what's the name of that movie that was on Altered Carbon, right? All of that kind of stuff that they're doing now with the nanotechnology and all this stuff they playing with you. And if you still saying this stuff is pseudo, I ain't really nothing for us to talk about
I'm
at this
gonna
point.
be honest with you. I used to think when they spraying up the chemtrails that it's definitely nano in that shit, nanotech. But you know what I'm realizing now? Because what nanotechnology is very small scale, controlled, microscopic shit you can't see with the naked eye, but they could control it is in your body, right? Robotic shit. I'm starting to say now, what if, because we in a simulation of digital reality, we know your imagination is the strongest weapon here. What if they got shit in the air to make parts of our biology be dormant, like to make it's certain shit they doing to us on an environmental level to make certain abilities we got be there dormant. Is we got it, but we can't use it because a certain kryptonite they putting with Superman type shit.
For Tyrone Hayes, what he showed, what they was doing
Yeah,
with the fish in the water, right? Remember when it was biologically changing, altering the
yeah,
fish's
hell
DNA?
yeah.
They already been doing
It
it. They put that stuff in your food. It's in your chicken. It's in your beef. It's in the air you breathe. It's everywhere. It's all over. But again, a lot of this stuff goes to also the mindset, the way that you think. When you're able to be woke and think outside of the box. See, I'm gonna say this: a lot of people ain't gonna agree with me. Some will. Those that know, nothing's 100% for the most part, because part of this journey is your experience. But when you be able to think outside the box and know who you are outside of this condition, a lot of things don't apply to you. Things apply to people in this world that's conditioned to believe the lie. So your brain and your body start to acquiesce to the conditions that they conditioned you to believe. Well, where man thinkers is who we are. So if you believe that at 50 you old, your body start getting old. You start breaking down. If you are old head and you believe that you're not old at 50, you outside working out and they're eating right, you're gonna be in the gym doing what 30-year-olds do. It's just the way it is, bro. But it's hard explaining this shit to people. So it's the way you think. If they can control the way you think, they got you. And they're going to use AI as people start to wake up to manipulate you to draw you right back in. That's why you got to be woke and understanding what AI is and understanding who you are, and how AI is emulating you. You got to be out in front of AI like you walking a dog on a leash. If not, it's going to walk you. Plain and simple. Yeah, y'all there?
Yeah, it's like a old saying where they say, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, both are true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta, man. Listen, this thing, man. I was waiting for that dude to come up. He said he was coming up. Mhm. Man, this thing is not as complicated as we make it out to be. It's just that the masses don't know no better, and they give you metaphors and all kinds of things, man. And it's just like people like me and Sanchez spent so many years online arguing and debating people. I'm past the debates. I just want to be around people that's like-minded, that understand what's going on, and have those conversations of advancing us forward. I feel like I don't feel like going backwards, trying to explain stuff that unless you come in and get the information. You understand what I'm saying?
And you know what
Like,
I realized? It's an old wise man said, pick your battles wisely. And I think the debate phase was just a learning phase. Everybody gonna. I think it was necessary to get your stripes and get your skills up or whatever, and define your message. But it's definitely ain't the end goal. It's a process that you got to go through. And I don't even think if that process is even necessary nowadays for folks that's trying to do what we doing, because it's more than one way to skin a cat. But I will say when the debate is necessary is if you can get an opportunity to debate someone that's really a big person. Like if you can go debate Tucker Carlson, Jimmy Kimmel, or like Roland Martin, it'll be beneficial, and then it gotta be moderated. It can't be a yelling match. It gotta be Bible to the people. But I think on a level like that, yeah, but just trying to build your whole YouTube career off just looking for people to debate, that's dead, cooked, gone in the water.
Sanchez, look, let's go back to the scripture allegory for a minute. When the so-called Pharisees and Sadducees had all this Bible, I mean, all this Hebraic scripture knowledge, right? When Christ came, they didn't even know who he was, right? But they had all the knowledge. They knew everything. But when so based off the scripture, the story, when the truth showed up, they didn't even know, right? I'm saying all that to say, like, you can heal the blind, you can walk on water. For certain people, this still ain't gonna be enough. It's nothing, because they are here to be who they are in this
Yeah,
reality today.
that's facts.
You gotta let them be. Oh, thank you, Mr. Hater, for being here. Oh, you disagree? Cool. Well, let me finish laying out what I'm laying out. Or what I do now is say everything you need to say. You finished, my brother? All right, peace to you, my brother. And then I go back to teaching, because you gotta, like, people. What I'm saying is, in the metaphor, you heal the blind, you walk on water, you hit you do all these different things, and the people still not gonna see you.
Yeah.
They still not gonna see you. So the only thing you can do, to the point you say you gotta let the dead bury the dead, bro. But let me go back for my people. No, let the dead bury the dead, brother. This is where we going this way.
You know why too, George? You see the deep shit that we evolved to even entertain. The debate forums can't evolve there because people are stuck that they right with their ideology. See, I had to go back and say, man, because somebody Ben was telling me about the simulation theory. I didn't just fucking, people was on that before me, is what I'm saying. I came into it in my time. Them people ain't try to really debate me, but what I'm saying is, yeah, man, it's definitely a learning process. People can see that I'm trying to grow and shit. Like one of my New Year's resolutions was less trying to force my ideology on people. And it ain't just for them, it's for my sanity too. Because anybody that know what I'm saying know that that shit ain't good for your mental health.
I'm here.
It ain't.
I'm here, my
bro.
brothers.
It's gonna ruin relationships and all that. Shout out to you, Jamal. If I can move differently, right? If I can take everything and move back differently, and when I got woke long time ago,
oh Lord,
I would have fucking let folks live and breathe where they was, man. Guess what I did, bro? I was really fucking going in on people.
Oh yeah, I used to go in. And, I'm really trying to look. I'm not going.
Hey, your mic loud. I ain't gonna lie. Is it just me? But go ahead. But yeah, your mic is loud. But you got it, though.
I'm on a headset,
I don't
man.
know
My
if
bad,
it's
man.
just me.
Let me calm down, man. I get excited about topics like this, man. These conversations, man. But what I'm saying is foolish. Is I feel like we're using these things. And this matrix talk and all this extra, this whatever outside the box is, I feel like we use that as an excuse, just like we use religion as an excuse, just like we use everything as an excuse.
Can I say one more thing before you do that?
Yeah,
go ahead. See, I feel it's just the opposite. I feel that we use our regular day-to-day mundane activities in the rat race, right? We all know we gotta work to eat. We all know to raise our children. We know that. We know that. See, what we don't know is the unseen mysteries to our reality that keep us relying on priests and pastors and bishops to explain that shit. See, hold on. I'm gonna say this and you got it. I think you're backwards. I think that we use the struggle and the everyday rat race that we all know we gotta be as an adults. We gotta pay bills. We use that conversation to run away from deep conversations about what happened when we die. What do you think the earth is? I think we really scared to think outside the box. I think it's just the other way around, Jamal, because all of us know how to get up every day and feed our children. That's regular shit. Cockroaches get up every day and feed their children, Jamal. That's instinctive shit. Rats do that, right? Dogs do that. And we want to talk about that versus the soul inside of us, the deep shit. And so, Jamal, I'll turn the mic over to you. You go ahead, brother, but I just wanted to share. I think you're backwards in that it's just the other way around, brother, but take your time. I'm going to mute up, man.
All right, okay. So I'm going to explain to you why this is just not true. And people, we do work for a living. And we could get out of this matrix, but the matrix is still real. It's still something physical. It's still something tangible. It's still something that I can see, that I can touch, that I can feel. It's still a realm that we have to deal with here on Earth. And I also agree with you that the role for all humanity, the role for all mankind, is to grow spiritually, is to worry about. That's why things like the commandments and everything else were put in place, so we would actually know our limit. We could actually know the things that we needed to do to accomplish being closer to the omnipresent, or to accomplish actually making it to heaven, to making it out of here, so we don't have to continue to reincarnate. And it's not what you know is not going, what you know, and the knowledge that you have, or comparing me to, a third grader for the lack of knowledge, is not what's going to stop you from reincarnating. What stops you from
You
reincarnating is
telling
what's
me
in your.
knowledge ain't power?
No, knowledge will set you free, but you can use. But if you have knowledge and you use your knowledge to pursue evil things, it's people that the people that are the most knowledgeable use that knowledge to corrupt the entire world. The people with the most knowledge, they use that knowledge to tear families apart, to tear the black community apart,
That proves my point. It proves that if good people would start to value knowledge like bad people, then we can be in charge. But see, the good people value religion over knowledge, faith, and all that.
In fact, that is true. That's why religion, but we weren't even told to be religious. If you follow the doctrine, we were never told to be religious. We were told to be spiritual, and to have a connection with the omnipresent, so we can break these chains, so we can get out of what's going on in this world. We all see it. It's things in this world that we can't even explain, that people see, but these things are real. The soul, okay, you say so if we're in the matrix and we're all plugged into these machines or whatever the fuck, where is the soul? Where is the spirit of a man? The spirit of a man, these things live in different realms. There are such things as ghosts, there are such things as poltergeists, and there are such things as demonic spirits. There are people that right now, you're talking about the elites and you talk about everything else. You want to say that they're like, that you mentioned the wicked, you mentioned the evil. These evil people, they build principalities, they worship, and they have certain rituals to bring in different spirits. It's not just
I mean, but can we both agree
metaphysical.
Can we both agree to disagree that we both agree evil is in the world, but we may disagree on the mechanistic ways of how it manifests? You said that they bring in different spirits. I believe that the realm we in is a spiritual realm, and physicality is an illusion, and that your body is a spirit. And that I believe that the people who you're saying bringing in the spirits, they are spirits doing the evil themselves.
Okay. This is why I'm going to disagree, because my body has nothing to do with my spirit. I mean, my body, it controls my spirit, but my body's temporary.
Hear me out, right? I'm saying that there are layers to yourself. What you calling your spirit, when your body die, guess what? You're gonna be in another body that look like yours, but it's gonna be a better one. And then when that body die, your consciousness gonna shift to another avatar that's even better than that one. Okay,
I'm telling you why I don't believe that, because
hold on. You gotta let me finish.
God is a just God. You have to know that God. He might not be.
See, here's the thing right here. I ain't dealing with what you believe or what I believe. I'm dealing with facts right now, provable facts. The facts is, before I was talking to a human being called Jamal Collum, you was a sperm cell, were you not? Answer me right there, because you interrupting me, but I'm trying to show you something. You dealing with belief, I'm dealing with facts. Jamal, were you a sperm cell before you were a human?
Yeah, I ain't gonna not talk. Yeah, I was. You right? Okay, that's facts.
So watch this, right? As a sperm cell, did you serve a just God? And what church did you belong to as a sperm cell?
As a sperm cell, what kind of question is that?
I know you would glitch like that. It's not a dumb question. It's a very interesting question, and you're not gonna make it like I'm dumb, bro. It's an interesting question. What I'm saying is, you weren't always a human. You were a whole nother creature called a sperm. And guess what? You didn't belong to a church then. The question would be, why do you belong to one now? Because nothing else in nature belongs to a church but humans. Not fishes, not birds, not insects, and not even you as a sperm before you became a human. You see where I'm going here? Humans can be programmed. The point that I want to make here, Jamal, you was something before you was a human. You're going to be something else after you're a human. The problem with what I'm trying to address with you is when I tell you that you're going to manifest as greater versions of yourself and you deny that, then I got to show you where you already did that before by saying, hey, Jamal, when you're a sperm cell, yes. Would you like to go back to being one? No. Why? Because you're a better version of yourself. A caterpillar, when a butterfly wouldn't want to go back to being a caterpillar, and Jamal wouldn't want to go back to be a sperm, because he admitted to me right now that he was a different version of himself before he was a human, and he happy that he transformed to this version. And I'm telling him, when this version of him die, he gonna be happy that he transformed to the next one and the next one. It don't stop at just the sperm one. So I'm proving my claim. I ain't dealing with a belief. I'm showing Jamal that he already did what I said he gonna do again. I'm showing Jamal, listen, Jamal, you did this before, you gonna do it again. He can't show me his with proof, and I'll fall back right there. You got it. The floor is open.
I'll say something real quick too, because again, when you're coming from a dogmatic religious base, you going by faith. But that's, remember what I said, Sanchez. Right now on this planet, everything is happening at the same time. And that's part of the simulation. Good and evil, good and bad, evil and good. All these different things are happening at the same time. It's consciousness expressing itself in many different forms. And it's part of your experience in a physical body, man. That's all it is. Right? Things that we call evil, somebody else do it for good. And vice versa.
Oh my God. Come on, man. See now that's programming. That's programming because my bad, I ain't gonna cut you off.
That's my point. Just because you disagree, we got to show discipline. What I'm saying is, but this is why I said, Sanchez, I'm over this, because we're going backwards to explain stuff that's already understood. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. You got it. You got it.
No, that's fact. No. Hey, but check this out. I think that the reason it makes it redundant, George, and you right, I'm over it too, because if you dealing with religious minded people, you gotta let them kind of go.
I'm not religious minded.
Okay, my bad, brother. Go ahead.
I mean, you did say he when it comes to the God shit.
Yeah.
And
No,
you said
the creator. I know that there was okay. I did say he, but there are the creators. There were the creators of who we are. There's a creator. There is a creator of us, whether it look like us or not. There are creators of us. It's saying the word that there were creators of us. I don't go to church. I'm not sitting here talking about you got to follow Jesus to go into heaven, or you got to be a Muslim to make it to actually transcend in life. What I'm saying is there are people that choose not to transcend. There are people that choose. There are people that actually choose to hurt and to kill and to maim and to rape and to abuse motherfuckers that don't just get better once they die. They get worse when they die. They end up in places that are not going to be alive.
I ain't disagreeing, because what I'm saying is, if you ain't start working on yourself right now to be a better person, death ain't just gonna hit a cheat code and make you better. It's taught in the ancient system, you will reincarnate and actually regress. Right, and you will go backwards. You will devolve as a spiritual being.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, Jamal, it's about intent. You may not be a good person, but if in your heart you want to be, the universe gonna lead you in that direction. It may not be as fast as the next man, but everybody get there. Yeah,
that's big facts, and that's something I absolutely agree on. But I also agree that there's a war out here that we completely overlook. There's a war that our people go through. There's a war that we've been blinded to, and we've always, and from our fathers and fathers' generation, we've been taught to turn a blind eye to what's going on with the human species and what it's doing to the spirit. And that spirit for that people that, for you say that they're just stuck in the matrix, or we're just stuck in the matrix that's going through these things. I still, as a human being, as somebody that's part of God, that's something that I'm going to feel as well. That's something that we are going to feel as the human species. But the fact that we continue to remain docile You know, the fact that we continue to compare evil and good like it's yin and yang. You know, the opposite of God was never the devil. The opposite of God was always goddess, a feminine form. The evil and this other entity is something different that we are fighting, and it's easy. And I guess, I mean, the Matrix shows you that you can never win, that you're just going to continue to go through these battles. But like you said, you don't have to reincarnate once you reach that place of peace, and that's what they're teaching. They're trying to continue to keep us here so we don't reincarnate. I mean, so we do continue to reincarnate, and they can feed off of the energy force that is of God. But that's because we don't come together. That all that shit could be stopped if there was a collective consciousness. We don't need these things. We can unplug from the matrix, but it's a choice that's being forced on us because we do not do anything about it. Like all this, oh, you're just stuck. So what you want me to do? Sit here and wait and meditate until all that shit?
Let me explain something. Let me explain something to you, Jamal. Let me explain to you, Jamal. I'm gonna be honest with you. What happens, because I've been down your road before. What happens is it leads to, how old you is, and I'm
40 years old. I just turned 40
Watch
this
this,
year.
right? It leads to where you start really kind of yelling at the world around you because it's going to hell in a handbasket, but you don't realize about the world within you, right? And the thing about it is this:
that's right.
The world around you is a bunch of different people in different levels of spiritual development.
Facts.
That's got to get better on their own journey. But if everybody look outside of them yelling, then the world won't get better, because for the world to get better, each individual have got to work on themselves. So when you say,
that's true,
should I go in a room and meditate? Yes, that's called therapy. If every human do that, then the world will get better, because it ain't going to get better with us yelling at each other about how the world is fucked up. It's going to get better when each one of us go in our quiet space and work on the monster in us.
That's facts. Michael Jackson said the best, didn't he? We got to make that change, but again, that still comes with leadership. That still comes with active leadership. That comes with things that, you know, that comes. It's gonna be a revelation of where we have to see these things, and because you say some of these things ain't real, and I can't let you discredit some of the things that I have seen. Some of the things that I know. What
do you think I'm discrediting?
The fact that, like, the reptilians and all this extra shit, like these different species and all this extra shit. Have you ever seen a lizard man? Man, I ain't never seen a lizard man, but I seen something else.
Have you ever seen a half human, half reptile creature?
I seen something else that was comparable to the things that we talk about, and this is honest to God, and I wouldn't lie about
listen, my whole stream today was about reptilians in particular, and about shape-shifting and how...
Yeah, it was a shape-shifting motherfucker. I talked to him.
Listen. What I'm saying is, I'm not denying that these beings exist. I'm saying they ain't lizard people. They are digital projections. They don't even have a true form. They can be a lizard man, they can be a cow man, they can be whatever. That's all I was saying. I was going into the technicalities of how we interpret the phenomena, because how we interpret it to the public dictate how they receive it.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It make us look crazy when we say, hey, Queen Elizabeth is a lizard human, and if under her skin she's a big lizard. You know,
do it really look that crazy? Is it really that far? But is it really that far?
Let me tell you, it really is, man. And I'm gonna tell you, it's almost so crazy that it make a person kind of get mad that you even like doing it. Like because what you gotta do, Jamal, you got to get out of your body and think about you talking to a regular human who getting up every day trying to feed their family. They serious as hell. They ain't got time for bullshit, and life's hard. See, you laughing because you never got outside of your paradigm to look at it. And you trying to waste hours of their time to talk about a fucking lizard man in power. You don't see how you look, James? You don't have a self-awareness?
So
James,
you
I'm
talking
serious.
about them? What makes the difference? What makes the difference? You're talking about
It ain't about me. If you shift it on me, I'm gonna boot you. I'm asking you a question. We ain't finna play games, bro. Cause we know what the show was about. I know what I'm doing. Anything, bro, when I'm talking about a lizard man, you don't know how that look, bro. And I'm telling a motherfucker, bro, if it's a better way we can explain it other than up under her skin, she's a dragon creature. And we can literally come with some technical jargon and science with it, we unstoppable now. Why? Because even the people that deny reptilians agree that we are in a simulation and a digital program. So if we all agree with that, then what we're calling reptilians could just simply be non-player characters, and what we call in shape-shifting could just be holographic distortion. Now we have a scientific explanation and a language to speak with our claim, not just it's a lizard person. And what we just saw was reptile skin. And not only do we got a language and a legitimate claim we can make other than lizard people, this claim also support our other claim that we're in a simulation. Because in a simulation, you would have simulated or computer generated beings in it. These play on each other for the best of both claims. That's the shift I'm trying to get us to in the community, because the lizard man shit is something that I'm realizing that the enemy is saying too. And when I see the enemy saying the reptilians is real, guess what I say? Okay, he's benefiting from this some kind of way. And guess what? How he's benefiting? It's literally a hit piece. Because when you walk up to a regular person talking like that, they ain't gonna take you serious. And you don't see how you look. Because in your little community, it makes perfect sense. And it does, but we're interpreting it wrong. Because we letting them control how we explain what we see. They know we're gonna see this stuff. And they gonna say, oh, that's because that's lizard people and this is a glitch. And they know you're gonna look crazy. It's programming.
Yep, literally. That's why, like you said, you know, when the system gets to a point where they don't really have to defend themselves, because if your interpretation of the phenomena that's happening around you is flawed, they don't really have to do much to try to dismantle your argument, and the hit piece kind of right itself.
Yeah. And I done fell for so many hit pieces. That's how come I saw this one. Everybody with the reptilian thing, it never set right with me. Like lizard people.
But you also been caught off guard on some snake shit like that, like years ago with the Flat Earth Conference shit. That was definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm. A big one. It made me really slow down, get a small circle, because, bro, it's psyops running everywhere. They controlling the narratives, how you react to shit.
Big facts.
Or when they did, when the Flat Earther dad that, you know, did the thing where he went up or whatever with a rocket or something.
Yeah, the Mike guy, he died, and I think they faked his death. See, I ain't gonna even go into that because
right.
was, you see what I'm saying?
It just be different shit. Or when they did the Flat Earth doc or whatever, it's like, bro, they did it, like, you know, a hit piece when you see one.
Mm-hmm. All them like hit pieces, CQ, all of them hit pieces you bringing up added up to right now the Flat Earth is dead, kind of.
Man.
It added up over time.
Literally. It's like, at this point, the movement is kind of just, like you said, in the background. Once upon a time, this shit had way more legs, and that's why the debate was so strong within it. Like, when y'all were just talking about how, you know, it used to be when niggas was doing the debate, like you said, we done definitely grown past that, and we see why. But when that shit was in full swing, boy, was motherfuckers handing out smoke everywhere.
But see, but Q, the reason the thing is, when the shit was popping off, and then you didn't get the Neil deGrasse Tysons and the big names looking for smoke to go join in is gonna die, because the whole purpose of that whole movement was to end up, okay, some flat earther gonna definitely debate Makai Kaku, Neil Tyson. But what happened? I see it now. They fucking hid behind the quote unquote science communicators, and they sent in the fucking Dave Keegan's, Professor Dave's, all these folks,
Right.
and you as a buffer, because they didn't want to risk their damn these Neil deGrasse Tyson's, all them. If they lose a debate, that's over with. They so valuable to the globe model that if you beat them, you beat the globe, and they wasn't gonna let that happen.
Literally. And it's like they seen how close that was happening, even when major people started to debate you or run from debates from you. Like when Phil Valentine didn't want to debate, or a couple of other ones, I'm like, yeah, it's getting to that point where niggas know if y'all run this up, even Billy Carson. It's
They
like,
prep for this.
man, it's
They
like,
prep
you
for
know,
this.
and young Pharaoh didn't want no smoke, no more smoke after that ass whooping. It's just like, you know, niggas don't forget about these times. Bro Polite was ducking the smoke. I'm like, man, the list goes on. When motherfuckers got truth, a lot of people don't want to sit there and bullshit lies to go up against it when they know they lying. That's when they really don't want to, you know, have a debate, because they know they ain't got their shit fully together. If you know a nigga know your shit better than you know it, and you finna debate they shit, it's not a good look.
Yeah, that's facts. It's just facts. This whole Tartaria thing, though, is it's gonna be the only way I think flat Earth is gonna become more relevant. Because check this out, right? All of the Tartaria is like the new flat Earth, but they talking about the ether, and you can't have an ether without flat Earth. And what's really crazy is how you got the Tartarian shit, the time travel shit, the multiverse shit, all of the shit that you can't have without flat Earth. It's big movements, and they saying flat Earth is the distraction. When all of the holes in they shit that they're mentioning in their videos is summed up with flat Earth. Because when I watch a lot of Tartaria videos, people will say, who built this and how? Was it giants? And what kind of technology was it? We know it was based upon the ether and all this, because it didn't have cards. But how does ethereal technology work? Because this is lost knowledge, and it ain't really lost knowledge. It's just that it was based upon them knowing the earth is flat, and that the ether was the primordial ocean. You can send waves through an ocean. Simple. And then when we bring that old cosmic system back, all of the mysteries and all this shit, it's like the people in power said, look, we gonna let all of these awakening movements happen, but the foundation that would explain the mystery behind all of them, we gonna hide that, and that's flat Earth.
Hey, bro, have you ever seen? It was
What?
a documentary on YouTube a while back. I think it was called like "Way of the Water" or something like that. But it was about flat Earth, and a lot of the things that you talk about, you know, it kind of ties into a lot of the stuff that they talked about in that documentary, especially like those castles and things like that. Basically saying like those people you see in the pictures, they didn't build those castles; they inherited it.
Yeah.
I guess like after a
Oh,
reset, you know what I
put it like
mean?
this, bro. Like, what's his name? You Freemasons then got on here and told us motherfuckers is 100% on point
Yep.
with
Man, for
what they
years.
being taught in the lodge.
For years. And you know what's crazy, bro? You got Freemasons that come out speaking the truth, and then they just get disowned by the lodge and, blackballed and all that. Because remember, this video from a Freemason right here. And guess how I know the nigga? It had to be, if he ain't a Freemason, he knows somebody that's one. Because check it out. The whole secret the Masons hide is the flat Earth. I got a video that's got over 250,000 views breaking Freemasons hiding the flat earth shit down. And even in that video, I didn't even break down that the Masons was hiding the fact that the sky is projected. This video goes into that.
And the thing is, like you were just saying, you didn't have Masons get up here and talk about that video and just say how they were speechless behind the shit because they can't say everything, but yeah, just know that. And it's like, right, y'all know what it is.
And guess what they didn't say too? They didn't never say how the sky was projected, and because this video came later. Yeah, what I'm finding out, all of the Masons that was coming around us, man, they was just sent to see how much we know and all that. Because they never really added nothing new. It was like, okay, we teach
they
that
really
too.
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, it seemed like the fact that what you were saying and what we was talking about was on par with what was being discussed in the lodge, and to be able to kind of discuss the topic with others outside the lodge was exciting to some of them Freemasons.
That's facts. And then the crazy thing about the Flat Power community, hey, shout out to Rumham O'Keefe and all the other people here who joining too. I'm gonna drop the link again. Guess what? Ain't nobody else incorporate syncretism like that into the shit. To bring, because look, who divided up the world and made all these different nations out of the one truth? The Masons did after the reset. And guess what? Syncretism is the only thing that can take all of these religions, all of these symbols and all that, and show you how all of them are different expressions of the one truth. Every god is all that. That's gonna be the whole. If you say their agenda is divide and conquer, the only force against divide and conquer is syncretism. Everybody divided up with different frequencies and symbols and sigils. But they're being told that their different religious symbol or whatever represent a different ideology. When all of these symbols represent a different expression of the one truth. But what they did, they turned every different symbol that expressing the one truth into a different mythological god. And everybody's saying, my God, the real God, your God, the fake God. When really everybody's God and symbol is a different way of telling the one truth. So that's why syncretism is powerful. And I'm going to be bringing y'all a lot of syncretism and all that. Because really, this video today was a lot, man. I'm going to break it down into parts because how long we at now? I need to shut down for real. Where we at? We about 7 hours. Where we at? Yeah, let me shut now.
Man, G, it's like a good amount of the video. I was just listening in because I had the kids, so I had to wait to join. But yeah, I was on par for most of the hours for sure.
Yeah, and I want to say salutes to y'all, Q, and everybody else that came through. I'm gonna go on shut this thing down. Much love to the chat and the panel. We'll see y'all on the next one for sure.
Is it still gonna be up so we can rewatch?
Yeah, I'm leaving it up.
Okay, bad. I'm gonna say much love, bro. So you know I tap in with you.
Yeah, much love to you too. I'll see y'all on the next one. It's on.
For sure.
Remember, y'all, reptilians ain't lizard people. Shape-shifting is holographic distortion. Let's put the word out there. Let's make this viral.